talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rolled it again. All of my teams being ready for the war. There's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We know you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna give up, never give up now. Never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me.
Embarrassing gaming moment? I think just one that I was like scratching my nose from the other angle. It looked like I was scratching inside my nose, but it wasn't. So I think this one, and it was in the start of the first split, I think, in this year. It was kind of embarrassing, yeah.
I was in the first strike Brazil event, the first one, and we got like 13-0 in the match. Fate was with me in that moment, so I guess that's it.
Absurdo! Que seria difícil! Que será impossível!
I would probably say like every time I whiff on stream, it like a little bit of my soul crumbles. So I think every single time I whiff on stream, that kind of hurts my pride, you know.
Olha isso! Ele atira andando!
I mean, it's not embarrassing in a funny way. It's embarrassing because it was really embarrassing. It haunting me to this day. It's when I was still a player and we lost the final of the first master to Australs, and we were playing in Weigers with Kesnit and not my former my teammate Suter. We were playing for Weigers at that time. We lost 3-0, so it was pretty tough because we were the favorites in some way.
Probably my whiff against Paper X in Iceland. That was pretty embarrassing.
Force, they never make mistakes.
He just got 2 kills in mid, by the way. This kill, well, yes, might be impactful.
Kill them now!
He knew!
I don't know. It's not really like embarrassing. It was more sad, but like losing to the guard last year when like we got #1 seed both years. Like we just couldn't keep up the form at like an international like fully. I mean, second's still good, but like we obviously really wanted to win. Like it was pretty like I guess embarrassing because like people were like thinking very highly of us when we were going into it, and we just didn't show up when it mattered fully. So this year will be different.
I think it was 13-0. We lost a lot back in 2022 Challengers. We actually were playing our best map. I think we never lost a map before, apart from the problem we had in Champions with Breeze. And then we played Loud and they absolutely crushed us like 13-0. 13-0, 13-1 maybe? I'm not 13-1 I think it was. At least not 13-0. It always was like very embarrassing for us.
Ele contra 3! Acerta o primeiro de Marshall. Será que dá pra passar? Mas não!
Oh shoot. Probably when I was like 7 years old or something. Like that girl from Bakugan, whatever her name, the blue-haired girl from Bakugan. Like when I was really young, probably. That was like the first like cartoon that I like. That's what got me into anime too, so.
Oh my god. I don't know in English the name, but it's
O nome da personagem do Phantom lá.
Phantom. Do you know Danny Phantom?
Yeah, his girlfriend, I guess.
Yeah, Samantha.
Wow, cartoon crush. It's kind of a crazy question. I would have to say like back in the day when I was like 10 years old, I'd be watching Inuyasha, an anime. It'd have to be like Kagome or something, the girl that he was always falling for, Inuyasha.
Oh, that's a weird question, man. That's a weird question. Okay. Like crush, like I think Didi from Dexter's Lab, I think it's called in English. Yeah, it has to be Didi, yeah.
Não faço ideia, mano. Carly? iCarly? Bro, I have no idea. Let me think. Give me a second. I never had a big crush. Maybe, you know Misty from Pokemon? That's a good one, right? Yeah, that's a good one.
Cartoon crush? I don't know. I don't think I've had one, I'm not gonna lie. I'll probably have to go with Peter Griffin.
Cartoon crush, that's a good one. I think there was a cartoon in Brazil that was like I don't know the name in English, but it was like Três Espiões Demais, there's something like that. And maybe someone from there, but I don't really remember too much. So.
Cartoon crush? Maybe like like Dr. Doofenshmirtz's like daughter, like from Phineas and Ferb. We her.
Oh, I wasn't prepared for that question. I don't know, either Jet or Sage.
The grand finals are set, and it's all come down to M80 and 2Game. 2Game have been on fire since the break between the group stage and the playoffs, and have had the ability to watch the lower bracket play out and prep for their future opponent. After their mid-group stage slump that involved losses to both M80 and All Knights, they bounced back in a big way to conquer both of them on their path to the grand finals. A win here at Ascension would mean a lot to this roster, but also the Brazilian region as a whole. Their opponents, M80, defeated All Knights yesterday in a 3-2 reverse sweep in the lower finals. M80 looked totally lost on the first two maps, as Dante Deus was absolutely torching them on the Neon, going a combined 41-19 across Haven and Lotus, while averaging over 300 combat score. The tides turned quickly though, as it was evident that M80 had been in these high-pressure moments before. Meanwhile, the cracks began to show for All Knights. M80 crawled back into the series with a 13-9 victory on Sunset before taking total control of the series and dominating the last two maps, including Abyss, a map that they had never played before in an official, and earning a berth to the grand finals.
We kind of knew that the plan was going to happen, that we were going to kind of hide Abyss until this time, and the plan kind of got executed. So once we came here in playoffs, we knew that was going to be played, and that's what happens first time we show it.
The dynamic at play in the grand finals will be very interesting, as it will mark 2Game and M80's third meeting in less than a week. These two teams have an extra level of familiarity with each other, and with M80 showing their Abyss, it seems that all the cards are on the table. This series truly will come down to what team will show up when all the pressure is on. It's finally time for grand finals and to see who will ascend and earn their spot in VCT Americas.
It all comes down to this, the 2024 season, all this Valorant, and after all of these playoffs, only 2 teams remain. One, just a best of 5 away from ascending into Americas. Welcome everyone to the final day of VCT Ascension Americas. This whole entire tournament, everything has been such a roller coaster. I expect absolutely nothing less for the final day. My name is Sierra Dawn. I'm absolutely honored to be here, and honored to be here with just everyone that I've worked with has been absolutely amazing. But I'll talk about the people I'm honored to work with on the desk today. We have none other than Wyatt and Lemon Kiwi. I mean, it has been such a great tournament so far. The ups and downs from the very first match here, Wyatt. Going into this, we had expectations. All of them shattered.
Yeah, I mean, who's in the finals? Is it, I don't know, M80 and the Guard, maybe? Or maybe M80 and, I don't know, TSM? Maybe the first seed from Brazil. Wait, hold on. You're telling me the second seed from Brazil, they came third in Split 1, third in Split 2, qualified off points, and they're here through the upper bracket? Huh? 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 How the hell, how did that happen? What?
It has been crazy from the get-go. I mean, coming into this, I think a lot of expectations were that M80, a favorite coming into this, that we would see them in the grand finals. But the journey to get here has been anything less than ordinary. Undefeated in groups, but being knocked down here, Jen, for a 2G that, I mean, they qualified off of points. They went 2-3 in groups and went off of tiebreakers. And then for the run that they've had,
yeah, I think 2G and M80 are the 2 teams in this bracket that have the highest levels of confidence and obviously the talent to go along with it. First, it was M80 that humbled 2G in the groups, where even 2G were like, it's going to be a different result on a different day. And they showed exactly that in the very first match. They faced off in the last week of groups, faced off in the first match of playoffs. Then 2G humble M80, send them to a lower bracket, where yesterday M80 had to pull off a reverse sweep. If this was a best of 3, M80 wouldn't be here. And now we get the ultimate rematch.
the ultimate rematch in the best of 5 grand finals. And the journeys have been different and anything but ordinary, but for one, well, it's all going to be ended today. It doesn't matter. Anything else up to this point does not matter. It's just this one match ahead. There's so much to be talking about, but before we get into that, of course, interviews from the players to get us started.
Cara, fica muito mais confiante do que os outros, eu acho, porque a gente quase nem passou nos playoffs e agora tá na grande final, derrotando todo mundo, e eu acho que isso dá um up pro time. Eu acho que disciplina é o melhor fundamento nosso que a gente aprendeu, e eu acho que a gente tá se lidando muito bem com as VODs, reviews, com tudo. Cara, eu acho que a Valorant, porque eu quero ter a revanche contra eles, que a gente perdeu toda hora pra eles, e eu quero ter a revanche. E uma mensagem pro meu time, que eu amo todo mundo do meu time. Eu quero que a gente vença, vá para as franquias, e é isso.
To be honest, we just had to be blunt, bro. Like, we had to wake up. Our coach was hard on us. Our RGO was hard on us. We had to like really understand like the situation. Like, we're down 0-2 in a best of 5. Like, if we want to win and we want to make it to franchising, like, we have to do it then. So like, let everything out. Make sure you know what's up. And like, it just ended up working in our favor. Everybody started dialing in. We started working together as an actual team. And yeah. To be honest, like, we lost to 2G last time and we beat them the time before, but I still think we're by far the favorite team, like, despite these scorelines and despite what's going on. Like, we have the best players, we have the best game plan. Like, we literally just, like, forget how to play the game sometimes, and, like, we just gotta, like, snap out of it. And when we snap out of it, we do what we do. Like, we just win. Last year against Guard, yeah, it sucked. Like, we lost, but, like, we're back for vengeance. Like, we have a lot of players like BCJ and Net that came from franchising. They want to make it back up there. I want to make it for my first time, so does Xander and Nismo. We really want to win, and we want to prove that we can actually deal with all these top teams. We're just honestly, like, if we just got to listen to our IGL, we got to listen to our coach, we got to listen to every strat that's said. We can't hesitate. Maps 1 and 2, we just didn't trust each other as a team. We were all doing individual plays. We can't let that happen. For some reason, it's been happening, and we got to stop it. Tomorrow's the final day. We got to work our, sorry for swearing, our, like, we got to do this. We just got to keep trusting our game plan and just go with it. I think we obviously shown that we deserve to ascend, but we haven't shown our peak performance at all. I think there's been glimpses of it, but to be honest, like, we can do so much better. Like, we really, like, tomorrow we can definitely 3-0 2G. We should have 3-0 today. Like, we should have a horrible game today, and we still ended up pulling it off. And like, I can keep saying this all I want, but until we actually flip the switch and actually dial in these first few maps, like, nothing will change. We gotta work really hard. We have to talk about it tonight, figure out what to do, and yeah.
A lot of insight from the interviews, and specifically something I want to kick off with is the form that M80 have shown so far, which in the playoffs is not necessarily what we'd expect. They're starting off really early on. They faced 2G, and looking back at this match, this was the upset of the tournament. It was a 2G that this was night and day here, Wyatt. What they were able to show up, everybody firing on all cylinders, and an M80 that were just absent.
Yeah, I mean, a lot to say about that game. First of note is, as always, you have that duelist threat on 2Game where you get Sunset where Spike gets to play Neon, you get Icebox where Silence gets to play Jet, and they both go off. Already, you're in trouble. And yeah, I mean, when we're looking at the group stage, M80, they go 5-0. Everyone said, but all the games were close. They could have lost to anyone. And, well, yeah, that ended up being the case. They actually could lose to the teams, even though they went 5-0.
Especially just the pain point of Sunset was really exposed out of what we thought was a impenetrable map pool out of M80. That's why they're undefeated. That's why they almost, if not went undefeated in North America, is there wasn't really something to target, and 2G really put salt in the wound, really starting off on Sunset. And M80 have kind of laughed about how slow their starts are, and we even saw that yesterday. But to beat M80 on Icebox, I think was a huge statement that 2G are here to compete.
100%. In this 2G squad, talking about them first, even if they probably weren't on anybody's pick'ems to be going through that upper bracket run, it was something that was so wholeheartedly deserved. From that match up against M80, they brought dimensions of ideas, they brought this counter strategy, and they backed it up with this aggressive play style that M80 couldn't match. They have the capabilities to be able to shoot back, and what they showcased against first M80 and then up against AK Gen, they fully deserved this spot in the grand finals. This is up against the match from M80. and they counter-stratted, followed through, perfect.
Yeah, and despite, quote, M80 being the favorites of this tournament, it's 2G that remained in the upper bracket without losing a single series. And like Wyatt pointed out, that I want to reiterate, they barely even made playoffs of Ascension. It was off of round differential. And even they kind of admitted to just being the underdogs in their interview. And now they have to go up against North America's best. And there's a lot of mixed experiences on the 2G roster. Some where 2G is their very, very first team. They haven't competed on a stage like this, and others that bring a wealth of experience under their belt. And they seem to be really supporting each other, confident enough to yap across the stage against a lot of well-known players. So we love to watch 2G play.
It has been so much fun, and there's a couple of people to be looking at, but first off, when we're looking at 2G, I'm looking for that flexibility. I'm looking for the in-game calls. I'm looking at Zap. Wyatt, maybe Zap isn't as flashy as the others, but when we're talking about the IGL of the team and someone who is able to be calling up against this M80 and be able to take around this turnaround, even if the stats aren't like, oh, these #1 rankings, what he's been able to provide to the team, you can't measure up there.
No, I demanded that for one goddamn day we don't do a duelist stat sheet for one of these teams, and we have Zap instead. I really wanted to talk about this guy because, yeah, like you said, in-game, I mean, you're looking at the rankings, he's not lighting the world on fire. They don't need him to. I think as far as his in-game play, he's the kind of guy that will give you a couple rounds a game where he will straight up win the round for you. He'll find those high-impact kills. But for me, it's really what he's doing outside of the server. I question if 2G would be able to get here without his mentality, without him being this driving force of their confidence, the hype that they have as a team, all the trash talk. That is really important for a squad that is mostly inexperienced. Some of these guys have been hanging around for a long time, like you mentioned, Jen, in Brazil competing, but to come here for someone like Spike to show up at Ascension on his first legit team, from Neon ranked demon to this guy might be in partnership in just a few hours from now. You need an emotional leader like that to keep everyone feeling good. I think he's been instrumental in this run.
Yeah, he's been the hype man in and out of game, and out of the players that I spoke about that experience, he's represented multiple of those banners. And despite, you know, the stats being not at the top, I think he really excels at breach maps, and they really look structured behind his util in that case. And he's usually in second in frags when it comes to the breach, especially most amount of assists, especially while IGLing. That's like a lot on this guy's plate. He's also the oldest on the team, so there's a sense of maturity and like when to let those emotions kind of guide you and fuel you to shoot better, to really have that energy translate into the game, and when to keep things calm when things aren't going so well.
And that is going to be so important going into today's series. Up against M80. First off, again, the favorites coming into this, and it's also an M80 that yesterday were able to come back down 2 maps in the best of 5 to be able to close out, take it to a map 5 we haven't seen from them before, to find themselves here in the grand finals. Looking at 2G, they need the strong mentality. They need a strong leader, because M80, they showed us, Jen, yesterday that they have that mental and they can close out if you are caught slacking at any point.
Yeah, we just talked about Zap being a hype man. Well, how about Nismo? And he's got guns on his arms too. He'll throw a table at you if you're not careful. It's so fun to see M80 get really fired up, because it does feel like it's M80 against the world in terms of all the teams in Ascension, like coming a lot from South America. Then there's M80. So I feel like M80 are a very, very flash-heavy team in terms of, yes, like the flash is the util, but also flashy. I'm looking at the KO, Gecko, Breach. These initiators were so synchronized yesterday, nearly perfect with Koala Noob's entries, and whether it's Nismo and BCJ or Nismo and Xander, usually combining for like 25 plus assists. This is a united team effort, and despite, you know, those pop-off players like Koala Noob, he'll get those quad feeds, you're seeing the clips, it's really everyone helping Koala Noob achieve that.
I mean, there is different pop-off performances at each different stage of the way. So yeah, at the end of those highlights is the Koala show, and definitely deserve shoutouts there. But earlier on in that do or die map, Xander had a huge step up. We're talking about leaders for the team, and Xander has been somebody that throughout Ascension, throughout the playoffs, and in groups, has always just been a strong pillar for the team. Someone that has been making these calls, Wyatt, as well as been showing up in the server. I mean, he went 31 and I think it was like 11 on the third map yesterday. I mean, he could clutch it out when needed.
Yeah, and credit to Koala on that Sunset map as well, went 24-13, but on defense, the off picks that he was getting, instrumental. But obviously, do want to focus on Xander here, because if not for that performance, that might have just been a 3-0, and they would be going home. The amount of 3Ks he had, just ridiculous. You can't say enough about this guy. I mean, look, there's plenty of teams that want him. I know all the Sen fans are hoping that M80 lose today so he can go over there, but because he is a hot commodity, because he is so damn good, adds so much value to this team, and then when they need him most, he's going to drop 30. But listen, he can't do that every single game, and like Jen was saying, it's about this M80 team as a whole. That is really where they excel. As far as the team play, I will stack them up against any other team at this Ascension tournament and give them the edge.
Yeah, I think sometimes he pulls off the impossible. I literally remember casting him on Ascent in like a 1v3, 1v4, and I was like, damn, he's got like 10 seconds. There's just simply no way. And then there is a way. If Xander's on your team, there is a way and there is a will, and he will be that pop-off player that you saw the amount of clutches he had. He had 10 clutches, which is not number one, but probably number one when it comes to this series. So look out for Xander.
Yeah. Where it's number one is the momentum that M80 is able to get off of that. And M80 being such a momentum-driven team, the rest of the team follows up from there. And I mean, Wyatt, you said that, oh, like, I fought against the duelist stat sheet. We had to include one in there. Someone that really got that momentum going later on was Koala Noob. But I want to stack him up against Silence on the other end of things, because Silence was somebody, when they met up last time, really shut down this M80 squad. But when Koala Noob has hit the server, that impact is known.
For sure. Koala had, I think, the best game of this whole tournament yesterday, which was that Jet on Abyss, and Silence kind of looking like the king of Abyss every single time 2G have been on that map. He has just dropped minimum 20 kills. Out of control. And it's a cool comparison too between these guys, because not only do they pick up that duelist role when necessary, but they flex as well. You know, Koala goes over and he'll play that Omen on Icebox, which we're probably going to see today. Both these teams go to that map. He plays the Sage as well when they run that comp on Lotus that they opted to run yesterday, that triple Senti. And Silence plays Sentinel himself, Cypher on Sunset, a common map for the 2G squad for like every team at this tournament, honestly. So yeah, both guys have an opportunity to flex around and be that star for their team when necessary.
I wonder how this Jet matchup is gonna go, because just based on how, which is weird for Koala Noob, because the very first map yesterday on Haven, it was so wobbly. It was maybe an uncomfortable map for them, and just a lot more time on the Yoru. And then Koala Noob's Jet kind of took over the lobby yesterday. While the Silence, you talked about that flexibility wide of they can play the Raze and the Jet. They have Spike for the Neon. So you would think the map pool would favor 2G based on the amount of duelists they can play. But it's M80 that have a pretty serious win rate on a lot of these.
Yeah, I'm worried about 2G in a best of 5 setting. So looking at that, that's just a little taste of what we've seen throughout Ascension so far. But 2G has been scaling, and it all comes down to this. Reminder, 2G coming through that upper bracket, they're going to be getting the ban, so they'll have the upper hand at least when we come into this select tier, Wyatt. And this can be really interesting, because biggest thing, the biggest win con I'm looking at 2G is the ordering of the maps. I think if M80 gets that momentum, it's lights out.
Definitely. I mean, 2G having the 2 map bans can't understate, obviously, how influential that is going to be on the series. They're going to take out Ascent first. That makes perfect sense to me. We have barely seen any Ascent this tournament, period.
Just double Senti, ew.
Yeah, and M80 are really strong on that map. Get it out of there. And Lotus, that's another map that M80 pick a lot. It's their first pick a lot. And so you know, getting rid of that makes sense. They beat 2G on it prior.
Also, just the triple sentinel. You don't know what's gonna happen with M80. They pulled out the triple sentinel on Lotus, and despite it losing, it's just something that maybe 2G aren't experienced against.
Definitely. And then also, right, it's like, how much prep do you have to do then on top of the prep you're already doing if you're worried about 2 different comps coming in? That's just a lot to, you know, deal with for the coaching staff to deal with and try to figure out. So just get rid of it. Don't bother.
Hey, yeah, I'm a fan of getting rid of that Lotus. Sunset is going to be the first pick from 2G, though. And this is one where we saw that loss before. But when we look back at just throughout Ascension, M80, even if they've suffered some harsh losses, they've also been able to show that they have a Sunset-capable comp. And going to Icebox second, even if there was the upset there, Jen, that is the opportunity to learn from their mistakes and try and close that out.
Yeah, I mean, M80 had an explosive offense yesterday with an 8-4 half. It did take Xander having to drop a 30 bomb, which, thank God we highlighted him. It's going to take an all-star performance, but Sunset was the tipping point. That was the beginning of the reverse sweep for M80, and he got Icebox following it up, so this could be a good start to the series for M80, depending on the Sunset matchup.
Yeah, for sure.
What I love here is Bind, of all things, of the Decider map. M80 first ban this all the time. We have not seen it in the 2024 season, but fun little tidbit, last year in the grand finals of Ascension up against the Guard, we got to see M80 on Bind for the first time. This is a different era of Valorant, so what they played doesn't matter, but they pushed the Guard into an overtime, just barely losing out. So if we get to a map 5 of the series, even if we haven't seen this, there is so much surprise and upset potential there. It could be absolutely amazing, but it's whether we get to that 5th map in our first place, because when we go back and talk about the map pools and the win percentages, everything here, Jen, looks still pretty good for M80.
Yeah, this was the last map that M80 won, which was an all-star performance from Koala's Jet that truly proved that he could have that high peak. Even though in the interview they said they hadn't reached that peak yet, we saw some absolutely incredible Jet from him. But he's going up against Silence, who also dropped a 30 bomb against All Knights on Abyss. They are also a very, very scary Jet team. So I think for me, it's going to be about how does M80 start? Is it going to be that molasses like 0-2 M80 that are going to make this crazy comeback? Or what start will they have?
It's if they start like molasses, 2G have the opportunity to get at the second biggest upset of the tournament right here. But of course, we set the stage on what to expect. But now what we think is going to be coming out of the series, talking a little bit about our predictions. I know the dust has been pretty unified when it comes to M80 on how we think the matches are going to go. I'm curious going in and looking at our predictions for today if it's kind of the same thing. Because I know for myself, as much as I saw everything go down, I had to say M80. Oh, Shift's gonna be the odd one out, but
game. I mean, honestly though, maybe saying 50-50 isn't putting enough respect on 2Game. The reason I'm going M80 and the reason I think that they went 5-0 in the group stage is compared to the field. They eke out more round wins than anyone else based on how good they are in common retake situations like set 5v5s, 4v4s, those big situations that you can really drill in practice. They excel at those more than the other teams and will win more of those than the other teams, even when their firepower is kind of lacking. I think that's what has given them like just enough consistency that they went 5-0 in the group stage, but you can't deny the explosivity of 2G and how ridiculous they are individually. I think Silence has been the best player in the tournament, and they've got him, and that makes a big difference.
Yeah, I don't think how the predictions are really just show how much respect we have for 2G. I was going to predict them up until like an hour before the show when I was finishing my notes, saying just like, based off of everything, I still think M80 have got it. But 2G, what they've gotten to show us, the level up, the scaling that they've had throughout. Again, for a team that almost didn't make it to this point. But it's time to get started. Grand finals ahead.
contaminado, a no ser que ese mando se encienda. Va para adelante y va para sentar.
Talking and maybe you'll listen and maybe you're smart and you'll take my advice. There's only a winner.
Thunder tiene una Yachi asegurado. Desde el principio la segunda también va a caer. Lo sigue haciendo.
No tiene teleportación tampoco. ¡Ay, no! ¡Falló el disparo! ¡Le quedan 4 segundos! ¡Puede plantar la spike! ¡Falló Sato!
Talking and maybe you'll listen and maybe you're smart and you'll take my advice. There's only a winner and only one winner in every race at the end of the line.
¿Listos para conocer al ascendido? Solo una persona podrá levantar esta copa. Solo uno podrá formar parte de la bendita VCT Américas. Ladies and gentlemen, boa tarde galera, boa tarde Brasil, con ustedes, con samba, alegría y juego bonito, 2 Games Esports. Con magia, mucha vida, inteligencia. Llega el capitán, le gusta gritar. Es inteligente, es vivo, mueve bien la cintura, pero pega mucho. La mejor flecha de Brasil, el mejor soba del mundo. El hombre inteligente, el director de esta orquesta.
The North American champions looking for a victory once more. This team knows how it feels to be defeated, but they know better how to rise up again. Please give it up for M80! Looking for only one thing, and that is victory. Please welcome to the one and only Kohaladu! The boys leading the team, the IDL Please enjoy the grand finals y disfruten la gran final de VCT Ascension 2024.
It all comes down to this. Grand finals ahead. One best of 5 remains for these two teams. And for one, their journey about to end. The other, only getting started. One will be ascending to VCT Americas, and so well deserved for both of these teams. M80, the favorites coming into this, but 2Game, they have shown time and time again that they are more than ready. They are capable. And Wyatt, that was the upper bracket run. They just have one more upset, and that spot could be theirs.
I think this chat poll better even out. I'm just looking at the heavy corner. Oh, so I know we might be a little bit NA biased, but guys, come on, at least give 2G like 25%. My God, man. This game, you know, if you're just tuning in and you haven't watched any of the games, don't trust the chat poll. Just ignore it. This is like a 50-50 at best for M80 right now. That is very funny, but listen, to take it back to the seriousness of this situation, M80 have been playing for 2 years, the core of this team, for this moment. This moment again. They got here last year. They played against the Guard, who beat them, made it into partnership, and look at the year that they've had internationally. One of the best teams in the game. That is an inspiration for every team that is here competing in the Tier 2 scene, trying to get into the Partnership League, and how crushing it would be for M80 to make it to the finals and come up short again.
And this is a map pool that Sunset, Icebox, Abyss, Haven, Bind. If M80 can get a good, they actually need the early start. I'm really worried about Abyss, Haven, and Bind, which is M80's perma ban of Bind at the end, and Haven, which was very shaky out of M80 in map 1 yesterday, and Abyss, which is a toss-up. So need a very good start for both teams.
Yeah, it's all going to be starting on Sunset. The Blacklight Agent Select, and we have seen Sunset coming out so many times from these teams. It's where the upset started before 2Game. They got Spike on the Neon, always so explosive, Silence as a backbone. But M80 Wyatt, they had such a strong showing here yesterday.
Yeah, they did, and it required Xander dropping 30 and Koala Noob 24 kills to win a game in regular time against All Knights. And the last time they beat 2Game on Sunset, or well, they beat them once, Nismo dropped 30. So if that's what it's going to take, this is going to be really tough.
Well, M80, they're notoriously slow starts to these series, but they have the opportunity to switch that up now. Sunset, the first in our best of 5. 2Game, they need to get the momentum here. Starting now, let's get into it and head over to Vansili and Shift to take you through our first map.
Should be a great one. I mean, in all instances, this is a best of 3 between these two squads. It went M80's way the first time in the group stage. 2Game get their revenge in the upper bracket, but now the grand finals with a best of 5 on the line, and of course, more coveted, the prize of becoming the newest member of VCT Americas. I'm Shift with Vansili. Brother, how are we feeling about this matchup?
This is going to be one hell of a matchup. Agreeing with Wyatt that this is 50-50, but in quite all honesty, if you're looking at how the veto went between these two teams, I might have to hand a slight advantage to M80 to kick things off on Sunset and Icebox, where 2Game actually did have the upset against M80, but this has been an M80 that has studied their mistakes and figured out what was wrong in those games, and it came back swinging, for example, on Sunset against Glorious, not given a chance for Sato in this Neon composition to get activated at all. So I'm hoping here at this point, if 2G's coming into a playbook that basically anteed M80 the first time around in the upper bracket, hopefully they have something here in the grand finals to ante the ante.
Counter the counter, ante the ante. It's literally Valorantception. But no, I think the thing about it, and you know, why I'm I think most excited about these first 2 maps in particular is because of the reasons that you list out. M80 came into their first match with the upper bracket saying, Sunset Icebox, cool, this sounds good to us. Had their same playbook. 2G counteracted it perfectly. They did their homework. They had every single response at the ready, and M80 never were really able to come back back and make the adaptations that they needed to. So now that you've got the run back here again with Sunset Icebox to start us off, there's no excuses. M80 has to know what 2G did to counter them the first time they played just a couple of days ago. So now there are just time to put up or shut up. Slam dunks all around. We've got 2G and M80, map number 1 of our VCT Ascension Grand Finals. Let's get it on.
And for M80 are hoping that they will start things off with a slam dunk, agreeing to what Sierra was saying before. They are known to have very slow starts here in these high-pressured matches. And now they're kicking things off on the pistol round, on the attack. They can set the pace, and they want to make sure that they win this pistol. So 4 players now grouping up towards middle, and it's about to get checked here by Zap with a passive crossfire setup with Bryzy, and they're just walking in for the first contact.
This is good, though, for 2G. They're very aware of it. Not only that, but they also have good members that could deter this, if not possibly fight it back. And M80 will say, no more. Okay, that's the line in the sand. Drop the dart cover, pop the doors towards market, and create some chaos here for 2G to deal with. One way has been replaced, though, and Luis still holds the paranoia if he does find contact.
And this is good because of that crossfire setup and the door was closed earlier on. You have to keep those players up passively on the top middle for 2G. So M80 pivots back to an A site where they can have maximum 1 or 2 players, but playing outside of the site. So this should be an easy site to take on a 5 versus 5 potential retake after this plant.
Decent tag. Luis does get hit by the spy cam placed late in towards elbow. Zap likely going to wait for help, and then he will be the linchpin of success towards possibly finding re-entry. A flash and a fault line still to play with. Also keep your eye on Spike. He's going to be the first one likely to try to challenge this corner right through main. There's the fault line. Immediately with the relay ball by VCJ. It just takes it out of commission. The Dizzy regained maybe a chance to get a little bit extra here, but a little bit held off. Good fight back though. VCJ gets 3 before dropping, and Zap with only 20 HP is just way too far outside the picture.
And way too low on HP as well. Lagos is not going to be enough with 3 players out of M80. They're still full health. And Xander, that was the one that was damaged, is the one that's going to pick up the kill without taking a lick of damage from Zap. A great pistol round to kick things off, and a great setup by M80 on the post plan. Remember, these flood retakes on the A site could be so devastating for the players having to play turtled in or inside the site and not play for the spams. So throwing that one away onto the short side, out towards the dumpster, it's great here for M80 that it was just going to be Nismo with the fault line to slow everybody down after the initial wave of util that's going to be thrown on a defensive side. And he's going to be the only body, so everybody else can stay inside and go for the crossfire setup. But we'll hold that thought. We're going to go straight into the action in round number 2, potentially for a relay bolt swing out on a tap. And here it comes.
Yeah, the thing about this was Xander takes the proactive dash across the teleport, and there is just no way this forward 2G defense can hold against the superior firepower that you see out of M80's hands. At least it escaped from silence, but hey, we're dealing with a 5v2, just classics left. Very clean execute here for M80.
They want to chase these kills onto Koala Noob. He was only had 1 orb so far here on the dimensional drift. They want to get it up as soon as possible because he has been a key component into the strat of M80 to try to get as much value as possible into his dimensional drift so that he can have the cleanest executions for what seems to be like clear protocols on how they want to play the post plan, and so far fairly clean. So I do like the idea of at least playing forward on the defensive side on the eco side for 2G. It's just that the camera wasn't there. It was still being placed towards the window to watch towards middle. So they were kind of like going into the unknown as soon as the orb was tapped. So when you swing out and there's 5 players there, there's nothing you can do with 2 classics.
Yeah, just trying to make something happen out of nothing. That's just what we often see in the anti-eco from the defensive side. So now full weapons have been purchased. Spy came up top for silence. It's often here. Cyber cage down. That's the decoy out, but I actually believe the spy cam may have actually tagged the real version of Koala, dude. Hard to say, but Silence is still aware of the play. Shuts down the first. Thrash gets deep, and Xander tries to get aggressive, but only finds 1. Silence now trying to hold while help is on the way.
Just hoping that the pathing of the Thrash is going ahead, but Silence there to fight. Doesn't wait for his teammates as Nismo trades it out. A 2 versus 3 now at a disadvantage for M80. Still with the post plant, with the spike down, and finally the rest of 2G are going to be grouped up.
Man, Luis is taking way too long trying to play this over to the middle of the map. He's wondering if maybe someone is lurking. So in that process, Zap and Spikes kind of have to re-clear Boba, and it's an aggressive angle by Net that shuts it down. So Wow, the bonus looking clean for M80. Don't rule Luis out of this yet, but the fault line was thrown through and Net was right there on the off angle to get his third in the round, and M80 are off to the races 3-0 up.
And you still have to respect this individual prowess from all of these players from M80 in the bonus round. You have a timing thanks to the thrash that created all that space. Yes, Qualitative died, but it still gave a chance for Xander to go through the smoke to get an opening kill and actually create chaos and not give a chance for 2G to have the perfect placements and the perfect positions to set up for a retake. So Net plays forward. He surprises more players. If he died, it was potentially going to be a 1 versus 1 or 1 versus 2 for Nismo to close it out. And at least they've done the econ damage if they lost a round. But now they get better than that. They win the bonus round, and this puts 2G back into a thrifty round.
Yeah, very true. But this time, a little bit more potency than the classics we saw in round 2. You've got Sheriff upgrades across the board with the exception of Pricey just on the Stinger. And there's a 4-man defensive setup over towards B. Kind of similar to what they were doing with their classic save round in a way, but playing with a little bit more, I would say, adversity towards contesting the choke point rather than trying to get into B-main. Silence by himself. Oh, he lines up too! Are we kidding? What a play from Silence. That now puts the numbers in favor of 2G, who can very much so still fight back even with these weapons.
Schiff, we're going to have another one of those scenarios because this gives me PTSD from the upper bracket too. When Silence was alone on the B side and still manages to get a 4K with the Sheriff to allow 2G to get a thrifty and continue on and win the map of Sunset against M80. But thankfully now at least he had to fall back with the rest of the team, and Net's the one pushing forward again for a flank.
Oh, a little bit sloppy. Silence finds himself a third. Wow, he is starting off hot. Now it's just down to the 4v2. Silence able to upgrade into a Vandal. Makes good use of it. Not going to have a chance for the A's because Pricey and the rest of the group has stormed the fort. What an unbelievable individual moment from Silence, and get used to that, friends, because he's good for it more than just this once, you think.
And that's no cast of curse. We called a 4K from Silence last time. He got it this time around too with a Vandal that he picked up. And unfortunately there, the backstab from Net was perfect, but he just whiffed a couple of shots and unfortunately falls behind, and it makes it so that you have to try to play a retake on a 5 versus 2. Everybody's so hyper-focused on watching towards the gate, which makes sense because Net already grabbed that space towards the shop. So I love the reposition to have a 4-1 retake on your thrifty here for the defensive side of 2G. Although, again, this is 3 rounds in a row that was won here by M80, so they still have a healthy buy. But, you know, the momentum has been shifting in terms of the economy. It's much healthier going into the next round for 2G.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments that you kind of, it's a recovery round. After dropping your bonus, when you have the full weapons, now you get an eco to follow up. Fault lines cutting across this early action over towards A-main. Ends in a 1-for-1 exchange. Defense still wants to hold aggressively, and no one even bothers to check for Zap. And oh, what a mistake that was, because now Zap is looking good for 4. Luis comes over and steals it, and I think Zap is sitting there like, brother, well, I was right there, I had it. But regardless of the fact, 2G's defense looks solid on the front barrier contest.
And that's a flash of miscommunication coming out from M80, similar to how it started against our opponents yesterday when they were actually trying to move up. I mean, you look at the util, everything was being pushed here towards this right side to not allow a crossfire being set up here by Zap and Luis. So yes, they maintain and contain the one on the right, but they swing one by one on the left side against Zap, not going for a wide swing to guarantee that trade. It was 3 easy kills, micro adjustments on the crosshair placement for Zap, and now we're going to round number 6, a little bit quicker now for Spikes. As they take control though of B main, and that's going to slow things down for a bit. You see the smoke being thrown too, just to maintain that space, but M80 already pushed up towards middle.
Yeah, think about this as Silence is not playing on a site this round, so he had the cyber traps down and the angle being held. That's enough to say, M80, nope, you can't come this way, go find somewhere else to play. B main's not an option anymore. Spike made sure of that. And with, again, the one-way being thrown over towards A, the only option that M80 really have right now would be to play through this smoke or see if they can make some movement happen over towards market where there's a double stack of defense. So 2G have done a very nice job in the first 30 seconds controlling the map.
Yeah, even Owl drone at the minute mark, seeing that there's no mid pressure, so it's going to be on the extremities where you contain when you contest. So you see now they double up on the elbow side, Trip watching the left side, and they had 3 players towards B, but that single piece of Agent, of Koa, and you're setting up that fake, keeping it across, and a 5-player hit is perfect.
Yeah, Little Buddy is going to be blown off the map right here by the Rolling Thunder. The follow-up from Spike and Pricey is perfect. And that pushes now all of a sudden M80 back in towards B main. The shots are just not landing right now for M80. Now granted, again, it's not a great buy, so you can't be too critical of it. But regardless of the fact, 2G have put together a Blacklight flawless defense, and we're all of a sudden tied at 3.
That's it. It was a lower buy, but you're hoping at least for a spike find, at least for some damage now. As Sato's in the crowd with the rest here supporting the Brazilian team of 2G. Family and friends gather up here to watch this grand finals, and you see that it's split literally 50-50 in that crowd. They all look at each other at the end of these rounds just to smack talk over to the M80 fans out there. But overall, man, this is looking pretty good. The fake looked like it was going to work, but it came down to that Rolling Thunder set behind by Zap just so that it could flood retake very quickly against M80's attempt to plant.
Hunter's Fury one away for Prizey, but on the other side, keep your eye on Koala Noob and the Dimensional Drift. These are rounds that usually based off Dimensional Drift, M80 are usually just good for, flat out. I mean, he gets so much space for free. So how are 2G going to try to set up defensively, knowing this is going to be a continual problem for them on the day?
Yeah. And this was an opportunity for M80 to snowball a lot of these ultimates with those 3 rounds that they first kicked off with. But now it takes up to round number 7 until Koala Noob can get his Dimensional Drift. This is where it's going to start. This is where 2G has to be ready for it. Because you know Koala Noob is going to try to find that information. They're going to try to tie it up here with a fault line. It will get the stun onto Luis. There's that.
Oh!
And he still gets the kill.
Unbelievable from Luis. We've seen this happen before. And Luis, I think he knows it. That fault line comes across. The Dimensional Drift just popped, and he knows that he's going to have to take a fight pretty quickly, and he almost follows up on his Xander. What a 1v3 situation. Spike can be reclaimed. Teleporting further away from this defense is Xander, and he's going to get a reset on the 1v2.
Shadows traveling.
But Xander in the clutch, you know you could count on this man, but he has no utility to work with. It has to come down to positioning. At least now, you know that for Prizey and Silence, they also don't have any type of util, no recon available either to try to sniff him out. And now he's in prime position here on the outside.
First shots are decent. Prizey over the top. Xander, oh, he had a look at it. But Prizey able to follow up after the heroics from Luis. And like I mentioned, there needed to be some sort of a response for the Dimensional Drift, and Luis says, just come get me. I'm good for it.
And it's just a good read too. That was a solo play by Luis as well. If he was to falter in that elbow area, that would have been the whole site taken over, and the other player is so far away to be able to help out here on that short side. Immediately after though, as Luis wins that fight, look how quick they came down towards the short. Spike slid down, making sure that he could capitalize on those kills, because everybody behind, lagging behind the Dimensional Drift, will be trying to focus on taking down Luis. So a nice little push and pull, and this definitely has to be the first timeout call, because you've gone now through 2 big ultimates within the last 7 rounds that could have snowballed things back into your favor. That Thrash and the Dimensional Drift got fully denied, and it didn't get value out of that. And it's Upton happy to talk with the rest of his team just to try to bring the senses back into the squad.
And now all of a sudden, I want to kind of harken back to a point that has been brought up a couple of different times throughout this event. M80, when they're at full purchase, are losing more than they're winning. It's less than 50% win rate when they're playing full versus full rounds versus their opponents. That's something that really was a linchpin against them when they were playing 2-game in their first round of the upper bracket. It was a big problem when they were in the first 2 maps yesterday in the lower bracket final. And now, without things like the Dimensional Drift at the ready, you're going to have to go up against things like Hunter's Fury, things like Neural Theft, things like the Overdrive, where you're just playing with those full rifles. That's got to be where M80 are better today if they want to have a chance to try to stop this 2-game squad, which has gotten much improved since the first couple of rounds that we saw them in the group stage.
Definitely, and now with, once again, some heavy pressure happening towards this B side, already M80 will start working as a group up towards middle. It's been the same type of condition on that side. As soon as the one-way smoke and the relays and the stuns come through, M80 pivots towards the top, and now it's greeted by Luis. The off-angle, the lineup, 3 on top of that. This is not looking good for M80's attack side shift.
No, that was one of those challenges that kind of felt a little lazy. Like, you know, Luis is up there. At worst, he dropped below it, but we're just going to just double swing it and do it together instead of trying to flash him out or anything of the nature. And to make matters worse, Spike has found a component towards mid. That's going to be just a high gear play where Net saves it. Chance for him to possibly even plant here to reset what would be now just a 1v3.
Oh my god, would this mean a lot here for M80 and Net? The trip will get spotted as Silence breaks it. This could isolate potentially a 1v1, but he chooses to move towards the garden to win that against Zap.
He knows his timings. He knows that Silence should be close. Just has an outlaw, and that's all he needs. Scopes in, finds the shot, and it's 5 rounds in a row for 2G. Initially, it all starts with Silence. The last couple of times, it's been Luis, though. And wow, this defense for 2G is really showing up.
Yeah, and for M80, you were mentioning that flash at the top or whatnot. I think it's still understandable here for M80 that they didn't do it because they didn't go for any smokes on the left or on the right side because it wasn't really that contested in terms of aggressive positioning or aggressive peeking coming out of 2G. They turtle up towards quad, they turtle up towards the staircase, so there's an opportunity that they could actually, once again for M80, group up in the right moment where they could potentially trade a 2 versus 1 and open up the map a little bit more. But this time around, Luis understands that they weren't playing with these flashes, so he plays on the top of quad. It breaks the crosshair placement because nobody's going to look up there, and he gets the surprise element. The element of surprise, rather, to get 3 kills in a round.
Well, this time it's M80 looking to get a bit aggressive. Silence deals with the decoy. Paranoid, not going to get sidestepped. Surprise, he has to come through to see if he can find any more information. The trap wires have been deleted. Aldrone didn't really find too much. Spikes, though, cleans at the middle of the map on the rotation back over. That was a good attempt from Net to get behind the play, but he gets completely shut down. M80 trying to hold aggressively. Decent detain starts to come through. His 2G have to hit a bit of a pause. Overdrive still in play, though, but that might be all Spikes needs. He slides back and forth. I mean, what? He is gliding, breaking angles, putting him on skates, and Spikes cleans up round 9.
You know, when I'm watching 2 players trying to shoot after a Neon and can't kill him on pro play, I feel a little bit better in my ranked games when I'm whipping these shots against a sliding Neon like that. But that said, that thrash that actually detains players towards that back again, getting some value this time around for M80, pushing out towards Boba, who seem to have this game plan to want to continue to flip the map when they have the numbers to work with here on the attack side. But because they detain that other player and there's still Spike that's alive, you can't really try to push in. There's also support utility coming out too to make sure that M80 cannot get the full collapse back into flipping that map into Boba. So again, 2G in terms of the macro play has been looking pretty good here as a team.
Yes, they have. And I think the thing that's been really cool about 2G's defense to this point is we've seen it find success on the aggressive nature of the defending side, and we've also seen them do really well in retaking. So it's one of those things that M80 are going to have a hard time kind of delineating where is our problem, because at certain points we can't get the spike down. At other points, our post plant's just getting broken. So really making this a pretty convoluted mess at the moment is 2G's defense. And this is going to be a first look for M80 to try to threaten market early in the round.
If anything here, Shift, for M80, they have to make it into this sites with at least like 3 or 4 players still left alive. They're losing a lot of these players at the very beginning. Look at this, Net's about to get taken down. Boom, off great utility once again, being utilized by a fault line off Aldrone, Hunter's Fury, a trip that activates everything. Great way for them to play towards the extremities here for 2G.
I was about to say for 2G, this is great in terms of isolating market and being able to, like you mentioned, get around the back. But the problem with this was M80 were just using this as a bit of a fake. So the spike will get planted. You have a Rolling Thunder to help support this. Neural Theft also at the ready. And keep in mind, Koalanoob is way behind this play. Problem is, Xander just peeks out into the open, doesn't find anything off the flank. Now you got to spend the Dizzy to try to get something going here, and they luckily do, right as the Rolling Thunder was essentially avoided by the majority of this defense. Zap trying to hold over towards main. He gets one. Koalanoob now trying to help over the top. He finds the second over towards L with the flash. Connects, and now it's just down to Silence. Mosh Pit kills a little bit of time, which is really coveted here for Silence. He has to get this to halfway. He'll be allowed to, but Koalanoob will peek, find the E-Live, and M80 find a way back on the board.
And you see how much of that strategy relied around and trying to keep Net alive too. With him dying and no trip watching that flank, they had to commit Xander to fall back and watch a little bit more aggressively towards that spawn. And as soon as they realized it was a 2 versus 1 on that flank, you're now expending your Rolling Thunder going into watching the backstab instead of using it towards sight where their opponents could be flooding in. That potentially could have really nullified that late lurk where you mentioned Koalanoob was on a run here to try to make that happen. We were so far behind, but thankfully, because they got those trades towards the end, because of the hero plays that came out towards those 2 players in the back lines of the A site, it gave a chance here for Koalanoob to gain that time back in his favor and win that. And now round 11, you see 2G, they continue to try to contest different extremities, but so far so good for M80. They haven't been met up with that early aggression out from 2G. It's just in the mid-rounding that still looks to be Brazilian sides to win.
Yeah, good sight here in terms of the dimensional drift being earned and then immediately utilized, try to isolate. Again, Quality loves to stick for these. Ball line comes out. That's a good flash to follow behind it. Silence can only get one. Sight now taken by M80. Spike planted in the same breath, and the retake for 2G is going to have to be through market.
And this time, no real ults to follow up here to help out in the dimensional drift. Just trying to waste the time to give a chance here for Net to come through, not to go for a flash and a solo play. So it ends up being very good trades on the side of M80.
I think the other part about this for 2G, if you could pull the Thrash out, that would be great in terms of trying to get in the round 12 advantage, and there's the Thrash.
Yep.
Spikes also finds an elimination. Ball line's going to cut across. Spikes looking to get aggressive, and the flash that's right there to counteract it is perfect. Luis trying to get this thing to halfway. Hell, nicely. He's going to hold it for more! What? Zap is able to triple him up! And once again, M80 left to the resources and just playing off one another, get completely shut down by a single member from 2G.
3 kills and a Rolling Thunder available for round number 12, but all of that couldn't have happened with the space, that Spike was able to get towards that B main. With the Relay Bolton coming through and keeping those players at bay, you saw that BCJ, despite him getting that kill, he was rushed to throw his volley to get that kill down onto Spike. So it actually did not land at the right spot here to deny that defuse out from Luis and gave a chance here for Zaps once again to line up a 3K.
Oh, this now all of a sudden starts to feel like a frustration play. I mean, you're on a bit of a save. Luis once again planted in the corner at elbow. Not today, no sir, sit down. 2G looking perfect on a lot of this defense. After the first 3 rounds go awry, they're in a prime position to take 8 of 9.
And it wasn't a little bit of a save here. It's basically buying whatever you can in the last round of the half. Basically calling out bankruptcy, going all the way down to 0 in the buy-in, once again trying to take control of elbow. And Luis survives at 1 HP. How many times this game has he survived with little HP in these fights?
Wow. And that is a statement round to finish the half, where M80 are just sitting here, you know what? Playbook isn't working. Let's just go back to the tried and true. Flash, dash, so to speak, by using the gate crash to get deep, and Luis is, I don't want any of that. Are you joking? Get out of my face. So what has often been the trouble side for 2G on this map all of a sudden turns into a miraculous finish, and now they go to their stronger side overall, where again, when these two teams played in the upper bracket, Vansili, M80 had a perfect response for what, or pardon me, 2G had a perfect response for what M80 liked to do on defense. This is a troubling moment here for M80.
To go back at it again, they were really doing a great job manipulating around the map and going from creating some early pressure, keeping their opponents at the top where they were expecting for a contest where they could set up these crossfires for M80. And once they cut noise and try to move around towards the mid map, that space is even given up by M80. Then it becomes a double pump back from 2G to take control of that space and go for these nice splits. But what's been good for M80 on that previous matchup against Galoris, where they tried to learn for their game against 2G, was really trying to fight towards that A side extremity at the very beginning on the defensive side. And also activating Koala Noob on the op ASAP, of course. That has to be continuing to be one of the winning conditions here of M80 on the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think the thing here is, you know, this M80 team has often relied on being able to ability stack to kind of fulfill this defensive half. And 2G's contestability was what I really walked away with as being a major note of adjustment for how they had played the offense the first time around. I mean, you go back to the early stages of the group stage, 2G were just running and dashing with the Neon.
Yeah.
In the upper bracket, so far when we watched them play this, that hasn't necessarily been the first instance of the case. Yeah, that still happens, but it comes a little bit more calculated, with a little bit more methodical of an approach in terms of how do we make sure Spike finds these 1v1s in a little bit more of an easier fashion. And that has been an issue for a lot of squads. So M80 need to decide, I think, coming into this defensive half, not only do they need to find a way to win the pistol, but I think on top of that, are we going to try to contest a little bit more and try to fight at the barriers more than just holding back and trying to play a 5v5 retake?
You bring up a great point. It seems like in the group stages, all of us were kind of rap-godding these rounds whenever we had to cast like a Neon and Breach versus a Neon Breach. But this time around, as the tournament progresses, a lot of these Neon comps now added a little bit more of stop and go, a little bit of mid-rounding. And it works very well here against these teams that maybe haven't played against enough. Neon and Breach comp.
Yeah, Frenzy out for Spikes again, just as that entry. Luis to follow. Xander tries to step up with Ismo on the cross. That's not going to work out. Trades favor that of 2G's offense, and they're trying to double swing the player deep over towards backside Boba. Nismo, new angle now approaches. And he's able to take down one, make life a little bit easier. And you've got a full HP Koala Noob still to play with here, so no reason to do anything too crazy. But Silence steps through the aftershock, finds himself a trade onto Nismo. Sheriff out for Koala Noob, needs to just hit one more shot onto Zap. Counters the flash. There's the peek, and Zap lines up the headshot, and a key pistol goes to 2G.
Oh man, and that was a headshot that was needed there. The headshot at that distance, a 105. With the investment that you saw from Koala Noob, it is a Sheriff that he had in his hands, so no armor for him. For sure becomes a headshot. The idea was there though around the aftershock, just to try to split up those two players around the pillar to try to win a 2 versus 1. But just there, a little bit of a miscommunication where Koala Noob was set up here. Almost looks like they were looking for individual 1v1s towards the end after the aftershock. And you saw that Zap never peeked out. And Nismo lost his 1v1. And it allows 2G to win the pistol here on their map pick. Again, this, when we started this series shift, we were mentioning this looks like a veto that still favors M80 because of the history that these two teams have against each other. Again, you're looking at a map number 5 that's a that's fine.
Dude, stop it! Put a leash on him! Are you joking? He's just solo peeking B-main off of the spy cam that sees nothing and coming away with 2? Unbelievable. Net, opportunity versus Luis. Shots are just not there. And 2G are going to run away with the round unless Koala Noob can step up and hit a couple of one-taps. Yeah.
Looks here, Shift, that it was basically M80 playing against All Knight's Tinjoff, where he's just winning alone with a pistol and gets all the openers that's needed. Yeah, that's way too bad, unfortunately. Therefore, a pistol gonna get so much value on that B site, and 2G's running away with this first map.
And that's the thing, you know, just to put it into full-on visual evidence, that's what 2G was doing versus M80 in the upper bracket round 1 matchup that they played. Getting onto a site and then not just holding it or playing backwards. Nah, we got flashes. We got neon. Let's use that. And if Spike survives until the spike is planted, that is what you're often going to see. Some sort of a fault line or flash or recon dart coverage to where Spike can now take the advantage of pushing out, doing neon things, and getting away with it. So a clean round leads to a full bonus essentially here for 2G. Early damage also touted as Koala Noob gets pushed back in towards the backside of B.
Some great damage being done too, and that was, yeah, I think there was a camera that was being thrown right by Silence that looks up towards middle. It allows the fault line to actually get the hit onto Koala Noob and not allow M80 to get that surprise value here that Koala Noob we were praising him for. Solo plays, not getting a pick, falls back, heavily damaged. It gives a lot of space now for 2G to work with. And there's only a solo player inside the site. Thankfully, there's a camera to start to set things up. To put to put Xander in a position inside the smoke where he's pretty much in a one and done.
Yeah, and the thing about this is they're going to wait until this fault line is recharged, which now it is, and he's going to use this to try to open up the backside of side over towards mid. Net likely will be affected by this, and expect to see Spike dashing up, and Xander steps up, tries to break the timing, doesn't fully work out. Zap caught! Uh-oh, that's good news for Net. Turns this to a 3v2, fast lane out. Still, the battle rages on towards the backside of the site. Trades back and forth. Prize is able to find himself too. Now for the 1v3, does not expect Net, who will save the round for M80 and avoid a 2G bonus coming through.
2 big kills there by Net. Winning that 1 versus 1 against Zap was a great start. You just mentioned the fault line that was just replenished here on the side of the attack that could have been very, very detrimental to M80's attempt to retake that site, and that fault line was up. A very similar setup on a pulse plant that was attempted here for 2G, just like we saw M80 do here on that pistol round, keeping that breach behind enemy lines at that short A side and just line up the fault line whenever it's needed, whenever the action comes out here from the defensive end. And thankfully here, Net winning that one gives a fighting chance for M80, and yeah, we're looking to fight here towards B main.
It's not even just that. This is pressure on B main to see if they can push 2G over to Xander's direction because he's got a judge out, but Silence takes the 1v1 versus Koala Noob and wins it by a bullet, so now this judge is ineffective, and you've got to already hit on the precipice of B. BCJ, Nismo trying to hold. They do a decent job to start. Net is also in position, but 2G clean up M80 flawlessly. Now a chance for the plant, and it's just down to Xander with a judge.
Just makes you think, is there something that they've learned here from this matchup? This is deja vu. Into the silent camera, looking at the top of B main. That spots Koala Noob that gets the sneak behind for the backstab. Instead, you mentioned it, it was what, a judge in the hands of Koala Noob. He's not in a position to play long range. Yes, he avoids the camera, but he still has to be peeked out a little bit more towards that back wall, so it's easy for Silence to just watch that line with the Vandal and get an easy first pick. That just opens up the sight.
Yeah, the judge was in Xander's hands that round. Who's playing towards elbow. So that whole idea, I think, is just M80 are trying to control B main early and saying, hey, you have to go A now. And nope. Silence just steps up, takes a 1v1. So it's a good idea from M80. Try to do something a little bit more creative and, just try to force maybe some of that early contest that we were talking about. But it just doesn't work because Koala Noob drops his 1v1 and 2 games say, all right, well, with him out of the picture, we know B's gonna be wide open because there's no way that he gate crashes back and we have a heavier defense towards Boba. So it's just really good mid-round adaptations knowing the situation at hand.
But again, it's been a position that's been played before here from Koala Noob at that spot towards B main. So despite not having a judge or a Vandal, whatever gun that he has, this is still something that Silence knows of that's been a 1v1 at that very spot. And it just seems that maybe Koala Noob felt that confidence that we'll go through that ring once again, and I'm going to be able to win that best out of 3, at least in the amount of times that we could potentially contest this B main. But it's Silence at the top, on point, once again. Been good at the shots here with the Sheriffs in that thrifty round that they had earlier on, and continues to be a force to be reckoned with, for 2G side. M80 still have yet to find an answer now.
How about this? Silence is going to go to an outlaw, knowing that M80 are on a limited buy. And he's just going to try to play this thing over towards B main, maybe even take it out towards that A link if this eventually becomes an A hit. And it's going to hit hard. He's got enough to obviously afford a full weapon, but this is a bold call and just try to play a counter to knowing M80 are on a limited purchase.
Still very interesting here, Shift, because they threw that smoke at the very beginning where you mentioned Silence with the Outlaw, and he stayed in range to know that Koala Noob move forward, that they have contested the orb, and that he has the ult. And maybe because of these one-way smokes, they're like, oh, well, we picked up an orb, they're contesting it out with the smokes, they're probably going to hit towards the A site. So the audible call now for 2G is to re-hit the B main.
It's going to take time, though. These smokes are, they're persistent, and they are annoying. Silence is going to wait for this to dissipate. It's going to take a while, though. Aldrone will see if there could be a tag first. Doesn't really see too much. Xander gives the shoulder to it. Spycam going to get replaced. No tags there either. This is becoming laborious all of a sudden for 2G, who are now looking to try to open something up through market, knowing that Silence has not been able to even take a shot at anybody. So you've got the time ticking away here. 28 seconds on the clock. 2G trying to make a play through market. First element is good. Now it's down to M80. Can you hold from inside the site? And Xander's save. Not going to line up. Neither does Koala Noob. And 2G are looking good for 12.
Oh, they're missing a little bit of pressure now coming out from M80. Understandable, though, because they have a lower buy. But this should not be easy for BCJ. And net, although BCJ does get that pick on the zap.
And there you have a Thrash. Problem is, you can pick up weapons, you can't pick up armor. And Silence, well, for a second, thought he's going to do it all himself. High-low setup here for Net to deal with. And if you're 2G, you just don't have to change this. There's just nothing he can do to clear this angle besides swinging it. Trying to get something through the wall. Not going to happen. 2G trusts the setup, and it turns into now map point.
Again, the patience displayed by 2G going towards the B main. All 5 of them were just looking for an explosion into this B site because they had the Hunter's Fury with the Aldrone and an overdrive to work with. They clear it out with the Aldrone. Nobody's peeking out here from M80, so you're still questioning where the positions are at. So they pause once again and go for a mid to B split, where because of all the utility that's being used here towards the B main, it seems as though M80 were kind of just hyper-focused to watch towards that spot. And it weakens up the market. It allows Spikes to get an opener, a second kill on top of that, and now there's still money left here for M80.
Overdrive Bucky. Spike is going to get deep. No Diddy. Able to find the first of the overdrive. Chewing up the rest of Hunter's Fury's there. And all of a sudden, 2G's out here saying, what was that Twitter poll? You guys had M80 at like 80+%? Hurt my feelings. 12-5. Plant in the mix. Net and Nismo down to a 2v4.
Yeah, and the rolling thunder from Nismo towards the B side, thinking that a hit was there, and boom! Nobody there to greet them. The spikes towards the H side, And it's a beautiful masterclass round once again by 2G. That Hunter Sphere and Overdrive was supposed to be used on that previous round. They still do it this round. They still get the openers, but they rotate over towards the A side, outplaying M80 on the defense.
And this Cyber Cage with the paranoia behind it. Everything is just turning up in favor of 2G. Nismo, last one left. Guardian, able to get the first, but nothing more. 2G make a statement in map number 1, kicking off this grand finals with some heat.
Sorry, 2G, I was unfamiliar with your game. Maybe it's the 2 game that I have to start learning instead. For them to actually ban now, again, those 2 first maps, Ascent and Lotus, where M80 already looked shaky at the very beginning, at least in their matches against All Knights yesterday. Something they could have learned here going into this series now. 2G just stick to their plan. The maps that they're strong on, the maps that they know that they can fight with, and they start off on Sunset again, where this breaks a little bit the momentum here and the mental here for M80, because you walk into this game into a series where you know how they're going to play the Sunset match, yet you still lose it in a one-sided battle there against 2G. I'm looking forward for the rest of the series now, Chip.
Should be good, because I think the other part about that is 2G win it in a way that is different than how they had beat the M80 the first time around. Icebox awaits for us here again, best of 5. Plenty of time, especially if you're familiar with what M80 did yesterday, but not the greatest of openings as we said to break, and the desk will be back to break us down.
Yesterday's sunset was where M80 started their comeback to make their way into the grand finals, and today might just be the first nail in the coffin as 2G dismantled them on the first map here in the grand finals. Going to sunset, it was an opportunity for M80 to show us what they learned from that last series, but this was a 2G that, Jen, the confidence, the shots, right from the get-go, M80 tried to set a pace. 2G were having none of that. It was all playing on their terms.
Yeah, I thought in this rematch that this was going to be a closer sunset. Just a reminder that it was 13-8 the first time that they faced off in playoffs, and now it's 13-5. 2G just get better. We know they have these strong starts, but something that we hope that M80 were going to learn about was the post plants. They stay on the site, they let themselves get boxed in, and often rely on clutch or kick scenarios, which maybe we just need M80 to heat up a bit more in the microwave, but we'll see. But 2G had very successful retakes, 5 defuses out of the 8-round wins that they had. Out of the 12 defensive rounds that 2G had, they managed to get first bloods in 8 of those. So they were always on the upper foot in the early part of the round.
You're talking about the clutch or kicked. I mean, 2G was definitely kicking them around from multiple different angles as well. These 2G members, the amount of times they were allowed to get these 2-3Ks and just the individual pop-off performances was fantastic. This is a team that didn't need warm-up. They didn't need to, you know, kind of get used to the grand finals. It is a team that was really showing Wyatt that they're ready for this series. They're ready for this grand finals. They're ready for that Ascension spot. And M80 yet again find themselves on a deficit.
Yeah, Jen brought attention to those first kills, and I'm about to do the same. I mean, you can see, given spikes at the top of the scoreboard, we can look that he has 5 of them. 4 of them are with Silence. That duo was just dominating the server. Everyone else was contributing too. It literally looks like yesterday. The only difference was that at the very beginning, I was... you guys heard me. I'm like, hold on. M80, they got the pistol. BCJ, he's going to have his thrash ready for round 3. He had it. They win the bonus on round 3. Oh my God. And then, yeah, it didn't matter. Then from then on out, it looked exactly like yesterday. Their opponent could do no wrong. Every player is hitting every shot. So that's tough. Time to reset and see if we can do what they did yesterday, but this time on map 2 and not wait until map 3.
It's just funny to see 2G take a page out of M80's book to play further back. I mean, look how many blinds that M80 had with the Omen, Yoru, Gecko, Breach. Like, you kind of want to sit back and play for retakes, and 2G just knew how to play their composition. And I wonder if the Neon continues to be the M80 kryptonite, because that's what really killed the M80 yesterday. They had a hard time handling Dante. This could be the same story today.
I mean, there must be multiple kryptonites out in the server then for M80, because where the downfall started, Wyatt, you already talked a little bit more about it, but let's dive back and look at that round 4, because when Silence is allowed to pop off in such a fashion, it's tough going for M80.
Yep, I mean, they're just hitting into the site. He hits 2 shots. This is still winnable. 3v5, net, perfect flank timing, Vandal in hand, beef, and then he dives to Silence. And then from there, Vandal recovered, Silence goes back through link side. The players on site are collapsed upon. If Net just got the 1 kill there and retained that position with the Vandal, even though it was 3 versus 4, M80 are going to win out that situation. Silence wins that round with the 6 share of shots and completely flips the game on its head. Like I was saying before, M80 just converted the bonus because BCJ had already gotten access to the thrash, and the Net popped off himself with a 3K just that round prior to the beef. And so just from there, disaster. Silence was taking over the game, and then once you're on attack and Spike is heating up on Neon, GG.
Yeah, and it's tough too. I mean, we highlighted at the top of the show that Silence was a duelist who also is on other roles, as we got to see the Cypher on this map that could absolutely pop off and change the series. And now, looking at the map 2 in the series with the Icebox, remind you all, some of the other things that we highlighted from 2G was Silence, the aggression from the get-go, and how he was able to pick M80 apart. M80, Jen, this has been a map that for a long time has been quite strong in 2G. It did not look like that up against them, and this is the opportunity now for them to flip that script, try and take it here, but we'll have to see if that 7-hour chat they had after that loss we'll have any results on this.
Yeah, M80 are dumping every hour they can into fixing, perfecting, and hoping to execute. They go to Icebox. They had a good time against All Knights yesterday, 13-5. They play this without a duelist. It's off of just, again, very flash-heavy play with this team with the KO, the Gecko, and of course, Koala Noob now is going to be on the Omen. So they're flexible enough to change different roles and to deal with whatever duelist is on the other side. But how will they handle Silence on the Jet now that he had an MVP-like performance on his Sentinel, and now he gets to play some offense? So I'm excited for this Icebox.
I mean, you're talking about the composition for M80, and with Silence being able to consistently get that first blood, stick around on the site, and not let M80 play into the strength of being able to utilize all of that util consistently. That same composition that has done them so well throughout this one was ultimately their downfall. I doubt at this point in the competition we see composition changes.
No.
So I think a lot of it is just how they go to approach this. And when you have a fragging Jet on the opposing end, that's a little tough.
Yeah, if Silence can recreate what he did last time against M80, which, by the way, dealt them their second loss on the map in 2 years. M80 are 14-2 on the map all time, and they've never played with a duelist. It has always been non-duelist comps. So they really have mastered this map, at least to some extent, right? It's always been a home map for them, but it's a must-win in my mind when we're looking at the rest of the pool in this series. It's not going to get any easier. They have Bind at the very end, which they permaban. Hey, Icebox is a must-win for them in my mind, and it's a map where they certainly can win. We saw Nismo yesterday just crushed All Knights in that series. Crushed them. What did he go, like 24 for 9? So look, they've got to bounce back here. I think if they don't, I mean, listen, funny to say after yesterday's game, but I think it would be too little too late if they can't take this map.
And this is going to be...
Lightning can strike twice?
I think it's going to strike hard for sure when it comes to 2G, because they picked offense first, so they can dictate the pace. They know they have M80 in an awkward spot. They beat them down harder than they did last time on Sunset. I think 2G have made huge improvements. I mean, talk about the turnaround from the last week of group stage to the first match of playoffs, going from losing to winning against M80. You got to be careful of 2G's offense off of this Jet and how M80 are going to try to mitigate that pressure. Are M80 going to want to stay on the site? Are they going to give it up and play for retakes? It's going to be about mind games. Without that duelist for M80, it's going to be about the util. And M80 is one of the best they're one of the best when it comes to those initiators.
Or when they're warmed up and ready to go. I think if this was third in the series, that we see a very different Icebox. But this is where we have to see the mentals for M80 coming in strong, being able to just turn that switch on and be able to bounce back now. I don't think a loss on Icebox, in my opinion, is all done and dusted for M80, but I do think it looks absolutely dire. And for 2G to have that victory that they had on Sunset, we're talking about momentum for the teams and how it's important that M80 gets it. I think winning Sunset in this entire best of 5 was that momentum needed to be able to try and snowball these early rounds and force M80 into that very uncomfortable position of, well, you better turn up or you're about to get this upset. So it's already with that 13-5 on Sunset looking really strong here, Jen, for this 2G end. And I mean, the Spike, the Silence, you can talk about every one of these members. They have shown us this depth and complexity through the tournament that they can fire on all cylinders at any point.
Yeah, and since 2G play with only one smoke, they only play with the Viper, they don't have the double smoke with the Omen the way that M80 do, it's going to be about using the Sova from Zap to really flesh out these important power positions around the site, where yellow box on the left side of the map, or just the different nooks and crannies on the right side of the map. So a lot of weight on Zap's shoulders to really convert the value of Sova here, and to kind of figure out the tempo that M80 are playing at with the Viper walls, with the smokes that Koala Noob has, and how 2G can strike early and strike fast.
I mean, you're talking about Zap, and Zap was somebody Wyatt at the beginning of the day was highlighted, and Zap also had a great series last map as well. Some of these skills, phenomenal. So if we're looking for that impact, he's already proven on the day he is showing up. He just has to carry that through now to Icebox.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, listen, looks like everyone It's just like yesterday with All Knights, everybody's showing up so far. M80, nothing really to write home about individually. Nismo on this map, though, is the one map in the M80 pool where he is unleashed. You know, we forget a little bit how strong of an individual fragging player he is because he's not on that hard flex playing Raze kind of classic role in Valorant. He's just locked in on Breach. Aside from this map, where he plays the KO and plays sometimes for others, throwing pop flashes. They have a lot of little plays where Koala Noob, for instance, will teleport across to back yellow when they're executing on B. He'll pop flash for Koala. There are moments where he sets up, but there are a lot of moments where he's playing the KO intentionally, very selfishly, to put himself in position to get kills, flashing past their Viper wall, past the dark covers that their Omen Koala Noob will be putting down, and taking fights himself. You have to be looking for him to step up and start driving their team to some round wins.
I'm glad you brought up the KO because this is something new for 2G. Only the last 3 matches have they really used the KO and even a jet. Previously, they kind of 2G adapted a similar comp to M80 of not playing a duelist and playing heavy initiators, and now they don't play the Gecko at all. So a lot of important information comes out of that Sova, but also anti-utility with that KO. And I think a lot rides on Silence and his performance, which I don't think we really have to doubt based on how many first bloods and just how many rounds were started off on a good foot on 2G side.
I mean, M80, though, we're talking about, I mean, that dismantling done by a Neon over on Sunset. And if we're talking about how rough of a start the series was yesterday due to Dante's hands on that Neon, it was a Neon that later on in the series that we did see the individual members of M80 come up and stop, showcasing that these aggressive duelists that do have the firepower to back up that talk, they do have the individual skill to be taking them down. Koala Noobs down their duelists a couple of times. And we can see maybe the same here on Icebox, and I think we absolutely need that. We need to be able to see kind of these different members of M80 go toe-to-toe with Silence here, and I think that's going to be key, because I think if Silence is consistently allowed to be getting these first bloods, consistently winning out on these duels, Wyatt's going to look rough.
Definitely, and that is one of the very obvious fundamental differences with 2G, their roster, as opposed to All Knights, who M80 defeated yesterday. There is clearly a difference with All Knights when Dante Deus is not playing Neon. His other duelists do not look as good as his Neon, and when he wasn't on Neon, Koala Noob took over the server. However, with 2G, they have 2 players that can round out playing all of the duelists in God mode. Spike will play the Neon, and when the Jet and the Raze are needed, Silence will play in God mode. Totally different story than what M80 had to deal with All Knights yesterday. There's just a totally, it's a different echelon of firepower on this team. They're more well-rounded. The players have more flexibility with their agent pools.
And for M80, it's weird because they've admitted they just forget how to play the game. They go on autopilot. They make stupid mistakes. You kind of pointed out some of it in your clip that you pulled earlier. And at what point does M80 get online? Because yesterday it was map 3. If it was a best of 3, they wouldn't be here. So is it going to take an M80 O2 backs against the wall for them to kind of wake up and smell the coffee? Or is it going to be a sweep in 2G's favor? Because that was a dominant showing from 2G's side to improve that much on Sunset. But Icebox is M80's arena, and we'll see how this boils down.
We're talking about the grand finals of Ascension. Winner moving on into partnership. See them in VCT Americas next year. You're talking about those mistakes, those little mistakes that have plagued them, and they need to be cleaned up right about now. You've made it through the groups. You've made it through playoffs. There is absolutely no second chances. And with Icebox ahead, and how badly of a beating they took last time from 2G, it is an opportunity to showcase that you have that ability to be able to learn from those mistakes, to be able to adapt, overcome, be able to close this out, and try and push this best of 5 to the absolute limit. And 2G have shown us through this upper bracket that they are not a foe to be messing around with. If you make that little mistake, you're not going to have the opportunity to really be able to try and fix it in that moment, Wyatt. They are so good at that instant punish. and that's dangerous for this M80 that haven't woken up yet on today.
Definitely. I think the map pool is really of the utmost importance here, and I really do think that Icebox is a must-win for M80. It is the only map in the pool that I look at and I give them the edge. They have historically been fantastic on this map. 2Game has been a bit more inconsistent. They beat M80 last time, but they've lost it to their Brazilian rivals Galores a number of times in the past. So I have to favor M80 here on this map if they're going to be in good form. But if they're going to be in that same poor form, lose their pick here, they have to win Abyss, which 2Game are sick on, Haven, which 2Game are sick on, and Bind, which they permaban. So this is a must-win to me. And maybe they'll make me eat my words and do the same crazy comeback yesterday.
I mean, getting into the Blacklight Agent Select at this point, there's not necessarily many surprises. What we have to see is who's going to be showing up on the day. You have set the stakes for Icebox. That momentum and the uncertainty of the map pool going on forward. M80, this is where we need to see that turnaround. The map that they were so dominant on, feared on throughout the season, and 2Game showing they do not have that fear. They're willing to go toe-to-toe with you. This Star Jet, everyone else able to step up at any capability. M80, it's time to show what they're made of, and if not, 2G are going to be up 2 in these series. It's time to head on over to Icebox for map number 2 and head on back to our casters, Vansili and Shift.
Yeah, thank you, friends. Vansili, I think we need to take a moment here and actually do a little bit of damage to Wyatt's ego. I know at the beginning of the show he was saying he hates to see duelist head-to-head stats. Well, the good news is there's not a second one to go up against, but the problem is the whole talking point relies upon what Silence could do. He was a first blood machine, an off-kill machine. He was everywhere when they played this matchup last time around.
Yeah, he got so many opportunities, even Bladestorms and Ops, to get behind M80's positioning, especially in these pulse plant scenarios. And when he was playing a defensive side, that really threw M80 for a loop. So I'm actually going to throw up my copium to start, right? We had a slow start for M80 to kick things off on Sunset. They got dismantled 5-3. It's a similar start as what they had against All Night yesterday, where they totaled 7 rounds in 2 maps. So thankfully, at least in the first map, they already got 5. So already past the halfway mark. It can only go up from there. And secondly, where M80 started to pop off was actually on Icebox 2, where they started to bring it back. Now it's our second map of this series. There's a big chance here to turn this into a 1-1 in the score on the scoreline. But to get back to your point here, Shift, you were mentioning how Silence is so good on his Jet, on his duelist role, but I think once again it's the preparation around how they were working the macro around M80 was so nice. Remember the piss around too, when 2Game was starting off on the defensive side. They basically read how M80 would start the attack with the pop flash through the smoke and just fight back to contest towards B main. And maybe this time is a point here where 2G wants to start on the attack, so you don't go into those same mind games as before. 2G now has a chance to take the attack, to dictate the pace on their side, and just to make sure that they could smother M80 with Silence being the spearhead at the front here to get these openings, as all of 2G are starting the pistol round on their attack side, and M80 has 4 to greet them.
Not sure if the Observer is throwing some subliminal messaging, but Net is the one player who's trying to ascend twice. So how about an opportunity here as the defense will step forward beyond the overall rope platform, and that'll be enough for a very clean 3-for-1 exchange, Net being part of the picture.
Yeah, just orb already stacked up in that spot. Red.
Bot coming back.
Now 2 players.
Looks like my co-commentator and Vansili may have disconnected from our call here, so
I'm back now. Yeah, somehow everything froze.
Okay.
Gotta love that. Gotta love that.
Well, I promise you this, friends, that the breakdown was perfect, as it often is. So
thank you.
We'll be back into this here in a moment. We'll let Vans have a spark note moment here as soon as this fades away, as Luis will be in a pretty impossible situation, 1v4, but has been able to salvage at least something out of this round with the spike plant. Maybe a chance to play off of his own wall for some isolation. Screen will drop. He sees two contestants over towards yellow. Excuse me? And no, the snake bite may have made things a bit of a mess. Nismo has to step off as soon as he gets to halfway, and M80 will take the pistol.
Yeah, and you see that backing off is like, wait, I'm not getting hit by this. So, and they're actually just trying to decide who they want to give the ult points to as soon as possible, because now Xander gets 2 kills, would be able to get some sort of defuse, but it's Nismo that's going to pick it up after all, because yesterday as well against All Knights, Nismo was able to get 3 null command right into the first half, and he was activated on that map. And the KO null command added so much value here on how they wanted to take the attack side on their A side takes. So this could be a potential good idea here for Nismo to activate these on the defensive side with the flood retakes that they could do here on the side of M80.
Yeah, and that's the big key, right? We kind of talked about this a little bit on Sunset, not just, of course, in the previous map, but also in their previous matchup. But the same thing exists here. When you have no duelist, yeah, the whole idea is get your utility, define effectiveness, run through it, find success. And now all of a sudden, M80 are looking to still keep the aggressive pedal down, just making sure that 2G don't even get a chance to execute. So it's looking for first contact here for M80 early in this defense, for hopefully just an angle-based first blood, and then you make this retake if you have to do it that much easier because you've got the numbers.
Yeah, just a simple thing there that you have to bring into your games here, chat. Just make sure that somebody's going to break that dart. That was big there for Quality to be able to get the opener. And now for M80 to flood back in the A site.
Yeah, and that's another thing to keep an eye on as well. You know, we kind of talked about this when we were casting over this matchup the last time around. Silence getting over towards the top side of A rafters was an issue. This time M80 not allowing any sort of dashing or flashing behind the spike site. So again, it's this level of we're putting together an aggressive front line as soon as the barriers drop. Now, if we do get that numbers advantage, let's just make sure no one dives through us, so that way, again, we have got a more successful attempt at retaking. Again, this is early, friends. It's just a pistol and an anti-eco round, but if those mentalities stay strong and true to the rest of this half, that would be a brilliant adjustment in my mind for M80 dealing with a thing that really thwarted them when they played 2G a couple days ago.
100%. You can definitely see even in my tone of voice now, seeing that M80 is able to convert a pistol round and anti-eco to a 2-0 point, maybe winning the bonus. I'm not going to get excited about it yet, because 2G could definitely turn it around. So going to the map 3, though, into round number 3 rather, M80 are not going for that full aggressive focus back towards the A side, and now a little bit of a change of pace from 2G as well. Instead of going for a recon dart, it's a knife just to make sure that it can be potentially unbreakable, and you scan how many players are close, and they only spot Koala Noob.
It's one of those things of just, you know, do your homework before you jump into the fray, and that is an owl drone on one side, a knife on the other. So now you have the opportunity to still possibly use things like this recon dart for Zap. Quality up top goes completely unchecked, able to take 2, but he does not get away. It's an even trade, and then the numbers for 2G will allow them on for a plant.
And again, another one of those moments where you're bringing in your bonus drop from M80, so you respect these one-and-done positions where, again, the beginning of the round, the knife actually hit Koala Noob. That should have been something that they checked here on the left side, but he stayed tucked in towards the pipes. It's hard for them to get the angle, and then he gets a beautiful 2K and a chance here for M80 to take this site back, because Spike is actually very low on HP.
Oh, the Bosch doesn't get bullied in the corner. Zap is still holding strong, and whoa, he's able to find all 3! So another moment where 2G are allowed to hold an angle, and they make good use of it. We saw it a couple of times in Sunset. Luis in particular, a couple of moments where he was able to put together 2 or 3 in a row, and this time it's Zap to get us kicked off to stop the bonus of M80.
Yeah, you can see how that one molly that missed, everybody was still focused to fight towards the front, because like nobody's going to swing on the back of dice. So that one piece of utility that was missed here from M80 became a huge round for Zap, who continues to be ultra vocal in these multi-rounds that he's getting here so far in this series, because he hasn't been active in all of the rounds because all of these kills are stolen by Luis or by Silence, but when he needs to step up, man, he's getting multi-kills after multi-kills this series so far.
And this is something that we had seen from M80 a lot on their Icebox in their region of North America during Challengers. You double stack with Xander playing off of Koala Noob, op is in hand. You had the early knife as well. So you're able to at least communicate that there were a couple of members playing over towards A. But here we go. Here's a different look for 2G. Little pop flash through the poison cloud. Nisbo's still decent for one. Koala misses his opener. But the trade from Xander is decent. Follow-up flash comes through. That's just to create space. And Spikes will be left here kind of hoping he finds timing because he's stuck with the spike at the moment.
Has to come down to this fight towards A main. If Prizey can open things up, and I love at least that M80's closing that gap because Spike is stuck there. They wanted to at least activate on that side. Prizey even loses his fight towards the A side, and all these duels back in favor of M80. A nice little play towards the end for BCG for the last kill, but overall, it almost looked like from the setup that it was a very weak side towards A. You saw that net was being set up all the way towards the back, so if you watch into the tube, if players are lurking up, the turret's going to guarantee if they're actually committed past that. There's an alarm bot watching middle, so for M80, actually they had two spots for a weak side where Nisbo got killed and also where they were weak side on A because they wanted to play the Thrash retake. So it was still a great start from M80 for 2G to come through that smoke and get that first blood onto Nismo. But you saw the other two holding back towards that B main, able to trade it out and contest those extremities where 2G cannot take advantage of.
No, exactly the case. And I do have to agree with you. I think 2G trying to play through tube instead of through either B or A main in the face of that Thrash is actually pretty, I think, keen towards being able to get yourself a potentially deep post plant. This time, though, knives are exchanged early. Opening shot from Koala Noob misses. Follow-up is decent, but Zap is there with the trade with the Guardian. Hunter's Fury now they're ready for Zap. VCJ stuck right in front of the spike site. Fragment about to fade away. VCJ left with just Wingman and a Thrash. He gets caught. Will now obviously be able to use it, but as silence will drop, now the round becomes a little bit more plausible for M80 to put together, especially with the spike on the ground. Long-range angles also coming through decently, but Zap, a little more magic for you. Swaps over after the double from the Guardian. Now has the Vandal. He's collected the spike. He sees that up top, and Zap will pull a 1v3. Blacklight Thrifty. Not like that.
Another multi-kill for Zap, highlighted by the desk as an IGL, as the one making the calls, but this time also fragging for the team. And they've mentioned it during the group stages. We've seen it during the group stages. He's been so loud and vocal until 2G started losing here this series where they almost didn't make it through the group stages. It had to come down to All Knights beating TSM for them to get second breath into the playoffs. And now he has all the confidence to step up once again and be as loud as he could be because he is making this happen for 2G.
Oh boy. How does that quote go? Special teams, special plays, special players. And that may be the difference maker today. Nismo, first blood good. Backs off. Koala Noob is going to be left to stay deep. The knife is in a good spot, and Koala Noob is going to line up a couple. Okay, Paranoia to follow. They know Zap is nearby, and surely he doesn't pull this one off, although I won't rule him out of the picture considering what he's done so far today.
And as an IGL, you have the game sense, right? So there's a possibility here that you could have and contest some sort of opening. Because look at him walk back towards middle. There is actually two players watching it, but very passively for net. First contact, it is going to be Xander. And then you can actually swing right away after. And the recon art gives a tell here that Zap was contested a little bit further back, and that push moves forward towards the belt. And that's how you isolate fights.
Yeah.
And finally here, Xander closes in.
Yeah, not bad at all. And I love that M80 just don't cower after the play comes through. Again, we talked about some of the things that they may be trying to do here defensively compared to the last time they played 2G. A lot of it was back out of the site, play 5v5 retakes. We've got all this utility. Pop open a wall, throw all your flashes, dive on in. That did not work particularly well versus 2Game because they were playing so far aggressive that that utility was just being counteracted by the dynamic positions they were holding. So this time around, they're trying to stay aggressive, contest them in the first 30 seconds. At worst, you're dealing with what, like 3v3 situations if they do end up allowing a plant to come through? That's still fine because you hold the advantage in terms of retake utility. So I love the mentality shift here from M80. Let's see how long 2Games still get spoiled by this.
Yeah. And I'm still okay with 2G continuing to contest towards the A side to kick things off because M80 are being very proactive of where they're trying to place Noob with the op at the very beginning. So sometimes it's opting towards B main, sometimes towards A main. So they just want to make sure, especially when you're adding that pressure back towards the wall, back towards the front side of the A site, you force the Viper wall to come up, you gain some space, you can control the orb, and maybe you're seeing a little bit of lack of how can I say it? M80 pushing a little bit too much, and then get punished out of that, right? So
overheating,
lack of discipline is what I'm trying to look for here. So that might work in that sense. But with this timeout now, with not contesting towards the B side, maybe now with the Aldrone, you can start figuring out here how they're holding the defaults now for the defensive side for M80.
Yeah, the other thing though, I think for 2Game that you have to keep in mind is, hey, you may have to be facing up against this operator still, which is something that makes 100%. That B-long play very difficult to deal with. Now, it won't be in play here. The finances are not healthy enough for it, but it's going to be a save regardless for 2G. Pistol upgrades, Hero Vandal, plus the knives. You also have Viper's Pit, Null Command, Hunter's Fury. There's a lot of potency still, just based off the ultimates that they can use, pending that they do find a way to get the plant down.
And now this is an important timeout to call because you may start investing these ults around the Hero Rifle, around the Blade Storm here. And that early Aldrone, and now the nice spots 3.
M80, good for the first. Follow Paranoia though, decent Noob. Yep, that will be enough to put them in the blender. And nowhere to go for 2G. So they tried to get aggressive down B, but that's the problem. I think in particular when you try to fight up against this M80 squad that's so keen at playing those long angles from yellow through green, you're going to have to hopefully hit shots, and that time M80 just catch you by surprise.
Yeah, especially when you're missing some utility being used on the EA side. The call out from Orzander on net on the defensive side, at least on the EA side, net saying I'm not being contested anywhere. Let's try to see here, because of that early Aldrone, because we heard the Blade Storm, there's a potential lean towards B. So all the rotate comes in from M80, and that's a nice little flash that came through from Koala Noob just to counteract the setup that 2G was about to do here with their ults.
Oh, Koala Noob.
My God.
Decent timing. Gets aggressive, goes 1 for 1. Importantly, that silence that is down. So their ability to get deep on towards site has now been limited pretty dramatically. The other side of that, though, is that's your only smoke player if you're M80. So they're likely going to have to play off of some pretty raw contact here, you'd think. And they're going to try to maybe pop flash something over through mid. Poison Cloud is up. They're going to push through this. Timing? Not going to work out. Bryce is going to get the read and stay safe away from it.
Yeah, double flash too, and that's going to call the pivot, especially with a knife being thrown towards yellow. B site is now out in the open for 2G to take. But this is going to be an exchange of ults here. Null commands are going to come in from both sides. Eventually, when that ends, there's a pit that should come up from Luis, which would activate the Thrash, which would activate the Hunter's Fury. We'll see what happens now.
Yeah, the Null command actually pushes him back pretty convincingly. So a Viper's Pit is kind of out of the picture now for Luis. Maybe there's one encounter here for the defense to try to play it off. Retake, Luis stepping forward! What in the heavens? He just steps right past yellow. The Hunter's Fury maybe allows him some isolation. Takes a couple with him. Bryzy trying to deny the wingman who's getting to work. And oh, it's business hours for BCJ and the wingman. The defuse comes through and M80 continue to put together some score.
And that slight pause gives a chance here for M80 to recollect how they can win this war of attrition between the ultimates, because I've mentioned that Thrash that's being pulled out, by BCJ activates the Hunter's Fury, which would then cancel the Thrash. But then that allows for you to get a Null command out if you actually want to bring it to your side for M80, if it gets to that moment where you're not able to win that aggressive fight here back towards control of yellow, back towards the control of B main. And thankfully here on that 2 versus 2, make that even a 3 versus 2 because they had a Thrash on top of that for M80 to throw and stick the defuse so the last 2 players here, BCJ and Net, could just set the pendulum swings for the trades and for the victory in the round. And immediately we go into a tech pause.
Yeah. M80 trying to stir up the crowd just a touch. Smiles all around. And it's been a heck of a start. Exactly what the doctor ordered, I'll tell you that much, in terms of prescribing the remedy for all the faults that happened in map number 1. I hate to say it, but it was a pretty embarrassing feat as 2G was just all over it. So this tech pause maybe slows down the momentum in the game, but M80's trying to stir up whatever they can out of the local crowd in Monterey.
Stirring the pot, at least on the defensive side, is actually something that M80 is doing quite well so far. And how aggressive they were on stacks on the A side from the pistol round. And then, again, since this pause that came through from 2G, the timeout that was called 2 rounds ago. There's been a lot more lean from 2G to try to explore this B side to see if they could overtake that. But what has M80 been doing? One was a counter flash into the ults about to get set up here for a 2-game to take. And the second round is such an aggressive TP coming in from Kuala Lumpur back towards the main, the garage, where that's for sure going to get hurt. And you saw Spike was ready for it. He had the crosshair placement. You just had to win your duel, but that's just a high-risk, high-reward play there by Kuala Lumpur that ends up being a key factor, because it goes into that duelist versus duelist matchup that Kuala Lumpur won, playing as an Omen this time around, and makes it a lot harder here for 2G to really create that space. Because remember, Wyatt was mentioned at the desk. One thing that Spike was doing very well here on this side of 2G is pop flashing through the alternating smokes that was being thrown by Xander and by Kuala Lumpur, so that Silence could actually gain that space that was needed. But he's down, which then means those one-way smokes are going to be so hard to deal with in the long run.
Oh, big time. And, you know, the other part about that last round is how important is the fact that null commands that get exchanged put the Viper's Pit out of commission. Because I think 2Game are literally thinking, hey, we can at least trade out things over towards A. We avoid the play through mid. Maybe there's a chance, or pardon me, towards B. You then have a chance maybe get the spike down with the ability to Viper's Pit it. Especially with no smokes, no paranoias, like it gives you a little bit more post-plant security, but not allowed because of the timing of the null command. So coming off this tech pause should be interesting, I think, just to see how 2Game adjust, because M80, similarly so to what they faced in map number 1, have now created multiple issues for this 2Game offense to have to consider. At the get-go, are we going to get pushed at? We have to spend something, usually a knife, maybe even a recon dart. We have to make sure we're staying safe when the barriers drop. But then beyond that, we're already limited in terms of what we have in terms of executable utility, especially in the face of M80's resilient defensive presence with this comp. How do we get this plant down and then set up a good post plant? Because that's been, I think, the biggest question for 2Game in their offense in their region. They've been better at it here at this particular event, but it still seems to be kind of a question for them, especially in this matchup here today.
Yeah, especially for M80, it almost looks like when you're looking at how the state of these rounds have been going through, that M80 seems to be wanting to play retakes, right? But it's not necessarily the case. It's just your weak side on one end because you actually want to add more pressure towards another. So despite Kuala Lumpur TPing towards B main, you still saw in the mid round that double flash that came through from the Dizzy and the KO. So they do want to contest some areas here so that they could isolate really 2G in these post plant scenarios. And even in other sides too, when you're fighting behind the Viper wall and 2G is about to activate, they're actually pushing in to fight back when they have the right amount of numbers here for M80 as well. It's not, hey, let's let them plant, we'll deny the plant with our utility and then just fight back into even gunfights. They actually do just want to fight before 2G has a chance to even set up if they're already there and ready to contest.
Well, we could break this down in a multitude of ways, but we're going to have to wait to see how the action moves as we continue to wait for the pause to lift. And I think just generally, you know, this doesn't really necessarily favor or I think hurt anyone in particular. They're used to it at this point. It's been an event that has seen many tech pauses, so this isn't anything new. So I'm sure the protocols are in place, but like, hey, when this happens, you know, hey, let's just try to keep our cool. You saw, I think, on one side, we were trying to stir up the crowd, keep the energy going on their side, where on the other point, 2G, deep breaths, small meditative moments, just try to keep cool and know that this map is far from over, even though the start hasn't been anything particularly graceful for them compared to the last map.
100%. And for M80 to hype up the crowd and being in this position where, again, this is such an important game for M80 that if they lose this one against 2G, that's another year of work that goes down the drain to not be able to ascend here to partnership. And that is going to sting a lot more. Usually, this is going to give a lot of pressure right now for a team like M80, especially when you got this mantle there on that first map. When you look back at how things started against the Guard last year, they actually won their first map 13-11 and then ended up losing 1-3 over the Guard that ascended the Guard into partnership. This time around, they're already starting at the losing end, yet they're still staying calm and cool because they know what to do in these scenarios. They know how to fight from behind. They've already had the experience of fighting from behind, just like they did against All Night yesterday. Again, when it was a 2-0 lead in terms of a series for All Nights that M80 was able to turn back in their favor. For 2G, though, this is the first time that they're making it to the grand final stage. The first time that they're actually playing a BO5. So getting the first map under their belt with a convincing win of a 13-5 scoreline on Sunset, that gives you a lot of confidence to say, hey, we actually could do this. We had 3 different opportunities that we made through to this moment, not thanks to us, but thanks to other people. So let's just make sure it doesn't go to waste. And so far, they haven't wasted that opportunity in the first map of this series. This time around, I still think that it's a little bit too early on Icebox for them to decide if it's like, oh crap, we're running out of ideas, because they have been, again, pressuring the A side a lot more at the very beginning, and now only just starting to prod towards B. That said, if you're able to muster a little bit up here, muster a little bit of rounds coming in on your attack side to even 3 or 4, you're still going to be looking pretty comfortable here on your defensive side, because you could put a lot of responsibility onto Silence again, as does Jet, where he could lock down that one side of the map, and he could do that quite well.
If he gets the operator, though, I think that's the biggest part about it, right? Like
100%.
That becomes the flex weapon, and one of the reasons that, you know, again, this 2-game esports squad was able to best M80 last time around. I mean, it was an unbelievable individual performance from Silence. On the offensive side, he was finding value, getting deep in towards the sites. But yeah, defensively, the operator in hand, he wasn't missing. 7, I think, or 8 kills that he was able to put together of his 25 total. So good stuff there in terms of what you could trust. Now, again, the other part about this is, hey, if you're 2G, you're on a bit of a limited buy here. So if you go down 7-2, it's not the end of the world, but you've got to hopefully come out and put something together to start creating some new trends and patterns that M80 will have to deal with, because once again, we're getting aggressive. This time it's down middle, and Nismo will find one through Tube, leaving the Viper's Pit and Net and the Killjoy to deal with the rest of the hit coming over towards A.
I was just about to say, how did Luis sneak through all of that? But now the Pit comes out aggressively on the defensive side for M80. They're wrapping from behind, but there's still players there from M80, so that's going to stop any type of surprises or shenanigans coming out until this happens, though.
Silence, little parkour on top of 410. Able to put together an elimination. The Killjoy will be able to detain, though, off of the lockdown. No follow-up going to be here for M80, but I think most importantly, they hold the site, and of course, with that, now they hold advantage over the top of the spike, which has been left over towards the left side of the A site. There it is in the picture-in-picture. Viper's Pit has also been reaffirmed as a major defensive threat.
Right now, at least for 2G, though, they've done a great job doing this econ damage in this half buy that they've brought. Zap again with another hero rifle coming through, but they've expended 2 ults on the defensive side to try to win this round. This is actually quite good for 2G in the long run of this half.
Wait.
Till Zap, yeah, okay. Not this
Zap's
time.
still alive. Hold on a
second. Not this time.
Not this time. But you're right. I mean, again, it's, you know, in terms of the weaponry, the economy is not going to be hampered too much. Just simply due to the fact that, again, everyone was over about 3-4K. But like you mentioned, the ultimates that are spent definitely opened the door a touch in terms of 2G coming back into this next buy round, and they will talk about it, knowing that this round right here can set this whole second quarter of this half into motion for them.
And now there's already another tactical pause. So I'm assuming, if I'm not mistaken, this is their second and only one that was left. So they're going to use this right now. And I think it's just an opportunity for them to maybe think that, okay, well, they've used a lockdown and they've used a Viper's Pit on M80 side. There's an opportunity for us now to work around that map a little bit more. I think this is a timeout that's being called here by both Phasor and Yushi that says, hey, in these 5-on-5 scenarios where we finally have economy to work with, and especially that Luis was able to sneak through down towards middle, there's an opportunity for us to default here and really pull these rotates out and maybe win the round now for 2G.
Yeah.
And that for me also shows for 2G that they're putting a lot of confidence in winning the defensive side. So you're just trying to scrap this 3rd or 4th round, maybe even 5th round if you can here on your attack side, and you should still be sitting comfortably for 2-game.
Well, I don't know if we can lay out any more conditions here, Vanzilli. We've covered it all, it feels like. Attack pause will wrap, and we will jump back into round 10. Again, a key one here. Offensive lockdown at the ready. Offensive Viper's Pit at the ready. Those two in combination of each other feel like it should just be a round winner. But what does M80 have in store for us over towards B? A double stack up inside the cubby. Dark cover to block part of this angle. The only question will be, does 2G even bother with this play through green? And they're going to use an owl drone instead, so these players at Cubby will have to get rid of their presence, at least for now.
Yeah, and it gets shot quite early too, where the owl drone didn't give a chance to look into the Cubby. So right now for M80, they reinsert Kuala in that spot. But with the knife that only spotted BCJ in the very beginning, that is the call now for 2G to maybe think that M80 are playing a little bit more anchored up towards the B side.
Yeah. There's also the ability here, if M80 do give up on this presence through green, yeah, they can use it from the shadows and they see it. Whoa. That's an important setup in terms of knowing that the hit is on the way. Lockdown will be spent first. 2G will use this to plant. Viper's Pit, you would assume, would come afterwards to try to get themselves some advantage on the post-plant setup. There it is. Viper's Pit placed. Nano Swarm doing a little bit of chip damage. Not a ton, but a little. And that will be enough now for the retake to start coming through. Good reveal! Oh, the timing of the recon vault is chef's kiss. Koala trying to work his way on the backside of the pit. Him and Koala Noob doing this without any flashes. One smoke available. Pardon me? Does he get it more? He's looking for it. Koala Noob turns that into a second. Luis, back of the side, not going to get seen, and 2G will take the round.
And now we're seeing a lot of value coming out from the IGL Zap, not only in the fragging department, but into the utility as well. You talked about the beautiful timing, too, that came through and ping 3 players trying to flood back in. Another one of those moments where M80 wanted to continue to dictate the pace, where they don't want to give a chance here for 2G to set up as soon as the spike gets planted. No utilities coming through. I feel like even for the defensive retake, they just wanted to drop inside the pit all the way back towards Dice and fight back against 2G. But that puts a wrench in the plans for sure. And that timeout becomes a nice conversion for 2G.
Yep.
Although they expended 2 of their ults for that one too, and now BCJ has a thrash of his own here for them to play with on the defensive side for M80.
It's a deeper knife thrown this time for 2G towards A. They do scout out 2 players. Koala Noob, most importantly, with the operator in hand. 2G are stepping away from it. Whether they know he's got the op or not is outside of the picture. Defensive knife. That's going to reveal just about everything. So that's enough for Nismo to say, I need some help here, boys. And more importantly, not only is he going to get some good help, he's going to get a little bit of a lurk through Net, who may be able to hear a cross rotation back to A.
This is important here for Net not to overextend, though, because he dies. That's a full A-side open.
No.
He loses the fight.
Standing ahead.
Look at the instant pivot now for 2G. All of M80 were focused here to just fight back towards the B main. You needed that play to just stay alive and just to watch the cross back towards A. Now, yes, despite them booking it towards the A side, there's still only 1 player, but it's still Nismo.
Yeah,
he's been on fire at this point before.
Really good from this knife to reveal 3. There's a moment of concern because of the delayed nature of this hit that there may be a reroute back to B. Fragment's also very well placed. Nismo almost combines the damage out of the rifle to secure an elimination, but it's Xander through mid. Deal with the lurk of Zap in the first place. Nismo goes 1 for 1. BCJ has the thrash on the field. That's going to detain. On the hunt is Xander. Finds his 3rd in the round. Looking for 4, but Spike is doing the same. He's going to be able to get this down. Paranoia is going to cut across, but he doesn't care if he's nearsighted in this corner, but it doesn't make a difference. Koala Noob sees the Spike down, spams him through the boxes, and M80 will get their aid.
And that round was saved by Nismo from beginning to the end. The first knife going towards B main, it actually does hit Luis. It nullifies the wall. They can't pull it up. It allows Nismo and Koala Noob to set up a defensive line. Another smoke being thrown towards yellow. And then when Net dies, Nismo gets a second knife that detains 3 players, or not detains, but disables 3 players where they can't use util on a hit, which then gives enough chance here, enough time for M80 to come back and fight, especially when those 3 guys are hit by the knife. You're starting to feel like you have to activate towards middle. It gives a chance there for Xander to win his 1v1 at that spot. And for Koala to close it in. M80 now in the lead by 5. And 2G, last round here of the half. Release has 2 ults and rifles, a couple of rifles to work with, and they want to go quick towards this B main.
Owl drone trying to scout things out. M80 looking to possibly break the timing. Knives are out, and they're going to reset. Silence simply gets 2. Updrafting away. Quality in trouble. Oh, the aim is scattering on both sides, but Spike will save the day. Again, this is a bit of an eco here from 2G, and they're finding extreme value. Just down to Xander.
Spike planted.
It's a
Got all that
1v4
done without the rifles.
He's got himself a very tricky spot, and he's stuck in a corner. There's just no way he gets a go at this.
He's going to have to. It's the last round. And I think 2G knows here that Xander, to what he's done to their compatriots over at Galoris, they do not want to overextend. So it just comes down to the protocols. As soon as he passes Spike, hello, 4 players to peek, 4 players to spam, and Pricey to claim that kill.
Yeah.
Allowing here to narrow the gap on the first half.
Yeah, and I was thinking both teams, I think, are going to be pretty okay with the result of this first half. I think with how it starts, you start to look at M80 saying, all right, they're right back into the mix. It feels a lot like yesterday. On the other side, though, good stuff after the pause for 2G, kind of shifting some patterns and trends at the end of the half towards their favor. And being able to salvage 4 is not the worst news in the world. I think it would be a little bit of miss in terms of if you said, hey, 8-4 on your offensive half, are you okay with that? You know, maybe they would have liked more overall, especially considering how they played it the last time around. But considering how the half went, being able to still scrape together 4 is important. And now we can kind of reset the energy going into the second half.
I don't know if Silence was able to get 2 openers with a Blade Storm while he was getting gooped too. That was pretty crazy how things opened up. It went from that to what, a Spectre double kill? In order for this round to be converted for 2G, where they had 3 rifles around that and 2 other ults. None of them needed to be used pretty much on the openers. And that change of tempo coming out from 2G, I guess, kind of surprised M80 here. And again, those tactical timeouts coming out on the defense, or what was on the attack side, sorry, for 2G, was just to try to salvage a couple of these rounds on the attack. They have nothing left outside of this halftime that seems to be fully taken advantage of now by FaithZor.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Well, looking at just kind of how this map has fared for both these two squads as we swap the sides, offensively, that was the favored side, really for both squads. But for the defensive M80, they have looked really, really solid, I think, just on this particular event, which is great news for them in terms of how you were able to obviously find 8 here. Now moving into an offensive side that was arguably one of their more successful halves when they were playing in Americas in particular for Challengers. And I think the thing about this is now for 2Game, you don't get the explosive start from Silence. So now you've got to try to find a way to receive all of this incoming executable utility from this M80 offense. So a lot of things kind of on the table here. Both teams have shown good success. So it all kicks off with this pistol, which have been 50-50 to this point. See if that stays the case.
I just love that M80 in his pistol still wants to brute force the B main. Knowing that last time around, again, we talked about the KO Pop Flash fighting against the util being utilized by M80, and that was activated from BCJ throwing a Dizzy. And this time they're just walking through.
Well, look at this Nano Sword. Aggressively placed over towards Yellow. Trying to keep this angle for Luis. It does get knifed, though, so it can't be activated. Net going to find the initial trade, and Prize takes a ton of damage through the poison screen. So that'll be a spike plant, 4v4, and M80 will have all this, well, I would say they usually have all this post-plant utility, but they spent just about everything they had to get the execute. Now it's just down to who hits their shots.
Yeah, at least on 2G's end, they have util to retake this. Silence with the Sheriff, shot darts that's going to come through.
Follow up, though, after the knife fades. Now it's down to, again, if you can hit your shots. M80 in a little bit of trouble here. But a flank from Koala. Newbie gets red, and Zap will put it out of the picture as a 4v4 post plant. And it will only be a 3-for-1 exchange at the end. Good stuff here from 2G, and a critical pistol goes their way to bring the deficit back to just within 3.
And the ballsiness from M80 to just walk contact at the very beginning, and as soon as they're about to cross the line where maybe somebody could be watching towards the default, they throw the knife towards Yellow, and that was perfect because it actually did hit the KG at the same time on the defensive side, which didn't give him a chance here to activate this Nanostorm right at Yellow that you called was going to be a great thing there to help the defensive end, the Viper on that side to hold his angle. But it becomes a beautiful retake towards the end. Over swings coming out from M80 just because they were getting flooded by utility and players running through, and it just got caught. You just had to win your duels at that point. And it's 2G that White mentioned before. Plethora of agents they can play, and they have great firepower under their belt.
Snakebite just gonna get ran through. Lots of decay. Wingman denied from finding a plant, though. So now M80 are a bit stuck right off the backside of 410. And Luis is just so aggressive. I mean, wow. Absolute domination. He's not done yet. Oh, maybe he is. Nisbo puts him out of commission, plus an extra. So decent here in terms of being able to limit the strength of the bonus coming up next. But this feels like it's going to be well without reach, and 2G will bring this to within 2.
We'll take that, right? Just licking your wounds, 12 HP remaining, get 2 kills. Just trying to move it through for a plant, but That's how it's nicely readjusted here by 2G. A poison orb right by the orb. Snakebite at the bottom. You saw that M80 was trying to run through. All of them were being decayed and vulnerable at the same time. They had almost no HP to work with. And that just makes it much more difficult when you're waiting for the decay and the vulnerability to come back and just staring at the walls, trying to find the timing to say, hey, let's try to hit this at a certain time. But then Luis finds his own timing through there and doesn't allow M80 to go for that setup for a plant. So this is a great pistol anti-ego conversion for 2G. And now an opportunity to bring some strong weapons into their bonus round, because I'm pretty sure there was at least a Guardian going into that one.
There was, yeah.
Where I would give it to Silence so he could watch it here at the long range.
Yeah, they had a Guardian and a Bulldog, and that's what they'll bring forward. There was a Spectre in the mix, but that will not be collected. Instead, it's going to be Silence on the Marshall. Okay.
Good enough.
Full rifle plus Guardian on the other side. I love this. Luis gets revealed. That knife doesn't necessarily mean he's playing forward. They know, of course, that there's going to be some sort of a stack, and that might be enough for M80 to say, let's not get crossed up by something strange. Defensive knife clears. That should be enough for 2G to commit, saying either we push forward or we get out of here, one of the two, and they're going to actually do a little bit of both at the same time.
There's a big test for Silence in this position now.
Oh, whips the opener. Dizzy keeps the angle free and clear for Net to take the dub. Little bro able to get the plant off, no worries. And the post-plant setup will be largely right on top of the site. 1v1 here on the backside of the play could be critical if 2G were to open up another angle of approach, but Net is watching it, and Net for a second wouldn't have a chance to lose it. This is the first two shots, connects on the third, and then Koala and Nismo from the front have no worries securing a Black Light flawless and denying the bonus.
It would have been unfortunate there that one time that he goes for a sidestep. That's when Luis peaks. It could have been the fight that Luis could have won there, but thankfully he stops that from happening. All right, we got a little bit of love here to Sabrosa. But overall, at least a Black Light flawless going in the second round. Back into the gun round that was invested here by M80, which is great because we talked about value that 2G were going to bring here with a Guardian, a Marshall, and a Bulldog. Yet going into how they executed towards the site, there was no opportunities here for 2G to really stop that flood to happen because most of that plan was trying to deny B main. And that one knife, as you mentioned, didn't really give you Luis's position of where he was positioned, but it gave numbers. And realizing that there was 3 players there, they didn't want any of that smoke there for M80.
Oh, this is the first look at Silence on the operator. It was a key tool for 2G to use on their defensive side last they played M80 on this map. He's looking to get aggressive. Knife will not reveal him, and he says, all right, let me get back to work here. Takes a different angle away. Here's the orb being collected. Null command spent, and once more. Silence backs up with Nismo. Whoa! I mean, whoa! Blows him out of the water. Should be a free plant, and 2G need to decide how they want to try to approach this.
That was a rare, especially when he's a null command. He pulses when he's going to be coming, yet still gets that win against Silence. That's a huge kill to start.
And here we go. Now the retake on the way. All of it coming from kitchen side through mid. Prize has deleted the sentry turret over towards mid. That's going to keep Net a bit more interested. Flash out of the dark cover. Going to get pushed off. And 2G, if they don't commit here or find a pick, they may have to back off. And, well, there's not going to be a choice. Now it's just down to Zap, who will prefer to at least try to find a way to save this Vandal, but there is possible threat. Net on the corner. Timing doesn't work out for the peak, and Zap will get out of there.
For now, he's still heading towards the ramp, and Net just went for the peak, and yeah, it seems that it might be a moment there that Zap will be able to save his weapon after all, but that opener was everything to kick things off there, courtesy of Nismo. Once again, activating very early into a null command on the attack side. And again, reiterating how much value he's gotten on the attack side for Nismo as this KO. And usually you want to give it to Koala Noob being the one that's going to open things up, but he's playing an Omen. So a lot of that responsibility is going to have to be on Nismo pushing forward here with the team. And also leveraging this composition maybe as to why you're playing this no duelist, because you have the wingman that's going to be moving in to go for the plant. A lot of the focus is going to go down to that. So he's going to be the tip of the spear, opening things up and creating that space so that M80 could fight.
Aggressive setup coming over for the defense. It's just on pistol upgrades. And the peek through the rafters works out. Ooh, almost a chance for a trade, but Spike is able to stay alive, if only just barely. Luis holding one corner. The hero rifle in Zap's hands. Still watching for a cross down through the ropes, and he does see Koala Noob, but cannot connect for a secondary elimination, so M80 will back off and try to restructure this 4v5.
One of those moments where the one-way smoke being thrown in the attack kind of bites them for M80, because that was just to prevent a push coming out from the short side of orb, because they know that 2G's on the lower buy. Yet, you saw Spike move in confidently towards JL, gets that opener, and gives a chance here for 2G with the numbers advantage.
Recon dart out for the defense. Xander goes high. Oh, the Dizzy gets missed. Luis is stuck in the corner. Zap does well. Spike, we know what he can do with his pistol in hand. He's able to turn this into another at low HP, but Zap isolated, can't do anything more. Just down to Prize and Silence on their way over with just Sheriffs. 2v2.
Spike planted.
A lot of low health pulls though. Net in particular, just about a shot away. The drop down doesn't work out. Silence, what's the call? 2 smokes, updraft at the ready. Tries to go into the corner. Net immediately below him. But Silence doesn't know if there's been some sort of a backup, so he'll re-clear the backside of the site. That gives away his position. The re-wrap, trying to see if he can catch a corner. The stack up for M80, works out, and M80 take us to 11.
Beautiful round there by Net to kick things off too and save that round for M80, because Spike was looking dangerous with that Sheriff just around the 410. Continuing some great shots in that area. And dropping 2 players, and even a flash came through that blunt in Net in the very beginning, but he was able to just readapt and refocus and get those picks and a 4K into the round. It almost looked like you talked about the position that they had on that 2 versus 1. They weren't really ready there for M80 to set up the crossfire, where Spike maybe, and even Silence with the way that he's playing as this Jet, could really win that 1 versus 2. He went for a different type of path and gives a chance here for M80 to reposition. Yet this is quick now on the defensive side.
Yeah. Quality tried for something cheeky to get over towards the top side of 410. It gets read perfectly. Silence holding the other angle, making sure there's no follow-up. Aldrun will clear the space, at least most of it. Doesn't fully get in to check the last 2 players for M80 that are holding. And instead, Net is going to go on a bit of a hero mission. Try to play an island towards B. Op shot misses, but Net opened the door. And okay, is there maybe an opportunity for Net to take another 1v1 here? Knife is out, Prize in the corner. Nano alarm bot reveals that Net's here, and a couple of shots will push him back off the angle, and now the lockdown will open up the site for M80.
Great play by Net. I was almost scared of that moment because he was running with his knife out, but it was only to jump peek, and that actually forced the shot out of Prizey, and also forced utility to come out from the KJ. He tried to go for a hero play, didn't work out, and it seems to be the round for M80 towards the end. And that's the call to don't pull out your pit yet. We have a Thrash on top of that. Don't deny visibility. But again, just to get back to what Net was doing, he forced out that utility off the jump peak. Prizey didn't have anything left, rather, to hold that push. And then a null command just forced the hand of 2G to play a little bit more passively.
Yep.
And for even Prizey to swing out because he was going to get detained no matter what, if he was going to stay within that range. So he tried to go for the hero play to drop that spike and give a chance here for Zap and
That had to be
win.
called too. I mean,
100%.
Zap had the ability to possibly counter with the Hunter's Fury, but they say, no, let me see if I can get the spike carrier down before that lockdown becomes an effect. But that call doesn't work out. Net on the hunt will find one more, at least. Yep, that'll be it. Silence will hold on to the operator, but do or die time now. And like you mentioned, you still have things like the Thrash and the Viper's Pit. So if you're looking at that from 2G, you got to be thinking we need an opening pick. We need to try to contest this spike before that execute can come through.
Yeah, you have to think on the fly pretty much too as the IGL for Zap, because those 2 timeouts were already used in the first half just to try to get your 4 rounds in the first half. So now you're looking at from the UI, you're like, oh crap, they do have 2 more ults to work with. What do we have on our side? Thankfully, we still have that Hunter's Fury that from that previous round from Zap. Activating is also Spike and Luis. And it starts things off with covering towards this B side, and I like this play with the alarm bot too. It allows your Luis to solo anchor this front B side, and for them to converge a little bit more into a defensive hold towards middle between Prizey and Zap.
Yeah. Well, M80 looked like they want to just walk in and challenge this Viper's Pit. Luis backs out, gets the integrity back to full, and M80 are still maybe considering a little spam over towards the backside of yellow, seeing if maybe that would connect, but doesn't work out. And now with 60 seconds on the clock, M80 are going to take their efforts to A.
Yeah, I think it's a good call here for M80, because if we tried to go for a Thrash, there's still that Hunter's Fury that could cancel it. So let's go for a pop towards the A side. Net's been inserted towards pipes.
Dizzy doesn't reveal anything. Silence will have to play a hit and hope type situation, but instead backs away. Knives are exchanged. The offensive one will connect more than the defensive one will. But Silence not dissuaded, still holds this corner. Net is gonna say, come back my direction. But if he gets caught, if Prize sees this, that might be the end of the round. Omen's also gonna teleport deep. Flash out, Prize gets completely isolated. The Viper's Pit now all of a sudden means that Luis is a bit isolated. Offensively, BCJ gonna get the plant off. Hunter's Fury trying to come through. It's chaos. Everything's being spent here. What could possibly be the last round of this map. Net holds the line through 2. Has a chance for more. Maybe lines it up, but no. And instead, it's Zap who gets Nismo down with the shock dart. Plan has to be held. Just barely beats the time. Luis trying to find some spam. Connects. Now it's just down to Xander, who doubles up with the shorty. Finds himself a 1v2. Inside of his Viper's Pit with the Vandal. 1 snake bite remaining. There it goes. Zap, hit by it, maybe not fully. Shorty's back again, Zap still holding, and Xander, does he check it in time? No, he doesn't. We got more Icebox.
It just missed as well so that we could actually stick onto that spike for Zap. But my God, did that get chaotic. So much of that util heavily pushed and used towards M80 side just to try to take down that Jet, just to try to take down Silence, and that could have been a paranoia from Kulanu that could have been super important for that refight back towards Orange. It turned out, yes, they still got the kill off the Silence, but it still activated that null command on the defensive side that then became a Cypher cam for the 2 players to start flooding back off the information of Spike being down, literally as the KO. So that 2G could somehow win that 2 versus 1 versus Xander, who once again could have had a historic moment to clutch another 4 versus 1. But unfortunately, 1 snake bite that fell a little bit too short, forced his hand out, lost that fight to Luis, and now we have 2G back somehow in this game.
Yeah.
And with this tactical pause called by M80, that's another opportunity as well for the coaching staff of 2G to talk back and how they could bring back this game on Icebox.
I think most importantly, it's not just the window back into another possible round, but maybe into possible overtime with a couple of massive ultimates now off the table for M80. So yeah, the timeout feels a little bit warranted for M80 talking about, okay, how do we get this done the old-fashioned way? No extra presence in a lot of these key ults. The lockdown was spent just a couple of rounds ago. The Viper's Pit down and out. Hey, you've got nothing besides the Thrash. So that's what's going to be considered. 2G, not fully healthy on this purchase. A couple of light armors. Operator still purchased. Noob just teleporting all over the map. And Prize will respect this. A couple of pings, you see them on the map, mean that the defense are aware that this could possibly be a play. Luis catches 1 piece of timing. The 1v1, though, doesn't go his way. Good damage, but BCJ's Mosh Pit turns it in favor of M80 for the first.
And Prize, he's now pinched, so he has to give up the site. He has no choice. Just all of that TP coming out from Quallen, who just thinned out the defensive side where they could focus a 3 versus 1 against Luis.
Yeah.
A great execution to start. Now let's see if M80 could hold the pulse plant once again.
And you have to hit this from multiple points if you're 2G, due to the fact that the Thrash has been recollected. Silence, also with an operator. Not going to feel good trying to retake with this, so he'll track his top 2. Just make sure no one's still lingering inside this site, but M80 are happy to play this through yellow and green. Offensive wall goes back up. Flash comes through. Recon dart behind this. Sander is in the backline, but only gets 1. Quality follows up for his trade. 4v2 situation. Silence still on the operator. BCJ throws the Thrash back out again. It's Nismo putting it over the finish line. A 13-7 response, a significant one, as M80 tie up our series at 1.
Not given a chance here for 2G to come back from a tactical pause to reassess how they could play the defensive side. It was basically pedal to the metal for M80 on executing on another B-side split, and now they tied up the game in this series 1-1. They've activated and woken up very early in this series as well for M80, and now we're into a treat. A possibility now with how these maps are going in the favors of those that pick their maps.
Yes.
We're looking at Sunset 1 here by 2G, Icebox 1 by M80. There is a possibility to see Bind that's never been played before here by M80 this year.
That would be feisty to say the least. Des talked about it. Coming out of the upper bracket, you get the benefit of the veto process. But The response for M80 is significant, and now we reset this into a flat-out best of 3 with a really interesting map coming up. We'll tease you, let you marinate on that as we send things to break and come back with the desk right after this.
The game starts long before the game starts. And warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
Last time we saw these two teams face off on Icebox, it was one of the upsets of Ascension with a strong victory for 2G. But now M80 coming out on top, tying up this best of 5 grand finals, taking a really strong victory on Icebox. And when we're looking at this best of 5 in the road ahead here, Wyatt, You put it quite starkly. If M80 do not win this map, you did not think that they had a chance at this series, but I got good news for M80 fans out there.
Yeah, they played super well, which is their standard for Icebox, which is frankly why it was so shocking that 2G were able to 2-0 them when they last played in the playoff bracket, beating them. It was like 13-7. It wasn't even really that close. So M80 stepping things back up a lot sooner than they did yesterday on, as you said, a map that was really important to do so on. This, for me, is the map in the pool that I do favor them on. Most of the other maps are kind of split down the middle. Like, we're heading to Abyss next. I don't know what to think. We've got Haven after that. Feels like a 50-50. So for me, this was a must-win. This is the one where I favor them. And if that was stolen away from them, yeah, I think the series might have been over.
Yeah, I mean, M80 paved the way on defense first off. Just very solid strats on the B side. They had the double controller and they played off of it. Mainly when 2G was trying to cross Xander's Viper wall, that's when M80 would crunch in. They really tested 2G's timing on how they would cross those barriers and the initial confusion of walking past smokes. M80 had that element of surprise. And you look at the amount of first bloods that M80 had starting off these rounds with that aggression. 8 of those first bloods came from the defensive side. And it took a lot for 2G to fight fire with fire. They needed ults to fight back against that aggression, like Silence's Bladestorm, to at least get them rolling on the B side. And 2G had some moments where at these number deficits, they were splitting up and not synchronizing all the way. And maybe that was 2G trying to create that chaos that they're known for to break up that M80 team play, but it didn't work out.
I just want to say the fact that Zap on his 7-13 loss is getting that amount of kills. I mean, Zap was someone we highlighted a lot going into this overall series about needing to have that hype for the team, being able to kind of carry them on through, and stepping up just wasn't backed on this time around. But that's someone to keep an eye out on for the next series. But someone who brought the hype in this series we have to be talking about. We have to look back at the tech pause. I know tech pauses are everyone's favorite things out there. And for M80, my biggest question was the mental going on into this. And this is just a funny little moment, trying to hype up the crowd. But Wyatt, when we talk about the momentum, we talk about the mentals. I don't know, this was kind of like a light bulb, like, hey, maybe M80 got this.
Definitely. I had never seen a team so mentally two-dimensional flattened as I did with M80 yesterday at the end of their second map. I called it out in the cast a bunch of times because BCJ was yelling at his teammates to yell and get excited for Net winning a clutch. They were just so down in the dumps, but that's not the case here today. Map 2, they're in it mentally, and Net played really well. He had a couple of those rounds on the attack half, crucial kills that allowed M80 to close out the game. So, credit to him on kind of 2 fronts for what he was doing for the team on that map.
And especially the role of the Sentinels, the KJs, especially on Icebox, to create that kind of alternate angle of pressure and that kind of mental game through the mid side. And if that was open for Net, that's how he would find those key kills. So big shout out to Net. And ever since he got brought onto this roster, continues to bring that stability.
I mean, yeah, Net, we talked so much about this redemption story for M80. For Net, there is a different redemption story. Having ascended last year, trying to hit back to that same glory this time around with the squad. 1-1 in the series, and now we're going to be going to Abyss for the next map. We've gotten to see both teams on this map. M80, it was actually their first time that we've ever seen this from them yesterday, and quite a strong showing. When we talk about the momentum and people showing up confident on the server, this was a map where I think Qualanoob just went absolutely nuts. And now we get to see that head-to-head with Silence, who also performed so well when they played this up against AK. This is going to be the battle of the Jets now, Wyatt, and I think, to put it bluntly, whatever Jet performs best, I think their team takes the win. Simple as that.
M80 definitely shut down Silence on Icebox, but we know for a fact, because we've seen them play Icebox 16 times in officials, that M80 are more than competent on defense there. Abyss, totally different story. They were phenomenal on it yesterday, but they've only played it 1 time. So, yeah, they were amazing. But also, you could say, well, they had the momentum on their side. They had so much confidence against an All Knights that had firmly lost all of their momentum in that series. Qualanoob having a life game. So, look, I don't know what to really think about M80's Abyss, other than they had 1 showing. it was excellent. Is that the level they're always going to be on? Is that just a flash in the pan? We literally don't know. We've only seen them play it once. We do know that 2Game are really good on Abyss, and we do know that every time they play it, Silence is just showing out on Jet. So that's my expectation from them. M80 are really the variable here.
Yeah, and also that 2G are starting on attack, and I think that's the bread and butter for a player like Silence on the Jet. This is his playground, and this is where he dominates. He almost got a 30 bomb against All Knights the last time they did go to Abyss, but he's going up against Koala Noob if he does match that Jet, and I think being on the attacker side first for 2G kind of helps him set that aggression level and take over that real estate. But I'm wondering, the M80 defense has been difficult for a lot of teams because M80 like to play so far back, out of sight, out of mind, and it's hard to discover where they are. So I'm looking towards 2G and how they're able to collect that information, where Zap did such a good job on the previous map on Sova. I'm looking towards him again on Sova for Abyss.
I mean, you're talking about the momentum that 2G can get started on the attack, but M80 had such a phenomenal defense with Koala Noob picking up the op and getting multi-kills. Nismo having the confidence, who also started stepping up in the later half of Icebox to be able to just like push smokes and be able to take multi-kills. It was a team that was really, really strong at just being able to shut down or be able to collapse back in on these post plants. So that'll be really interesting. A 2G that has this aggression with their Jet versus this M80 that was doing so good shutting down yesterday. Heading into our Blacklight Agent Select, we've had such recent tape on this, Wyatt, that like, come on, really?
Yeah, we've got the Ascent comps. I expected nothing but that. This comp is very strong on this map, and for M80, I'm looking at them to be shutting down Silence again. That's going to be key. Silence entries are really good on this map. It's one of the better Jets that I've seen at finding entries on this map, period. So that's going to be important. And I was also, I will say, impressed yesterday that M80 were making a lot of mid-game adjustments against All Knights on defense that were really working out. They were picking the right spots to anchor and the other right spots to play for retake. But can they do it again? That is the question, and I really don't know.
We'll have to see. And an Abyss that's still pretty new versus a 2Game that has this on lock. This is going to be for advantage in the series. Time to head to Abyss and back over to your casters.
Flex maps always provide drama, especially in a best of 5 series. So I expect with this map being a little less rehearsed overall in terms of official competitive play for M80, and maybe not the most convincing map that 2Game have in their pool, should provide for a very interesting matchup as we head down to the deep depths of Abyss with 2G starting off an attack that looks pretty primed to hit over towards A off the get-go.
Maybe they don't look the best in terms of record as a team for 2G, but as White mentioned, it's Silence on this Jet has been top-notch, and all of those wins or losses always dropping over 20 every single one of these games, and also most of them happening on the defensive side too. He popped off on the attack against All Knights the last time they played against each other, but you have to be careful of 2G on the defensive side. But they start off on the attack with a hit towards this A site, where M80 were looking for mid-control in the very beginning, and this will be a bloodbath in the post-plant.
That does well, just kind of hides up on top of the rafters. Fragment will dissuade that. He gets down to 23 HP, but the tag of the spy cam being covered for a moment is good. Post plant setup now. Here comes the redraft from M80. Net still somehow, even on low HP, makes this position good for one. Luis, paranoia in hand, drops that as soon as the flash comes through, immediately on the hop with BCJ. 2G now has to make their play back forward, trying to spam it out, and they will. Price is able to find 3 in the round. Luis will find the final, and they only lose Silence, or 2G take the pistol.
That was kind of immediate there when they played the post plant on the outside for 2G. And you mentioned Net somehow was still able to get a kill because that fragment missed when they threw it towards the heaven. And when the smoke dissipates, they probably think that the site's open because, or at least that spot's open because of that fragment. And Net scores a free kill. On top of that, had information from the camera. Also, the camera gave information that they were not flipping the map for 2G to push back towards the spawn like All Knights were doing. So they're a little bit more composed to play post plant on the outside. Just play the span like it's a B-side sunset, and you win the round.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Quick contest as M80 just tried to flood and put together a little bit of a classic firing range. over towards A, and Net will explore the bottom of the map. So clean start here for 2G. They're going to have a very significant bonus as well. I mean, look at the weapons on hand here. You've got Vandals, Guardians, Bulldogs. This is going to be hefty, to say the least.
That is so bad from Net, man. He's disrespecting the game. For him to not even try to get an orb for a kill and just drop to his death. Yeah. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're just going with the means, but I think it was just a nice little surprise that M80 was trying to do, just to flood through the owl drone that tries to clear it very early, and you're hoping to break crosshair placement, you were jumping across, but they had 4 players waiting for them right there for 2G, just ADSing and getting all these kills. A quick round that ended up there in 2G, going for mid control, but there's only Xander waiting behind, and with that smoke and no trips watching the jump up or the walk up aggressively from the defensive side of Net, using both of them towards the A side, which could be a good call though, because we have a mid to A split.
Yeah, Paranoia also comes through the nick of time to give VCT a chance to hold this ground towards Vent. Goes 1 for 1, that's not bad. Front side of the site though has been opened up. Cyber Cage will drop Net in a good spot to deal with the play up high and even get some more damage over towards Silence, and Net finds the last bullet to connect for 3, and M80 respond by the 9-2G's bonus.
Oh my god, that was a nice hole towards the end there from Net in the back of the site, and man, the heat pop off for sure. That split towards Andy, thought that they had full map control for 2G, and not only that, that knife that was being thrown onto Heavens too, it also doesn't allow any flashes to come out or any dashes to come out from a pop flash from the top of the smokes, so it really didn't give a chance for 2G to have the cleanest takes and aggression to fight all around the A site. And 2G, or M80 rather, is able to anchor that quite well with their gun round. Also surviving a lot of players in the process, keeping the economy high.
Absolutely the case. Heavy stack for Net's utility, front side at A, helping this spy cam, which he often plays, just as kind of a response to when they see smokes or anything else from the offense coming through. Trying to get late takes. Net will see one on the cross. Smoke will cover. Paranoia also in, and 2G are wasting no time. BCJ off the reveal. Well done. Even finds another off the smoke spam. Now it's just down to what the Aldrone can see. Sees a couple of players over, and Zap, there's really no chance. You have to try to contest this top position as much as you possibly can at tower. And as he drops, it is just going to be down to Pricey and Spike, who also have to fight that high ground battle. Not comfortable at all. Pricey has dropped the neural theft, so he does know that there's some sort of a stack behind the site, but the spy cam is still active. That will tag him, and Pricey will have to try to fight this 1v3 the hard way.
Yeah, and Spike out in the open too, and he has to jump up on top of the boxes to try to pick it up. At this point, you're going to have to count your losses and just save with 35 seconds left. I mean, you don't have too much economy to work with in the next round. You lose this run here, you're at 2,400 at least. So it'll give a chance for a lot of these players to buy into a half-life price. He could save this weapon, but he doesn't. So M80 now ties up the game. And that was also, I'd like to think there was at least a pop flash from the recon dart that BCJ kind of threw there on the top of Heaven, something that G2 did very proficiently when they're playing their defensive side of A here on Sunset. With that, you're able to get some strong pings coming through. BCJ just gets spammed through the smoke. They even double up 2 players on top of that. And that's why you're seeing the evolution of how this map's being played. When the attack side tried to go for a fragment on the top of Heaven, it's to avoid these things to happen. But because 2G didn't add that layer into the hit, well, they suffer the brunt force of it, and now M80 ties up the game.
Yeah, really good call. 2G onto a half buy. Spectre, Stinger, Guardian, 2 Sheriffs. Bit of buffet of Valorant utility and the Paranoia, which tried to isolate a 1v1 for Silence, does not work out thanks to another tag coming out. Spike still looking for the plant. That will go down successfully. Defense rotating over, neural theft at the ready from M80. They've already spent it. Aldrone to follow. Any taggers? Maybe gets one, doesn't seem to have. It's a weird dash out for Koala. He just kind of dashes beyond the smoke, and 2G line up the shots. Now it's down to a 2v3 situation. Weapon recovery hasn't fully happened though for 2G, so they're still fighting off Stinger, Guardian, and a Sheriff. But Prize, whoa, lots of damage, and rings the bell of Xander, who still wins the fight. Tries to get the defuse out. Knows he's got at least 1 player for 2G deep. Xander spams out one angle just down to Zap, and Xander will find that with the classic. It's just all battles through smoke, and M80 find the edge going up 3-2.
And Nisma was so low in HP as well. After the end, the spams almost came through, and somehow Xander can see through smoke and gets those last 2 kills. And yeah, I had a question mark at the same time, just as much as you did here, Ship. When you tried to play the retake from M80, that dash that came across, and I looked back at the UI, Nismo still had 2 flashes available, so it was missing a little bit of communication into trying to get the best value of the dash and try to fight back. But thankfully here, Xander's still alive, and he's able to get a 4K in a round and allow M80 to convert here, not allowing 2G to win a Thrifty and take the lead now in this 3rd map.
And they have an operator in hand for Koala Noob, who, like the Deaths mentioned, went crazy, had a career map when they played this versus All Knights. They had a 75% win rate on defense. They won 9 of them. So now Koala Noob's going to get tested. Sees the first, deals with it. Oh, he wants more.
Yeah.
Not going to have a chance for it, though. 2G have not pushed out, and they were going to respect the power weapon on the field.
Exactly. This is where it's going to get dangerous for 2G on the attack. Koala Noob showing such a great defensive half against All Knights the last time on this map. The first time that M80 shows this map, this tournament, this year. And it's Koala Noob hiding inside smokes, opting here, and they're dashing away. 2G already realizing that they want to move towards the B-side, hit with an ult command.
Oh, good spam. Little firing range for 2G right over towards the front side at B. Fragment also deals a little bit of damage to Xander, with Spikes able to follow up on his own. Now it's down to the numbers. Hunter's Fury called out for the defense. Zap still watching the top corner. Not quite able to take down the player at B. But the reset off of where the spike gets planted comes through a little bit deeper. M80 use that as a chance and now make a move over through the middle of the map on this rotation through Link. Zap holding one corner. Flash out. Spikes doesn't see anything on his check. M80 running out of time. Need to find a way to try to break down this post plant, especially considering it's still 3v4, but the first shots, they will at least give 2G a little bit more space to run with. Follow-up is decent. Fry still watching out of one corner, and then Luis outside the site. Makes a little bit of magic happen in his own right. Dragging towards one side, trying to work around it as Nismo, but not going to happen. And 2G put together the response and tie us at 3.
And ended up being a good take for 2G towards the end. I thought the null command was going to move towards the site, but it seems that we wanted to save that to counteract the Hunter's Fury out from BCJ. He used it all the way back towards the spawn where he wasn't affected by the radius, but unfortunately his pings also did not weaken or find any players setting up here on the pulse plant right after. So 2G ended up having a pretty decent hold in the pulse plant, a 2 versus 1 towards the end, and the silver lining is the person playing all the way towards the back, Proisy as a Cypher for a plant for him towards the danger. Now they tied the game 3-3, and an Alzone comes out early. That's going to spot Xander, and he's going to be forced to reposition because he just got tagged.
Now it's Knives and a Stinger for Silence. Xander, the only defender here, likely just going to forfeit the site. No chance to really hang on to this. Defensively, no ultimates that could be used in response to this forward pressure. So again, trying to clear out, especially this catwalk play from Silence, is going to be difficult to do. Timing through the dark cover, not great. Shoulder is going to be seen, and that's enough for Silence to throw out the knives, find the reset. Paranoia over towards Link. No contest yet. Fragment to delay. Long flank, though, from Koala Noob. Huge 1v1 for Zap. He looks away from it. Can Koala Noob make good on the play? No. Zap gets the read, and now M80 will have to back away and save.
Yeah, the extra just tap on that side. He was just waiting for the 3 players to set up here to start flooding towards the front B side so he could get that fight. And that one single sidestep gave a perfect line for Zap to get the kill. I mean, look at those 2 kills that just happened. Xander's around the corner, and then you see that Silence was able to move in front of the smoke on the other side of Heaven and just spots his opponent where his opponent can't see him. Free kill there. Then a free kill from Zap. And now, potentially free kills here on to Net. Oh, I think he was able to... No, he's not able to save it. I just saw here on the stage shot through the monitors where Net was not able to save his weapon. So that's just unlucky there from M80 with how they positioned themselves and just waited for the rotate to happen for the rest of the team. And they just got caught off guard.
Yeah, absolutely. It almost even felt like there was a world where it's just a blind counter. I mean, you're trying to play for retake over towards the site that ends up getting hit. Knives are in the play. You don't have anything to kind of retake. And as soon as Silence gets deep towards the backside of the site, he's just so hard to displace, especially when the knives are in. So tough scenes overall, but M80 will talk about it as they will move into this next round, likely in a bit of a financial predicament. 2 game.
Yep.
Looking pretty solid, I think, in terms of, I would say their success on executing has been solid to this point, but more importantly, when they do have numbers, they're taking good advantage of it by really dominating these sites by taking not just a good safe post plant, but also keeping a couple of players planted deep in the site and really causing some issues for M80.
Especially towards the B side. It seems to be quite free for Silence to move in, and quite passive were we on M80's defensive side. I mean, again, Xander was playing on the top of heaven. He drops out towards Tetris, and he just waits for the rotate to happen, because a lot of the focus right now for M80 is to look towards middle and look towards the A site. And now we have to look back into the timeout. Do we have enough economy here for Qualinum to go for an op? Do we want to contest this more towards the B side? But when they do, you know that it's easy to drone here from the bottom of the B ramp as well on the attack side. At least for now, it's not going to be the case. It's going to be a Hue rifle for Qualinum, so that if he dies, at least they still have a Blade Storm going into the next round. Try to leverage that with their numbers.
All drone going to be used first here for 2G, clearing out a lot of space up through top mid. A little high-low setup here, and it just really comes down to, can 2G bait M80 to checking this? Not going to happen. Net's too smart for that, especially as the trusted solo defender at B. And whoa, a little delayed maybe stack up for M80 towards A. Problem is, this spy cam is going to read it if they do decide to get aggressive. Meanwhile, Net is just holding on to a classic.
Yeah, Net is pretty much going to die here. And this would be an open B site. And I mean, you're just trying to... Everything from the camera from Prizey set towards the main just contained all of M80 all along, where they were just waiting for that pop flash to happen when Qualinum would get first contact into A. But as everything stays quiet towards middle, towards the A main, towards even B, they have no information towards the B side because they were so focused towards middle. But you know that they're going to play turtled up somewhere. They go for the gamble to read towards the B side, to catch Net off guard, and it becomes an easier plant there for 2G to potentially save this into a flawless.
Yeah. Silence going to get read over towards the connection. Good for the first BCJ. Good team shots coming through with Kawaladu. And wait a second, this is still doable. If you can hit one more shot, especially on the Spike, who is really caught looking both directions at once. Flashes one side, caught with the nade out. Doesn't really connect, but Luis around the back will likely put this a bit more out of contest, and that is indeed the case. So good proactive re-wrap by Luis. Decent hold in the first place by Spike, and M80, who made it interesting, just could not quite find the kills that matter at the end.
And the most important thing too is that Zap didn't have to use his Hunter's Fury either, as they were losing. He was losing teammates in the process of the retake of M80 against them. So he's able to save this into the next round. If not, it would have been a nice little W here for M80 on top of the damage that they've done to win and force out that ultimate on the side of the IGL of 2G. And he was playing it. I mean, you saw he had the line. He was watching that cross towards that ramp. And this is what we're talking about here. The Owl drone coming out quite early to try to get some deeper pings, actually. He's droning from an interesting spot, but still works out.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury, good isolation. Silence dashing behind that. And Net, who's doing a decent job of sidestepping all of this. Okay. Let's make something out of nothing. Neurothat's going to get called in. The rotation's on the way. Qualinum could be a part of this retake since he's got knives available, even though he just has the operator for now. And yeah, he's going to pull it out, and whoa, Qualinum hit the shot at range. Spike though planted. Knives tagging on the first place. Prize down to just 84 HP for the 1v2. Fragment going to force him out into the action where Nismo was waiting with open arms with a little bit extra. 4-5 the count. M80 keeping us tight.
Felt like Net was playing a Japanese game show where he's just trying to avoid all the obstacles being thrown towards him. Somehow avoids the last beam of the Hunter's Fury and gets a random spray through his own cage, which was super important because that activated the neural theft for him to get information on where the positions of their opponents would be, which then allowed M80 to activate it a little bit more aggressively and Qualinum to get a successful kill onto Zap right there. Again, the last line of offense if they were to lose all the players in the back of that B site. So very well done towards the end on the anchoring of Net once more. Before towards the A side, now towards B, and that timeout was eventually there to not necessarily give the responsibility of Qualinum to shut down the B side aggressively, but for Net to just try to contain as much as he could so that the rest could start working here on continuous mid control and A side with the swap.
That's a little jiggle from Nismo. That's going to be seen. Null Command is out. They know he's in this corner. There's the dash through, but Kawaladu hits an impressive opening shot. Nismo, you thought was going to be dead to rights. Not the case, though. Spikes eventually finished off. Xander! Snappy response on the prize, breaking through vents. And M80 hold the edge. 5v4. And a shot for Kawaladu. Hits onto Spikes, put out of commission again. Post-plant setup, still here. Shots from Silence are decent. Luis in a little bit of trouble. Maybe you can follow up. The damage was good. Don't get baited into trying to stop the recovery, though. On towards Nismo. Because here comes Net from behind, and he'll finish off the round. A critical one as M80 get us tied up with 2 to play in the half.
And that's the mistake here that 2G trying to flip the map like All Knights did, and you run into Koala Noob's crosshair with the operator. Yes, you had a couple of bodies to try to go for some sort of a swing and an instant trade, but that angle is held so tightly by Koala Noob that he could just watch that angle confidently, and if it misses, it doesn't matter. It dashes away or at least holds the line for the rest of M80 to come back here for the retake. But once again, Net activating on the late flank. Well, sorry, activating this time for the first time on a late flank, but still, the story remains that he's been a pivotal part of M80's defensive line so far to keep this game close on a 5-5 scoreline on Abyss.
Yeah. Interesting moments now with the attack pause from 2G, who will have to discuss how they want to finish off this half. Money is not, I would think, be very great now all of a sudden. After a couple of rounds, we're starting to be kind of traded back and forth. That loss likely puts them into a weird spot. So do you try to limit the amount you spend here to get a full purchase for 12? Try to end this thing 6-6? Because that's the math in terms of how you would figure the probabilities would go if you do decide to go down that path. And I think that, you know, 6-6, if you're looking at 2G, after what M80 showed us defensively yesterday, you got to be sitting here saying, that's great. I mean, we'll take that.
Exactly. And again, just to reiterate, the look of 2G on the defensive side too, with Silence on the defensive side, has dropped most of his kills in these 20 bombs against his opponents on the defensive side. So I think this is going to be very similar, where you might turn the table and see that this game could potentially go into its first overtime of the series with how good both of these teams are currently displaying a good defensive line.
Yeah. Well, coming back into it, 2Game are able to actually full purchase here, so you get this one, but what happens next? Well, you're likely going to have at least Silence on Knives if you lose this round. So this is an important one here. Not a lot of ultimates for either side. Hunter's Fury's nearby, so is the neural theft though for the defense.
Avoiding the knife too, so they could pop flash a surprise.
Well, the flash comes over the top. Smoke was already down though. Good reveal over the top of this, but it's just the fact that the smoke kind of blocks any angles. Decent damage into Silence, but the defense has to back off and just play a more reserved setup.
Yeah, I mean, that was thrown from the defensive side. It was a line for M80 to try to go for a pop flash recon dart and just go for sprays through the smoke when their opponents are blinded and just trying to avoid shots. So it only manages to do pop damage and now less defensive utility to hold the hit.
Yeah.
So 2G is just going to walk into it.
A couple of spam shots coming out of BCJ. He'll be revealed and chased down. Silence doesn't make good on it, and BCJ sends one back. And that's enough for the Hunter's Fury to be earned. That's not going to stall the plant, though. 2G have to play reserve. That's the only issue. Koala Noob going to exchange weapons. BCJ now holding the op. And now it's on to the retake. Koala Noob first one forward. Paranoia just to block out the site. How do you clear them out of this post-plant setup, though? Koala Noob gives us the first offer. Doesn't work out. Smoke is down. Koala Noob around the corner, but only finds one. Tried to get the little floating flank. Not going to work. Just down to BCJ and Nismo. Now it's just Nismo. Now it's just no one. 2G take the round. 6-5 up.
I saw the vision there too with the Paranoia to clear the front part of the site first, but I almost feel after that recon dart that pings nobody, they should have waited a bit to allow here Nismo to move forward and pop flash towards the A main so that floating ability, the floating capability of Koala Noob potentially could have had more than just one for his troubles. That would have been such a nice play if we actually maintained those flashes that are coming in from Nismo. If not right here, I mean, so many players would have been blinded. We did get some pings all top of that to try to get some shots through the smoke. But at the end of the day here, it becomes a round for 2G. You talked about the economy. Yes, good for 2G, but also maintained quite good for M80.
Yes.
So they have another fighting chance of the op.
Yeah, Silence with knives, of course. Koala Noob, operator in play. And just a double line defensive setup. BCJ and Net making it look like old school England musketry right here. One line crouches, one line stands. Doesn't make a difference. Silence gets both. Whoa, plus the deep play by Luis. Cleans out another on rotation, making this extremely difficult for M80, who are left with Nismo and Koala. And, well, they may not even get a chance. Silence Doesn't quite lock down the knives. Paranoia comes through, and Nismo is going to do his balancing act on the outside of the map.
And that's why you're enjoying having an Omen in your composition too. These from the shadows, where it probably won't get hurt from any position that's been held on the defensive side. It allows for you to pinch so well.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, no risks taken here. Nismo 1v4, not going to get around the corner. And at one point, I'm sitting here thinking 2G are going to be happy with a 6-6. They're probably thrilled to pull off the last two in 7-5 fashion.
Oh yeah, and this on top of that with how well 2G's been playing. I mean, if they get a pistol round, that's going to continue that momentum for them to close things out. But M80 has been having some good stellar pistol rounds on their side too, since Abyss of the second map into this one of Icebox into this one now potentially of Abyss here in the second half. But again, just to reiterate what I was talking about here on the From the Shadows of the Omen, the positioning you're playing on the defensive side, you almost have to play like Ivy on Tetris. You're playing towards Heaven, you're trying to push up towards the lanes, or you're turtled up on a Heaven and also towards Bridge, just to make sure that you're not going to be pressured from one end, the forefront at the very beginning here, where the barriers that come up right away could already initiate and engage some initial fights. So nobody's going to hear the TP on the back end. That was nicely done there by Luis to allow here, again, 2G to get this 7th round. I just chuckled a bit because at first we had a little hello here to Sabrosa. This time we got a little hello to Shanks, of course.
You saw that too?
big hello. I mean, we're always praising the Sean Garys and also the Sliggies that's watch partying, but it's nice to see here Sabrosa and Shanks also doing their part in the community and watching these games and supporting M80 potentially here to ascend. But 2G has something to say about this so far with the lead they've been holding on Abyss.
Yeah, they've been really clean. And I think, again, I've said this a couple of times so far on this event, but the most impressive part about the 2G story, outside of the fact that in a lot of ways, a lot of people said that they didn't even deserve to be here after the results in the actual stage finals of their region. They get here off of points, and it starts off hot. They look clean in the first 2 groups matches, and then all of a sudden it starts to slow down. You have to match up versus an M80 squad on upper bracket finals round 1, and wouldn't you know it, they out game plan them. So I mean, it's just the progress this team has shown has been unbelievable, and they hold a small edge, but an edge nonetheless as we swap the sides into the pistol in the second half. So here we go. Sheriff in the mix here for Silence. Don't rule him out from being able to connect with that. Ghosts largely offered from the rest of the teams. And M80's offense will play a little distraction with Net feeling things out at mids. Supplying some smoke support is Xander. But the one way over towards A will keep M80 away from finding any early entryway. So things will now have to move back over, and this is going to go right into the waiting arms of Silence. How many can he find? Was miraculous in some ways with this weapon during the sunset play. There's the swing. Paranoia. Knife is out. Silence can't get away. Follow up. Even better. M80 find the first eliminations, and it's off to the races. Smoke cover isn't going to provide too much. Zap almost had an angle, but Koala Noob equal to the task, and that's now going to be a 5v2 post plant. And there's just no way. Ghost Sheriff here still in hand for 2G, but this deep post plant is going to be difficult to get them out of. It has to start with 1 though. Prize going to be the first one to check. And for M80, cover going on. They are going to play the post plant smoke spam out towards this outer ledge. And why not? Shock dart also in play. Louis is able to find 1, but that'll be about it. Prizey doing what he can, but Xander steps forward, finds the elim, and it will be a pistol win for M80. Looking for the anti-eco, getting this thing back to level early. It's what M80's done a number of times before. Be no more critical spot than doing it right here and getting this offense cooking. Also hearing my teammate and co-commentator Vansili has lost his internet, so you guys will be dealing with me till we finally get him back in. And the interesting thing, I think, just kind of looking at this M80 offense from what they did versus All Knights, you know, they didn't have much of a chance. They didn't really need to do too much on the offense after the defensive dominance that they were able to showcase in that map number 5 as we get quick action for 2G trying to step aggressively through A. Knife is there, but it's late, and that's a good first blood. Zap trying to follow up, and ooh, does at least counteract, go 4v4, smoke down, and M80 are on the way, but Fragment's going to hold him at the front door for just a little while longer.
Now I'm forced to fall back as well, just trying to make sure. Yeah, one back. Thank you so much for holding the fort here, Shift. But Airman is just going to try to hold back and flood back. Beautiful flash, though. That could do some damage against M80 in the Bulls plan.
Nope, until Kowalski has something to say about it. Yeah. Just knows exactly where the hit's going to come from. Zap up top. So you can maybe find some timing. Wall is low. Ahead is shown. Nismo there. Follow-up. Surprisingly not going to work out. And Zap, well, he's able to tally another, but it doesn't look like much more will come of this. Aldrone will hold him back a little while longer. BCJ, Nismo can also just wait to fire this, and the Aldrone will stare him down a little while longer. Shaw, the recon dart comes out. Should be a swing after this as soon as the next toggle's there. The flash over the top. Good prediction from Zap, but time is going to expire on the play. It's impressive, but it won't make a difference in the round count. We're going 7-7.
It's going to make a difference in terms of the economy, but for him to land that shot against Nismo tried to get a timing off the flash to swing out, and he just held his crosshair. And as soon as he got partially flashed, because it didn't look like it really went in front of his face, that flash was way too high, but it was still able to connect here on beautiful shots, making it very expensive for M80 in their bonus round. And that's what you need here for 2G's side. When you lost the pistol and you lost here your eco, your gun round here is going to be much more fruitful. I mean, look at what you have here for M80. Their hero rifle is not even to the hands of of Koalanoob, it's onto net. So right now for M80's side, they are trying to focus this orb so you can get the Blade Storm up for Koalanoob. They tried to contest it at the very beginning for 2G, but looks like they want to give it up and forfeit that position. And that could potentially be rather a winning condition now for M80.
Could be. Full armor as well for Koalanoob, so he's going to be pretty survivable, especially into the face of Eddie opening outlaw shots.
Out of charge.
Which Silence is kind of self-holding over towards B. BCJ will safely grab the orb, getting closer to the Hunter's Fury before backing down. And we're down to 60 seconds here. Defense still holding very aggressively. Aldrone will make sure there's nothing in front of A, and it will at least see net. That doesn't give too much influence to the 2G defense, as he's often the lurker. So question marks still stand, and Koalanoob looks to kind of lead the foray as the Vanguard into A.
That's the most important thing, to let himself be known and shooting with a classic instead of his Vandal 2. So still the element of surprise available for M80, but there's 3 players of 2G in the back of the A site.
Love this position for Koalanoob. He can wait for his teammates to get a little bit further forward and possibly hit the long wrap, which he's currently doing. 2G stuck on site at the moment. BCJ good for one on the back. Here comes the flank, and Koalanoob may have missed his window. 2v2 though. Weapons collected. Xander's able to put himself onto a Vandal. Spike will also go down. Silence still has an outlaw, and the route he's taking will be absent of any rifles. Sander holding headshot lineup is perfect. Silence trying to follow up, but no sir. Sander for 2, and M80 pull off a thrifty.
And it became once again net coming through after getting that kill and getting a trade into the backstab of Koalanoob. Places a trip towards the spawn so that Xander could just fully focus on watching the A heaven. So yes, you mentioned that 2 versus 2 looked still doable for 2G, but because you're trying to retake with an outlaw, you kind of wanted to have that swing to happen at the same time, but there was a little bit of a miscomm, it seems like here, where you were still too scared of a swing coming out from A main, and Xander is able to isolate 2 easy 1v1s, breaking the econ of 2G. So everything gets reset here for M80 to their advantage, where they could snowball the economy on their side here in the second half.
Luis trying for a pixel peek with the Sheriff. Instead, catches the brute force of the M80 attack. Down to just a bullet worth of health, essentially, against all these Vandals. And M80 will just take the orb and get out of here. Now you've got Null Command at the ready. BCJ over towards B. 2 off of a Hunter's Fury. The early ultimate stack could really help M80 gain some momentum here in this second half.
Net's staying with the group too, so not looking for any late lurks. He's just watching the camera for a late push, but wants to be with the rest of the team here to fight back towards the B main, where it's perfect. He'll have a 3 versus 1. Best thing Spikes could do is line up a couple of these Sheriff shots again.
Well, shots for Koalanoob, trying to catch the defense on the way out. Don't fully connect. Spike down to half HP. M80 will get the plant. And keep your eye on Luis.
Planted.
Long wrap out of him with the Sheriff. And you see a trap wire in his way. Koalanoob evaluates the situation towards the backside of B and says not interested, don't need to be giving away any weapons, especially with the post-plant setup looking as good as it does. And yeah, Luis is going to need some noise to happen from the front first before he can make this play from behind. But at the same breath, Sanders hitting a bit of a pinch as well over towards the backside of this. So M80 have all their bases covered.
Still works.
Starting to run out of numbers though is the problem. Koala Noob, yes sir! Luis, last one left. Timing of this flank has been missed. Dark cover is down, but he's gonna have to try to stick something, and the shorty says not today. Koala Noob on 4 for the round.
And you saw here from at least the minimap that he had a TP to cross the first trip that was placed behind here by Net, but he didn't have the second one. And I thought, yes, you were mentioning here that they had to make some noise towards the front, but I would have wished him to just throw the blind ult before they actually activated towards Tetris, because that probably would have blinded a couple of players and make the kills a little bit easier for them to flood into the site. Although it still came down to the 3 players pushing through from Tetris, still got those first kills. But again, it doesn't allow here Luis to get the best out of his flank after all, because he broke that trip so early that the last 2 players know exactly where he's at. So that's just unfortunate. That would have been an opportunity too, that through the paranoia, if you're hit by that, you won't hear the trip, but you won't pay attention to the trip being broken. And that could have been a nice win con there for 2G, but nonetheless, it's still a hemorrhaging that was stopped here into a thrifty potential of 2G that M80 is able to capitalize through. So that calls out now a tactical timeout for 2G. And for M80, Happy looks pretty relaxed on how the round and the map has been going in favor of M80 so far.
Yeah, rightfully so. I mean, this is another instance, though, where, again, those little moments you feel like in the long scheme of the timeline of the map, maybe the difference maker, because this has been just about as back and forth as any map that we've seen so far in the event. So when you deal with things like that quote-unquote, you know, bonus round, where you're relying on the knives to land, and then you kind of swing the eco back your direction, that's a swing of 2-3 rounds that can be a major difference maker in a swing map of its own right. So yeah, this is an important follow-up here for 2G. Going back into the operator for Silence, Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft at the ready. The same can be said, though, for BCJ and Net. The only addition is the Null Command for Nismo, which is ready to go.
Null Command is actually getting ready to get grouped up with everybody pretty much if they want to go for this mid to A split. It's going to be fairly quick. But Zap's waiting just around the corner.
Lots of damage, but cannot track onto the updrafted Koala. Spike. Little play off the ropes, avoids the Hunter's Fury and finds one. Nismo dropping on forward. Neural Theft is going to be called into the mix, and M80 through the Null Command still being effective. Will work their way deep into sight and net, make sure there's no wrap back over through vents. Surprise, last one left, and well, he's stuck. Yeah, there's just nowhere he goes from here.
Yeah, and even if the value of the Hunter's Fury at the beginning with the 2 first pulses didn't get anything, it was Net's Neural Theft that actually allowed for us to get information on that lineup in the back of the A site and give value here for Koala Noob to get the entry. This continues to be a nice display of executions coming out from M80, but overall, to look back into even before starting this game, we were talking a lot about how Silence has been very good on this map as a Jet against all of his teams that he's been playing against as a 2G player. But this time it's really Koala Noob at the one that we have to talk about right now on this map. And he's been criticized so many times as his Jet role, as his Jet player, where now you're seeing him play some Omen on Icebox, where usually it's a Jet map, and then he's playing some Yoru on other maps like Haven or even Ascent, but he's using a Yoru, and then you're thinking, oh, maybe he's just not comfortable with playing Jet anymore. And so many times he's been tweeting out, watch out, I'm going to be the best Jet there ever was in Valorant. And he wants to prove that right now on a Jet map like Abyss here, and he's showing it so far.
Yeah, yep. And, you know, I think the other side of this is not only has Koala Noob kind of taken the reins, but Silence has been a non-factor, and the operator has not hit like it had in a couple of rounds previously, a couple of maps previously when we've seen 2G find success in this map. It's just they've avoided the operator so darn well. So it's another part of, again, the utility use when these executes. M80 has been solid to this point. Hunter's Fury now out for the defense, fueling the threat, but Nismo opens the door with the first. Zap does push off one, finds the elimination. Koala Noob still gets planted into a sneaky spot, but a beautiful shot from Louise now means the rifle can get collected, and we'll go 3v3.
Luis will have a plant, and it's a forest spam plant. But on a good side here for 2G, you still have full utility on both Spike and Luis, and Smokes too. This would be hard for M80 to hold.
They do have an owl drone, though, in case things do get mixy. Paranoia is out, and they spam through it. BCJ, the one collecting onto Luis. Net taking damage. Fragment, wait, over the back. That may have landed. Allows Spikes to get deep, but the sidestep from Net goes from one to the other, and M80 will salvage the round, put themselves on 11 with a clear path to possibly taking the edge of the series.
Net is coming out with fire from yesterday to today. They look so quiet in the first 2 maps versus All Knights, and suddenly you see Net starting to activate in the last 2 maps of the series, pulling through from M80 and now continuing to push forward as he stands up right now for the Black Light replay. And he deserves it so far. This would be the second time that Net would ascend into partnership, and the second time that he would get a trophy under the Ascension tournament, showing that he's still great value to any team and wants to prove to G2 that it was a mistake for G2 to drop him, to give that role over to Leaf in the Sentinel role, and that he wants to come back in full force under this M80 banner and to potentially create more ruckus into partnership.
He's been unbelievably good. Solo on the defense has been solid. His lurking has been really potent here in the offensive half to this point. He's already on to his ways again, just kind of working the B side of the map by himself, and the rest of his teammates are lurking down mid-library. Deep knife, deep smoke. It's going to get M80 a little bit further. And that means the defense has to respect this. You've got Spike on one side, the Owl Drone cutting through on the other, and they only see Xander. So Koalanoob can stay here if he so chooses to. It just comes down to, will he draw the line in the sand right here on the corner box?
Spikes has some sort of feeling as well. And look at that, just him dashing in, or sorry, not dashing, but being inserted all the way back towards top middle for Koalanoob. There's 3 players that are watching that spot. They're so weak here on the B side, although walking right into this crossfire setup, bait and switch here. Oh, and they missed the ping. They missed the recon, so Silence has to dash away.
40 seconds left. Net has only just kind of scouted out this site, and he's been able to at least transmit that no one's shown themselves towards back B tower. But the spy cam placement for 2G
30 seconds left.
is just sat here to say, come on in if you want to. We'll just keep playing for retake. Tools on the table. Null command at the ready. Neural set at the ready. Koalanoob has knives if things get mixy. Plant will come through successfully.
Spikes planted.
Luis trying to scout things out, will play around the back of this, and he gets the first, trying to teleport away. Finds a little bit of an extra lease on life, and the makes good enough, and Xander chases him down. Teleport for teleport. Now from the front, Spikes gets the retake on the way. Oh, the shots from Zap! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! How about that? 2G, find a clean retake, survive with 3, and get us back to within the same number.
And I was just about to mention where, yes, come into the site and plant because we'll play the retake, but they haven't been always the cleanest one there for 2G. And it came down to a lot of vaults that had to be used here, at least from the shadows, or at least a neural theft to get the information on the last few players remaining, and the null command on top of that to just engage, initiate, and retake and defuse the spike towards the end. That is a lot that was expended on the side of the 2G camp when they're in behind by 3, and M80 only needs 2 rounds to close out this map. And you're looking at it, what do you really have to try to cycle ults in the next couple of rounds? Not too much outside of this Blade Storm.
Yeah. Still an important round here, though, for 2G. You've got a couple of players on both teams that are dealing with some heavy pockets at the moment. Lots of cash for Xander. Pretty good for Koalanoob as well. Other side, you've got Zap, Luis, both very healthy. Prize right there with them. So this is a very important round, especially for 2G, and they try to get aggressive. Nismo doesn't take a lick of damage. But the presence through A main now either says for M80 you pause, try to re-clear it, or you just heavy stack and go B, and they're going to go for the ladder. Here comes the play.
That would have been a spike too if they actually got the kill there onto Nismo, so thank God he survives without a lick of damage, and yes, pushing down into this B site as Prizey falls.
Louise through the cyber traps, now into the dark cover. He's still on the site. They know he's here somewhere. The knife is able to at least reveal him in some regard, and doesn't make good on the surprise play. No Trojan horse here. So now it's just the 2v4. Operator has been collected by Koalanoob. That is an issue. And again, remember, the credits are not great for 2G right now.
Nope.
So maybe Silence gives this a look, and yeah, that'll be all he does. Backing away, they're going to try to play for OT.
They have to. At this point, Silence rifle could be dropped to somebody else. They could use a Blade Storm. I heard Blade Storm's being utilized at the beginning of this round, but wasn't too sure if it's Koala or Silence. So yeah, Koala to activate in the rest of the site here with the team towards the B site. So there is still some fighting chance now for 2G going into the next round, saving these two weapons. But overall here, again, count your lucky stars here for Nismo, because that's not going to happen a lot. A rare miss coming out from Silence at the very beginning when he was pushing out towards the A main. But this is one important thing. Looking at how 2G's playing the defensive side, we've been always praising, once again, Silence on the defensive rounds, but you've mentioned it, Shift. They needed to get the op early on the defensive side for him to get the most value on how he's been playing this site, this map of Abyss here for 2G. And they've done such a good job to crutch that and not give a chance here for 2G to activate with an op. So very well played for M80 so far to keep that economy low over on the side of their opponents.
I don't even know if Silence has tallied a single op kill.
Yeah.
And whoa, hold on a second. How about this? Op will be carried into the next round. Nismo's going to hold it. So that's a little bit of a flex pickup as 2G will set up very aggressively in towards B main. Luis, the player holding on the double stack box. Spike, the one trying to play contact for him. The knife does not reveal anything, and that will call onto the A defense to stay a little bit more alert, knowing there's no immediate threat towards B. Orb collected for BCJ. One away from the Hunter's Fury now, I believe.
Made that
Unless
two.
That was Nismo who grabbed that?
Yeah, BCJ is still 2 away right here, so... That said, I still find it interesting that we still kept the Vandal for Silence, not go for the Blade Storm, so players are actually weak in terms of armor for for the players actually, instead of having the most chances on your side to go for full shields on one end, because you are facing against the map point of M80.
Well, they know the operator's on the field now. Shot comes through, and now everyone's going to go back over towards Louise's direction.
Oh
boy. Yeah, that's what I was about.
Hey, somehow we're connected.
Dart. Oh my goodness, they spam him out? What? No way. Some Spidey sense was tingling. Spikes also drops. That's the null command to get the site, and now it's just down to the 5v3. Silence has to pop out the blades. Oh, mercy. 2G in trouble. Can Silence provide a spark? First knife goes wide. Xander tries to take the battle. Get out of his way. Trade is out, but the numbers are still so good for M80, including the operator still in the hands of Koala Noob. Just down to Zap. He's been revealed. And it's one of those good luck, have fun moments. M80 gonna take a 2-1 series count advantage as Koala Noob puts the nail in the coffin. What a map.
What a map so far for M80, but still a great fight so far for 2G. Remember, they are also a team that has never played a BO5, but they are able to keep this competitive against M80. But for a team on that side that emerges victorious, a team that has never really shown their abyss before this year and pulls out a pretty standard comp, they're still playing it to perfection, right? It comes down to a composition that's known from how G2 also runs it, or how other teams currently run it. As White mentioned, an Ascent style of composition. So it comes down to just hitting your shots and winning your fights, and M80 did just that.
And now things get interesting. M80 find themselves up in the series, and with our final 2 maps possibly still to come, we have kind of a weird situation where 2G hasn't played one of them, and M80 hasn't played the other. So a bit of mystery as we head into map number 4, and I'm sure our desk is going to be speculating like crazy. Don't go far. We may have one more map of Ascension before we send another team to VCT. We'll be back to talk about it at the backside of the break.
Coming into the grand finals, 2G had the advantage with the map picks and bans, but it's now M80 that hold the advantage in the series overall, taking a strong Abyss to be up 2-1 in the series and just one map away from being the team to ascend. And yesterday was the first time that we've gotten to see their Abyss, and it was a strong showing, but we really only got to see a lot of their defense. So questions once we got to the side swap, and it was answered, Jen. Their attack side's pretty strong. It'll be a great way to be closing out.
Yeah, now that both teams are settling in, we are getting a very competitive series now. It started off really scrappy in the beginning, actually, with 2G being more cognizant of M80's aggro, like right off the rip. They're swinging at him. And this was a style that ME carried through from their Icebox defense. And I think 2G responded accordingly, just being more vigilant, pre-aiming, and just waiting for that aggro push. But when M80 were on attack, they just knew how to play off of their own smokes, and even Koala will updraft above them, play vertically, so there was just so many angles of attack that made it too much to handle, despite 2G being such a good team in this chaos mode. It was very overwhelming to go up against M80 in these close quarter sites.
I mean, now we know for sure how Abyss is going to go down, and for 2G, I'm sure that's a devastating blow in this series as well. This is a 2G that was able to start the series off hot, but looking at some of the shots, looking at the confidence, and an M80 that was not leaving any stone unturned there, even like that spam kill through the box right at the end. A little bit of a tough way to be finding their footing for a series that otherwise started off quite strong here, Wyatt.
Yeah, definitely. Before getting into this, I was talking about not really knowing where to place M80's Abyss because we only had seen it one time, and it was excellent. Quality was going crazy. Is that always going to be what they're doing on Abyss? Evidently, this looks like one of their best maps. They've just never played it until the past 2 days, but that's a pretty good time to reveal that the new map that you've never played before is actually seemingly one of the best in your pool because they've just beaten 2 of the top 3 teams on it now, back to back. That is just so sick from them. Every first kill they had, they capitalized off of, and I mean, if you're looking at the scoreboard, you can just see the impact from multiple players on their team. Was really impressed by Net's Cypher play here. Xander had his moments as well, but obviously you can see the MVP. That man stole the show.
Yeah, and Zap carries that performance also from Icebox of being an MVP there. This is the guy where you gotta be on the edge of your seat when he's in a 1v3. He's converting a lot of these multi-kills, and he has a very important job as the Sova to control mid and get that initial information off the rip. So Zap continues to really have an impact for 2G.
Unfortunately, just not enough of one to get anywhere close to closing out this series with what M80 was delivering on the other end. We highlighted Net from that past map. Net also a standout performance in this one, but someone who we wanted to talk about a little bit more, we highlighted it before we got into the map. Whatever Jet was going to show up was probably going to steal the show. And from Koala Noob, well, it's going to be him to steal the title. It's getting the win, and also, I mean, coming out here, Koala Noob again and again. I feel like we had the frag package yesterday after he popped off. And Jen, we're going right back to that.
And the casters pointed it out of just, we don't see Koala Noob on Jet as much as your regular duelist, but he is starting to reach that peak today. Going up against Silence to make him look silent is a feat in itself. And Koala Noob needed to be that entry guy, needed to be active and mobile and confident, which we didn't see at the start of the series yesterday. But now that his team is settling in, this is the same good-looking Abyss from M80 that got brought out today.
And with that now, it's going to be M80 that are up 2 maps in this series, and 4th one coming up for Haven. And we talked about some of the implications of bind earlier on, but we never got into the intricacies of this map number 4, Haven. We talked about this bind that we haven't seen on the opposing end. Well, Haven, we have not seen it from 2G. Since this has been in the pool for them, they have first banned it 5 times, second banned it once. The only time they've ever floated it was their last series up against M80, and they never had to go there. They closed it out in 2. Now, Wyatt, this is their life on the line, a map we've never seen from them.
And I could expect them to play one or other of the 2 relevant meta comps, either the standard Jet Breach Sova comp, which is what M80 opt for, or the Neon comp with Spike. They've got 2 different options. I mean, frankly, if you're wanting 2Game to win right now, I would kind of hope that they're going to have Spike play Neon and get Silence over on the Cypher, because his Jet is just not up to scratch right now. Heading into this series, interestingly enough, Silence and Koala Noob were the 2 highest rated Jets in the tournament. Silence is number 1 with 257 ACS, and Koala Noob is number 2 with 256. Literally 1 ACS point off. But today, it doesn't feel like a contest at all. Koala is just straight up playing better. So I kind of hope they bring out the Neon comp and that be the solution to their woes on, the prior 2 maps.
Yeah, I think that's what M80 really struggle with is Neon, because M80 have only one non-Neon map so far. So it's like 2G, could they bring back out the Neon, really give M80 a run for their money, match that fire with fire, the aggro with aggro, maybe get M80 to settle a bit, because now that you're on a 3-site map, you're going to have a defense from M80 or just from both sides that are going to be stretched more thin. So that's where this Neon can really run things over. So I hope to see the 2G Neon.
Especially, too, the only loss that M80 have had on Haven for Ascension so far was yesterday to this Neon that was running around zapping them in the behind. So going into today, knowing that there's a very proficient Neon user server, that would be a great adaptation. A difference going into Haven this time around as well, M80, this isn't the first map of the series anymore. They have warmed up. They're a team that's been known to take that momentum. They normally have these slow starts, and that's what we saw yesterday on that Haven. Now it's map 4 of the series, an opportunity to be closing this out. Wyatt, there is so much to be said here, and the fact that this agent's like can determine everything, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, look, M80, they can taste a victory. They are so close to doing what they couldn't last year, winning the Ascension Finals, making it into the Partnership League. They are 1 map away. And you can really tell that between yesterday and today, they really have put an emphasis, whether that be from IGLing all the players together, the coaching staff, probably all of them, on their mentality in this game. They look fired up, passionate, and they just weren't that yesterday. And that was their downfall in the first 2 maps. But man, what a different team.
Yeah, I think that 2G can just fall back to their Sunset comp of the Breach, Cypher, Neon, Omen, Sova, like go back to the comfort picks, and you can, even if you don't have this wealth of strategy, I think 2G can also just react to M80 and just punish what M80's strat book is, because M80 have shown those faults on Haven yesterday, despite it being map 1 and them, quote, forgetting how to play the game. This is not going to be the same Haven out of M80, at least I hope so, or we're going to be in for a long day. But this is a chance for 2G to fire back when their cards are not revealed. We don't know how practiced they are. They floated the map for a reason.
They certainly did, but from 2G, they started turning heads and having people talk about them from the prep, how they were able to counter in the first place. Some of the prep done beforehand, some, of course, the calling from Zap in the servers. Zap has been showing up today when you're looking at the kills department. The rest of the team, I feel like after that first map, we haven't gotten to see that same unbridled confidence that we've known to love and see from this team. And I think that's a confidence we need to go back to for this Haven. They were able to so aggressively in the past take these first peaks, win them out. Let's see that version of the team as we head into the Blacklight Agent Select. Is it the Jet or is it going to be the Neon? The duelist choice is going to be huge in this, and it's crazy.
Okay, and no one expected that.
Duelist, let's go.
Never mind.
Okay. Huh. Well, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that I didn't expect that. Anyone here expect that?
You got your 2 duelists on duelists?
They're bringing in the Fnatic comp out of nowhere. I mean, listen, I'm not mad at trying to get Silence and Spike to just go run around and shoot everybody. I'm gonna be honest. That's a curveball for me. That's definitely a curveball for M80. Those guys just have to start hitting. That's what it comes down to. They have to start hitting individually.
I think that's the strat. That's how 2Game ended up winning over All Nights before. It just came down to just the shooting fest when it was all chaos and no one knew where anything was. It was about those duelists, and now you got 2 of them for 2Game.
We've talked so much about this double duelist. We've had so much praise. Now we get to see it come to light in the most unconventional of way in the deciding map for 2G. It could be elimination here if they can't pull this out. We'll have to see what they can bring to this haven. Time back for Van Sillies and Shift to take you through.
Couldn't have said it better ourselves there, Des. I think in particular why it really kind of starts the conversation in the right spot. Silence and Spike have not been the same that we've seen them over the course of the last couple of days. Now you're running double duelists. There's no more excuses. You gotta show up here when it matters most.
You definitely got to show up, and you're showing up with a brand new comp, so this is untested now for 2G. They've been studying the tape of Fnatic, and let's see if they can get anything done here with those two at the helm. Spike and Silence also back on the line where M80, if they win this map, it's over for the run for 2G. And 2G want to start things off now on the attack side, hitting the B site, activating the shield already. The double tap to come through, and a first blood for Spike.
Qualinoob trying to chase it down. Not going to be able to get there because the gate crash has already sent Spike all the way deep in towards his spawn again. And Prizey is just going to not allow any sort of a flank through grass. Paranoia cuts across the B side as M80 find their entrance back on in. Zap holding from one side, Silence the other. A couple of tags are in. Xander's right click, formidable to say the least. Off the reload, able to find the elimination. But BCJ and Xander have to do this all themselves in the 2v3. BCJ trying to hold. Here comes the bodyguard from Xander, but it's only so much, and Spikes will make sure there's no further defuse to come through. And there you go, 2G with the opening pistol.
This could have been a dangerous post-plant hold for 2G because it wasn't really planted to a spot where you could just spam a corner. It was a whole half of a sphere that could be diffused here, so BCJ could have been wherever he could have been to survive the spams that would come across. But thankfully here, they still had the power of numbers. They also still isolated that last player that was trying to help them out, which was Xander here on that B site. And they're able to score first here for this two-game composition and this team, and quite an interesting one here. This has been a permaban for 2G as well. We haven't seen this all year. They've never played it in the Brazilian side, so there's no tape. Now hopefully M80 has been studying the Fnatic composition too.
Yeah.
So they could be ready for this. Looking to be ready at least for the second round. 4 players up on the A side.
Well, there we go again. Double tap out. Decoy goes first. It's so hard to deal with this initial hit. Step on forward. Silence, able to get the reset. BCJ just outside the dark cover. Qualinoob holding with him as 2G. Not able to plant, at least not as of yet. Nismo with his shoulder. At least able to see something. Flashes out, but oh, the trigger discipline. Aim labs much. Prize able to find all 3 with 1 tap. And it's a black light flawless for 2G.
Yeah, if anything, the grid shot was 98% accuracy because it almost got nervous there where he would miss the first shot and then sometimes like, oh crap, I'm not getting all my kills, so this could be dangerous. But it also shows a lot here into how 2G's currently facing the adversity of potentially ending their run if they lose this map against M80. The fact that he's able to still capitalize and reset and get these 3 kills, the fact that these guys have never played a BO5 and come out with this composition and are able to convert a pistol round and also win the anti-eco, it shows how much grit this team has right now as a team.
Well, it's a bonus that will feature 2 Vandals, a Guardian, 2 Spectres, and Spikes is already getting aggressive. Whoa, rings the bell. BCJ gets blown away. Defense on the rotation to A, but wouldn't you know it, it's not A, it's all C. And that's going to be enough for likely a very convincing post plant.
And just that, pulling the rotate. Look at all those smokes coming through. M80 are thrown for a loop. They went through all their smokes towards that side. There's no more smokes towards the front of the C site either for Xander. But thankfully, Net was holding here towards that ceiling, so nobody on the attack could push forward for 2G. There's an opportunity to flood retake here with the Paranoia.
Now they're going to go for it. Flash on the counter. Good reveal as well. Holds back this M80 retake. Trying to change up the angle. Xander's going to try to move over towards the plateau. Silence, all right there with Zap. Just sprays down. Trades are decent. M80 trying to fight from the high ground. Have to fight this position at long. You also have a cut across the map as Prize is going to try to work his way in through Garage, and there will be no further elements of this retake for M80, and even beyond that, Xander will not be able to save a weapon. The bonus is good, and 2G looking clean through 3.
I don't want to jinx it here for 2G, but it's looking to be a very strong showing for them to push this to a map 5. because again, M80 thrown on a loop. One single push forward, taking down BCJ that's trying to do the recon solo play towards the A side, swings towards the sewers and gets caught. And not only that, the fact that they tried to flood retake and it gets countered by a flash from Spike and a recon for Zap to get all the players blinded and hit by a ping, M80 does not look ready to play against this comp. So Xander has to be on point on how he reads this play, and also for the coaching staff to watch it round by round to try to come back in this game.
Smoke, recon ball through long, double stack for M80. Koala Noob getting aggressive right up through sewer, but he misses the window. Xander also could have had to be pushed off. The neural theft going to force him back into sight where the hit is already underway. Rotating quickly is next. Sheriff in hand for him. Decoy just goes a bit awry, and well, there's just nowhere for Xander to go. Another blacklight flawless for 2G.
And this is where you're playing against the lower buys of your opponents, where you could snowball so much around the ISO. And this is such an important ult to bring now with the kill contract going into the next round, where you have a gun round available here for M80. And you're already seeing him looking at each other, trying to figure out how they can play against it. And already you have a timeout coming out from M80. Just to one, at least calm the snowballing effect that 2Game are currently doing here on the attack side. But now again, trying to figure things out. How do you play around here? This double duelist pulled out by 2Game.
And this is the important part, and I'm glad that you brought this out, because this may seem premature, I think, in the larger scheme of when a timeout gets called, but this is an important moment. You've seen now a couple of, you saw the bonus, you saw a full gun round, and Happy needs to make a call of, hey guys, remember, this is what this comp does best. This is how we best counter it with what we have on the table. You have to be able to give them the game plan now, because you weren't able to prep this map really at all for what 2Game are going to do. You have a mind in terms of what you want to do, obviously, as your pick, but it's one of those situations that you don't know what you're playing against. You don't really get to play a counter strat until you start to see what 2Game are doing. 4 rounds in, now you've got an idea in terms of what 2Game wants to do, and M80 can really start to establish what their identity in this map is going to look like.
Yeah, and the thing too is how do you nullify Spike's map control that he's currently taking by himself here for the team for 2Game, because this is something that's not unorthodox here. Koala Noob plays this agent as well. He's also able to create a lot of these fakes and TP out and then just throw their opponents into a false rotate. So that said, though, we'll stop that pace. There's a lot of things happening towards the C side already, though. At least Xander's able to avoid the kill contracts. That's a great start, at least, for M80.
Oh, BCJ, Odin out. He tries to fight back. And through the contingency, M80 actually stopped the play towards C long. And Xander follows up with some spam through the smoke. That will work out for an elimination onto Zap. So that's one way to counteract it. And I feel like often when we saw this comp become popularized by Fnatic, it's just like, how do you deal with a double tap contingency down these long choke points? And unless you can find a way to do things like fault line it or paranoia it feels like it's free entry. This time Xander just steps up, finds a kill, and shuts down the play.
If anything, the first thing was step away from the ult that prevents him from getting all of these kills after, because this would have been a different story as well if he got caught by that. That's a C site open. That's contingency, as you mentioned before, that gets so much value because there was no defenders on the side of M80 holding up towards the garage. And that's the other thing too. On the other side of the attack though for 2G, they never really went into any garage control for the split into the C site. So there wasn't really any big ways to really attack Xander. With him dancing out of the garage, at least there in the mid-round, Pricey gets that kill and an opportunity here for 2G to turn it around on a pulse plan.
They need to worry about what happens over towards garage. Fault line will come through first, trying to get the isolation over to Luis. He's trying to get the teleport out, and Koala Noob in and out of the dark cover. That is just enough to keep Luis occupied. But keep in mind, Pricey has made his way back over. Puts down the initial trap. Cyber Cage about to expire. Nismo on the corner. Gets the first one cleanly. Maybe a chance for isolation. Oh, nearly, but Koala Noob does not miss. Pops off in the player cam, and M80 get on the board.
Oh, that was so close there for 2G, because that back TP coming in from Luis was actually quite sick, because most of the times the Omen TP's outside of B main, out of contention, out of any danger, and he's willing to go head-to-head against players inside the A-Link. And thankfully for M80, it was a dash available from Koala Noob. Goes right through the smoke, and Luis couldn't get that pick. And then almost Pricey winning a 1 versus 3. So despite M80 having a great start with how Xander was holding towards the C site, it still ended up being a very, very costly round for M80 to win. They carry over and on, but look at the rest of the buy. It's half shields, only a Guardian, and a couple of rifles.
Contingency out. BCJ aggressive through A long, playing for the orb. Collects it. and wants more. Bold, to say the least, but at least confirms the information. You also saw from a moment the contingency was already thrown over towards C. So that's not part of this play. What do you use here if you're 2Game Esports to crack the code on either of these sites? Because usually it's a double tap contingency. They don't have that anymore.
Yeah. Could have been potentially trying to control the A orb as well while they're selling this fake towards C, so you could have a dimensional drift.
Yeah.
So you're actually really nullifying the opportunity to gain good value out of your recon. And literally talking about recons, it's the Owl Drone to try to sell a fake. You're trying to insert Prizey here after you fall back, but they didn't break the Owl Drone. This is huge now for M80.
Oh, Prizey, well, I mean, that's just an overheat from Xander. He thinks he's got him dead to rights. The paranoia comes through, but Prizey just holds the angle, turns that into a free first blood. Nismo, fault line, avoided by Silence, who's able to catch him to the dark cover, plus get the reset of the double tap. Luis, up and over, not gonna be able to take down Koala Noob, who tries to now have to do it himself. Operator and knives to play with. 125 collective health pool. Left. But the spike is on A, and there's a long lurk from Zap.
Give me the spike planted.
Good first. And if he gets the read into Zap, maybe there's a chance, but he's just trying to hold the op in. Yep, he will just narrowly, well,
wait, there's noise though.
So just narrowly avoids Zap, but he runs right back to his direction, and 2G will get up for again 5-1. Feeling it.
It still was a great attempt, though, from Xander to run it down. Yes, it looked questionable at the play, but to follow behind the Owl Drone, that it spots the opponents because the Owl Drone didn't get shot. He blinds 2 players, but look at that. Prizey staying very close and being nearsighted, you're still able to potentially spot the tip of the barrel of Xander walking through, and you win that fight. That was huge there for the side of 2G, but once again, not necessarily defaulting to a point where it's just Euro making noise at this point. That double walk down in that spot into sewers, once again, shows here for M80 that they're being thrown for these fakes.
Yeah. Dimensional drift contingency, wide open C site. Just classics and a sheriff for net. Hunter's Fury, maybe, but unlikely. Spike will be planted. Luis will make sure of it. And there will be a long lurk from Koala Noob. He saw the gate crash come back, but he's in a little bit of trouble getting through this trap wire. The rest of his teammates stacked up, looking to play the other side of the site. Paranoia cuts across, recon bolt in the backside. Is there any opportunity for Koala Noob to get some isolation? Doesn't look likely. Double tap gets rear, but no, Koala Noob does make his play, but can only catch one by surprise. Hunter's Fury gets called here. Nat is able to tally off of the neural theft that also, I think, got popped, or probably the recon that got initially hit. But Luis getting 2 has now made this round extremely expensive for M80, and BCJ will not have a chance to further onto the Fusel.
Especially when Koala Noob can get that backstab there, and that allows here that neural theft to be thrown by Prizey just on the body of Koala Noob, which then gives you the information and not an opportunity for Xander to really go in and diffuse off the smoke that he covered himself with to try to hit that diffuse. So it looked pretty good, at least to flood back in that moment, and it looked fairly decent in amount of damage that they were able to do, but it turns out to be fairly costly on the eco side of M80 when you forced out and you try to gamble play with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt here on your attack side for M80 for sure.
Yeah, really, really, really badly.
Here.
Well, operators back in hands of Koala Noob. Rifles for everyone else. A couple of light armors to be considerate of. Kill contract is nearly earned for Silence. Same can be said for Zap and his Hunter's Fury. The only other thing to really kind of consider is if Net finds elimination, he will have a lockdown. Angle held by Koala Noob over towards A long. But the hit for 2G. Looking to once again just play this contingency down. See, that is a very interesting contingency. Doesn't really block the lane. It just tries to block that top platform, and there will be no execute beyond that.
If anything, it gets you on the top of the C, the top C at least, if you want to explode around that. But that said, you're seeing how M80, with the amount of times that they're trying to fight back against Euro making a lot of noise and getting TP'd out and being forced on these rotates, they're anchoring up a little bit more. But when they anchor up a little bit more, look at how much space 2G has to be able to play around.
Yeah. Well, this could get interesting.
So reactive.
Yeah, Net's going to get an alarm off. Yeah, this is a good look from the observers. He gets 1. He can immediately get to a position to pop lockdown and stop this play from even happening. He's looking to get out of sight. Wants the lockdown to come through. Hits it immediately. Now time is going to be an issue here for 2G on this approach. Again, they've got no contingency here. Legitimately, not just by ability, but also by where they rotate to. They're going to try to go B. Oh, this is mercy. Can they actually get there in time?
It's gonna be
They're
C.
going to do it one step forward. They're going to go to C. BCJ is going to have a recon for this. Just coming down to, does he get a read?
He can't. Because he already used a Hunter's Fury on the previous round. So even if he gets a recon there, he can't deny the plant. So this is still winnable for 2G.
It's a
they have
bold
no
rotate.
lockdown for the retake either.
The problem here for 2G is they have to be very cautious of, is there going to be some sort of a flank with the heavy defensive stack towards A. Spikes the first one up. Good damage. Does not collect the elimination, though. Koala Noob trying to enter with an operator. Great fault line. Hits almost everybody. Now here comes the flood. Spike into the hole for the first. Trying to lock down the site best he can. Prize deals with one. Trades back and forth. Koala Noob still landing. Zap off of the reveal. Trying to come back over towards the spike. Able to take down one, but nothing more. It's Koala Noob for 3. And with the spike diffused halfway, it's M80 getting their second.
And you called it a beautiful fault line coming out from Nismo because they were trying to set up a high-low right after. They avoided the first flash being thrown by Nismo as well. But then after the fault line happens, you saw already that Luis tried to jump into safety, back towards default, trying to make plays in that spot, and then unfortunately falls, and it makes that lurk not work out here for Zap. He does do some econ damage at that point, but it becomes a good flood retake in the end based off the fault line thrown from Nismo. So great value once again off the utility. Yes, he maybe has not had the best in terms of fragging capabilities in these roles so far in the last 2 maps, but he's definitely making the util work in favor for M80 to at least salvage his second round.
I'm not gonna lie, this ISO gameplay has been less than inspiring. Contingency and kill contract both come up empty again. Site will be taken, but M80 are fully healthy. And they are one Nismo elimination away from having a Rolling Thunder for this retake. And Luis has shown himself, and Nismo nearly.
They haven't cleared sewers, though. They haven't cleared sewer shift, and there's double players there for M80.
Looking at it, and Net will say, not so fast. Nismo now from the front. Net working through sewer, gets a second. Paranoia is going to land. And the fall down from Nismo doesn't really work out, actually. Silence still trying to hold from inside hell. Luis right there with them, but he catches a face full of frags. Just down to Zap, which has been enough before. Recon Bolt does not get around the corner, but it may work out. Koala Noob still gets revealed by it. He knows it's on the edge, but Koala Noob with the operator not going to miss. A second tally in a row, and M80 have brought us back to within 3.
I was actually surprised that it got the ping there onto Koala Noob. It didn't look like he was really overextending on the missed recon dart that was thrown there by Zap. That could have been a dangerous wallbang there where you could have gone lucky for Zap and convert here this clutch in a 1 versus 3. But for somebody that we've been praising for the first 2 maps where Zap was getting so many multi-kills, he's actually been falling a little bit quiet here going into these rounds where in these moments where you have to clutch, where you have to step up to the plate, we're not seeing it as much anymore. No. So it's not really just on, you know, Silence and Spike faltering just a little bit. And again, their stamina is being tested in this BL5, and it's falling short.
Heat check. Koala Noob just runs it down A long. Oh my. And all of a sudden, 2G got to be sitting here like, what? No way. If Koala Noob starts doing that, we're in trouble.
I'm down for it because Koala Noob pushing 1 extremities for like a 1 and done while you have Xander inserted towards long C and a triple stack towards that spot. Now you're killing 2 birds with 1 stone, right? You're putting 1 at the front, getting these kills, but we'll talk about it in a bit. There's an alert from Luis. It's a 4-on-4.
Really well done. Good isolation. Luis getting aggressive. Now the Rolling Thunder trying to find the retake over from the A side of the map. Luis trying to shake off the status effects. Now takes his peek, and what a timing from Luis, gets 2. Net, Koala Noob trying to make this happen. Knives are out. Has to deal with the initial trap. Hunter's Fury. It's able to get to halfway, and he sneaks away. Koala Noob almost tries to break the corner. Net with the retrigger. Not gonna work as Prize will finalize the last 2 kills, and 2G find themselves their 7.
Again, this is just going to be continuous good macro play from both of these teams. Whenever Koala Noob, if he realizes here that he took down the Euro, it was a solo play on that side, technically, they had the right read where, you know, Euro TPs with the rest and be working towards the C site. So they had 3 players stacked there for M80. But this is a great way for 2G to just up the tempo wherever, you know, the pressure is coming from, and they've avoided at least the pure stack that was happening here from M80 towards the C side to get the plant towards B. But it's Koala Noob activating everything, and now they're 2 rounds away of closing at least the gap where 2G looks so dominant in the first half. have to think on their toes, push it down towards middle. Low buy that they have here. Hero rifle for Koala Noob. And no opportunities to retake because there's a double trip in the back from Pricey.
Yeah, they say one's not enough, we'll throw both. No way Koala Noob gets through that. He is on the hero rifle. Aldrone will see just silence. This angle from Spikes is a dangerous one. Paranoia is out though. That pushes him back towards the gate crash. And keep in mind, Net is still in position here trying to threaten the flank. But look at the From the Shadows play. You've got Luis now flanking the flank, so to speak. He's behind the play of the defense. Net has done well over the backside. Xander gonna get to halfway. You gotta go, you gotta find it. Xander almost gets it defused, but Luis does get into the dark cover in time to stop any antics from happening.
That was so close as well. I think it was like a second away from being able to get that defused there, just under the nose of 2G. We're M80 with the pressure that Net has been bringing. You talked about double trips here, where technically you should not be able to get value out of a flank. He still manages to get 2 sheriff kills on top of that against 2G. But thankfully, from the shadows coming back, the last line of offense for Luis is able to save that round for 2G and not make it and give the momentum back in favor of M80. But another opportunity with a knock. Looking back towards the A side. Still have a stack towards the C side now for M80. But 2G is trying to up the tempo. Going with the contingency. Off here, the dimensional drift to clear out the C site. And it's going to be a full execute now.
Whoa, wait. There might be an opportunity for a recontest their garage here for M80. Spikes has moved his way back into this position, but he has missed the crossover towards the right side of the window. Spike planted. Long flank from Koala Noob. Net lockdown out. Aldrone scouts this. Does Spike want to try to go to deny the lockdown here? Sir, Xander's in position though. Lockdown does get destroyed, and silence takes good effect of it. Kill contract comes through. 1v1 me, bro.
Oh, they're gonna knife it. They're gonna knife it.
Later.
Never mind. At least they had everything going here shift after. If Silence was going to lose that fight, there was definitely going to be a guaranteed round no matter what coming out from 2G. But the value that Prize has been getting out of these neural theft to not allow Net and M80 to get the most value out of the lockdown was everything there, especially giving his life away. I think that was Spike as that Yoru. Even if he died to Xander, at least he broke that lockdown. And that was a great selfless play to allow 2G to tally up 9 rounds of their first half on a composition that they've never played before, on a map that they haven't played all year, and they have an opportunity now to push this into M80's permaban that they never played all year.
That
couldn't write Ascension any better than this.
Legitimately cinema if that happens. But that's, again, you know, for 2 game, 9 is great, especially considering, like we've already mentioned, not a map that they've played. The ISO was effective in terms of Silence finding kills, but I'm not going to lie, there were moments where it didn't look like the ISO was finding the same value that you would normally expect, especially considering these, you know, trendsetters of Fnatic and how they played it, but still making good use of it. I mean, the first half numbers are pretty solid. Obviously, at the end, it starts to come through, but I don't know. It's one of those situations that now I think the question really ramps up because, let's be candid, ISO and Yoru on defense, you have to play aggressive with. It's just, or you have to play full retake with it, and there's not really any other option. You really can't finesse between getting pulled. It's either you have to play as a 5-man force early for something like a trap play, or you have to play for a 5-man retake. It's just not a lot of extra utility on the ISO and Yoru that helps out, especially on a 3-site map.
I still think, though, they have a pretty decent composition to hold somewhat into the defensive side, because Pricey could definitely hold a lot of information on his own on one half of the map, while the rest here could try to play. He can still play good retakes with recon darts and flashes coming out from Spike and Zap. So I don't necessarily think that it's necessarily a bad comp to play on defense. Definitely, because you're playing double duelists, it almost looks like you have to be fairly aggressive, but there's still great util coming out from an ISO that allows for you to scale back, that maybe they could have things going on their side here for 2G's side on the defense.
See how it all builds. This 2G squad has been kind of stapled of their identity as being an aggressive side, or aggressive team rather, I should say. And Spikes will get a lobby control. Sentry turret nearby, alarm bot most pressingly in front of him. But he can at least play the contact and gate crash. Well, not anymore, so he can gate crash back if he wants to, but instead, it's going to be an owl drone that gets him out of position. Doesn't give it up fully yet, though, and Luis, meanwhile, is just going to see if he can find contact on this little shoulder peek. Darts are in, Paranoia is through, 2G want to fight this. There's the double tap. First shot, going to be countered. 1-for-1 goes the initial exchange, but M80 not feeling good about this backup, and now they're going to go to garage.
This whole time, it was just one player per spike on the A side, so they still have the most numbers over here towards B and C for 2G.
They've read this, though, have 2G's defense. Xander maybe thinking about trying to push to the window. Net is already up. Do they hear anything? Here's the re-wrap back. Luis holding into a corner. Would just need to go 1-for-1, you'd think. M80 doubling back again, but Luis has cleared the front of B, so now the defense can start to get to work on putting their attention right back over towards C. Slipping through, Paranoia out, Spikes! Pardon me? Sorry, man, I guess I wasn't familiar with your game. 2-tap headshot comes through, and the last one standing is Xander, who's flashed beyond recognition, and whoa! How about those ghost shots?
A game of cat and mouse in the pistol round. Having two players inserted into the garage, both Xander and Net. They try to pull a rotate by running back towards the front of the B side. Net calls it. Here's a little bit of a rotate. They're weaker now on the B side. They're weaker now on C. Let's try to head back towards that spot. But 2G was not giving them any type of space or any type of free kills. It ended up being a 1-for-1, and then Spikes just playing the off angle when you don't have too much utility left on your last moments trying to hit the site. And there you just land your shots, you win the pistol, and it's looking once again to be, unfortunately, not the cleanest haven that we're seeing coming out of M80.
What a predictive play here by Luis, followed up by the vulnerability off the ice, I believe, from the other side of the map. Looked like it, Nismo last one left, and he's stuck. Wow. Overwhelming pressure. 2G up 11-3 on a map they have yet to ever show, and whoa, are they cooking?
Okay. And that's also here on the amount of times that M80 have been playing this map of Haven, where they've been studying the tape when they were playing against All Knights on top of that yesterday, when M80 lost that, 13-3 against All Knights. And definitely 2G is like, oh, we definitely have what it takes here to play against this composition, and how All Knights look pretty good here against M80. And yes, you've mentioned that vulnerability to fight back towards the B main hit was perfect. Look at another contingency. Shock darts on top of that, but it misses.
Yeah.
Thankfully here we stayed back for M80.
That's a lot of utility spent, but 2G will have a lobby control. And as Spikes makes his way over to C, he's looking to hit a blindside up and over the box. There's the pop flash, and he sees everything. The right click, though. Oh, no, the Bulldog spam does not connect. Pricey, backside of the site, trying to stay alive through the aftershock. Has to find cover because PCJ's on the way in. And M80 are going to get their fourth as soon as they deal with Zach.
And that is a saving grace there for M80, because you've mentioned, yes, a lot of utility was being used there for 2G's side, but it actually funneled and corralled all of M80 for a hit towards the C side, where all of the Cypher trips were being set up there for Pricey. I think we're just a little bit, we committed it a little bit too much, rather, for the flash out of Spikes. Yes, they got so many players blinded, and he just had a little bit of an RNG moment where he couldn't even get one, unfortunately. But outside of that, you're kind of leaving your teammate out more stranded right there for Pricey. Look at how much utility was being used against them towards the back of the site. Fully flashed on top of that, too, for Quality to pick up the free kill. So that is, again, saving grace for M80 to convert a very healthy gun round against the bonus of 2G. But 2G still has great control at the defensive side, putting M80 in moments and positions where they want to fight them until that happens.
Yeah, just a walk down 1v1, and Xander's not done. Whoa, okay. How about that? Opens things up nicely here. Gun round looking pretty precarious for 2G. 3v5. Net on the back pedal. Will get safely into A lobby. He's the one responsible for this angle, though. And Spikes is coming across the corner, and Net is primed and ready. 5v2. Surely 2G are looking to save.
No choice at that point. This is a lure. I mean, an expensive buy coming out from 2G and nothing that can carry over with the extension of his T rifles, but M80 are overreading this. They're going back towards the C site. The camera just spotted them too.
Yep. Trapped to allow the defense to stay on site. Cyber Cage gonna get popped. Try staying healthy through. Luis off the reveal. Makes good on one. M80 stuck at the choke point.
Oh
Paranoia hits everything, but just the transfer not there for prize. At the target-rich environment, maybe you just don't know who to shoot at sometimes, as M80 will clean it up and put themselves another one on the board.
2 times there where a pop flash just catches M80 off guard, and unfortunately there, as you mentioned, Shift, too many targets to choose from. You're like, I don't know which one. But thankfully here, you're able to convert another round there for M80, and that could have been fairly dangerous looking on the side here of the attack because of the crossfire that was set up from that trip. Ended up being so good for 2G when it looked like they were going to save these ones. Look at that Vandal moment.
The slow motion is criminal. Fault line sent through early for M80 down A long. Pistols out in full sheriffs, and Spikes is dead. There's just nowhere to go there, brother. M80 looking like they just want to just take this straight over to A. Silence has been good in these moments, but not this time. And that will likely be enough for them to just say, let's take our 5v multiple somewhere else if we want to. Get the defense a little bit more limited on numbers.
And this was where you're going to start scaling ultimates as well here for M80. So far, the second half has been working well for them. 2G, as I mentioned before, it's not necessarily the composition that you think would be the weakest here on the defensive side. I still think they could be fairly decent, but they are giving a little bit of their tells at the beginning of these rounds where they keep trying to go for these contingency shock darts, blinded hits here onto M80. Where M80 so far at the beginning of these rounds, they haven't really been contesting that area from the get-go. They've been avoiding all that utility from the start, and that gives them an opportunity to work that map a little bit more to their favor, especially on a 3-sided map, where now that conditioning here for M80 that says, hey, we're not really hitting this A site really, and we're finishing towards C a lot into the mid round. You might see one of those moments where they just want to brute force it back after the initial utility from 2G on the A side and just re-hit A, especially going into the next round where Nismo has the Rolling Thunder available for them to really hit this site.
Well, it's Blacklight flawless here for M80 against the full sheriffs of 2G. And the Copium tank starts to fill up round by round. 11-3 comeback, I don't want to say is impossible because we've seen it once before already in this event. Shout out to that Caloris and All Knights matchup. Never thought I would see the day in a major tournament that would happen, but it did. So there's definitely a chance here. Just comes down to, can you keep the puzzle putting together, keep this momentum building? Because again, I just worry that for 2G off this composition, they're going to get caught trying to play too aggressive.
Definitely. And now for M80 as well is to try to see if they will want to counter into that aggression too. So 2G now realizing, this is a great moment to call the timeout. I think there was a couple of rounds ago where 2G felt like they had full control of this map, so they permitted themselves to overpeak and really tried to overextend a couple of these fights just because their shots were landing on how they were fighting against M80. But they're realizing here that M80 are really staying as a pack to try to fight into map control, not too much defaulting into extremities or keeping players inserted into these heavy gun rounds. So now the timeout is going into that. Would you want to save? Okay, I thought we were going straight into action. I was going to go crazy there. But I thought it was going to be in those moments where you're going to try to save a little bit more of the vulnerability in the shock darts to try to play this retakes, because you really haven't had a chance to go for a full 5-player retake either.
Yeah, that's very true. So lots of things to discuss, a lot of things to think over as we get into our next full gun round here in round 18. Lots of ultimates on the table as well. In particular, look at Nismo with the Rolling Thunder. Spike may also just sit here and say, I've got Dimensional Drift. Let's heavy stack one side of the map and play for retake on the other as Zap gets to work on his Hunter's Fury. Spike's going to get aggressive, though. Oh, that's just one of those moments where you wonder, maybe a little too greedy.
Phantom moment, though. It was a 140 there onto Koala Noob where he potentially was trying to TP out of that. But again, the game plan was there. Rolling Thunder going into the A site. You saw that for 2G. They wanted to play a little bit more passively and try to play the retake with util, but this time they won't have spikes, so they won't have flashes to retake into the site for 2G.
Yeah, Xander's going to take a lot of chunk damage off those shock darts from Zap. Are you joking? Follow from the Aldrone sees a good amount of information. There is no one on the long flank, though. So for 2G, this is all about trying to flood your way through. Contingency comes out first. Aftershock holds it off. Paranoia now on the way in. Quality trying to hold early. Fault line pushes him off. And 2G can't find a way into the site. They're out of utility. Now it's just got to do it the hard way. Quality off the reveal. Silence trying to play around the backside of the dark cover. It's not going to work out as 2G cannot find a way to crack the code on the spike site, and M80 have flipped the eco back into their favor again.
Because the best thing that they had was a paranoia to try to combine with that recon dart. It only pings one player on top of that, and the other ones were just able to avoid it because you're not flashed, you're not being blinded by a Yoru flash. You can't really run around you don't have to run around the site trying to look for some cover. And speaking of cover, the one-way is being thrown by Xander as well into the spawn to not allow 2G to get the best out of the reflux once they find the pings, when they move in with a contingency wall. So that's beautiful display from M80 in these post-plant scenarios. Again, doing a great job punishing the first blood against the overcommitment of Spike right here. Once again, trying to contest towards the A side.
Whoa.
Okay, that's how you answer back.
Yeah, I'll say. And now there's an opportunity with this stack over towards A long. They can push up and collect this weapon, and M80 are aware of that. So they're going to make an aggressive move over towards Spy Cam, gets deleted immediately. Smoke coverage over towards the garage elbow and over towards the backside of the defensive spawn. How risky does Prize want to get it? He gets one trapped, so that's enough for him to find an elimination, but the Nanostorm to follow will keep the numbers, at least for now, in favor of 2G, but the plant is on.
And ults too, but Net's gonna put his down right away. Are they gonna wait this out? They're gonna have to sphere it, so we are committing into this, but Luis dies.
Yeah, the 1-for-1's not bad considering it's a double ult setup. Lockdown expires. Here comes the retake. Xander wants to hold close. Steps in. He's able to avoid the recon, but not the double tap. Just down to Nismo. Blind is through. Kill contract is out. And again, there's no way that he gets out of this one. Sap is right there waiting in 2G. Put us on map point.
How does a double tap save you as Nismo goes inside that smoke? He actually hits the headshot, but the double tap saves him, which then allows here for the rest of 2G to flood inside that smoke. The spike flash coming out of that one as well. You already knew it was going to be a commitment coming out here from 2G as they were committing on these fights and winning these fights before M80 was still able to set up into the post plant. And yeah, you're going to call the timeout for M80 for sure. This is map point for 2 game. Again, first time on the stage playing a BO5, and they're about to push this into a map 5.
Unbelievable scenes. I mean, wow. Drama thick as ever. 2 game, now a chance to send us the distance, where they would technically, again, coming out of the upper bracket, this is where their advantage comes to play, is at the end of a series that looks like this. But can they get it over the hurdle? Because even though that's a throwaway in some regard by M80, there's still a lot of success they've been able to build on offense. So this tactical pause coming out of it, can they clean up those things? Can they find a way to catch 5 in a row? The problem would be 2 game in that span are going to have a chance to earn some of these ultimates back again.
And you almost have to at this point here shift. Because again, Bind, the permaban for M80. The last time they played that map was a map 4, the 4th map that they played against the Guard, where they lost in overtime, 12-14. And you definitely don't want to force this into the 5th map.
Yeah.
Everything in the map veto was in your favor here to close it right now.
Flex pickup though, offensive operator. Spikes, I believe, was seen by that Aldrone late as it started to cruise its way into the garage window. 1v1 isolated between the Omens here over towards A lobby. Luis sneaks under the box. Silence nearby. But all of this is just Xander trying to make sure the flank stays held, as garage has already been taken and the 2G defense are going to rely on a trap wire to defend B and stack the C site instead.
I was about to mention that too, because the turret hasn't seen anybody towards middle. I think it would have been a good call as they're stopping the tempo here to maybe break some util towards the front. That would pull out the rotate out from 2G or force the hand on that side. Seems to be the case to start. They are trying to walk up slowly here. It's been smoked out. Now Luis is alone, but that drop from Xander.
Oh, we're just not checking corners. Get careful. For a moment there, I was about to say Watsuki, the world star of the century. That comes through, zap over towards the back, only able to find one before Quality fits the trade, but is that enough to securely get this plant put together? 4v2. There's the vulnerability. Fault line to respond. Silence sidesteps. It doesn't make a difference. BCJ still snaps over it. Oh, BCJ opens the door for a 1v1. Luis v Nismo. Luis off the bat. Nismo prepared for this. How does the action happen? Ah, Louise wins the 1v1. You want him at 5? You got it.
Louise with the first and the last kill. The most important ones coming through here for 2G to push this map to their victory and to push this into a map 5. Backstabbing Xander. Xander was not ready for that one and goes for the quick swing. 50-50 chance to go for the clear, and he gets his right to instantly get the headshot there onto Nismo, the defuse, and now to have the Ascension series decided on Bind, where again M80 has never played this map.
Can you say that louder one more time for the folks in the back?
M80 has never played this map, and he lost it in overtime the last time last year on this very stage of Ascension.
Oh, drama. It's absolute cinema. Could it get any better than this? I don't know. It's going to be a little bit of a prickly point. As Vance mentioned, some PTSD possibly around the corner, but it's a map 5 and we come back after the break.
The game starts long before the game starts. And warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
And it's official. We have a map 5 ahead of us. After being up in the series, M80, they're 2-1. They go over to Haven, something that has been a ban coming out from the side of 2G, something we have not seen from them, and something where they pull out this double duelist, this ISO, this Yoru. We had so many questions going into it. But right away, Jen, they were answering. They had this aggression. They had this confidence. They had what it takes to win, to push it the distance.
Yeah, it just felt like such a YOLO comp where, yes, this was seen in VCT in the past, but for this team, for 2G, they've only played an ISO Yoru, not with this exact composition, but these two duelists on Breeze, and that was a while ago. 2G just resorted to being very solo play focused, hence the ISO and the Yoru. And to beat the Yoru goat of Koala Noob on this map, by the way, is crazy. But the issue for me was when watching M80's defense, which got rolled. I think they just let 2G into the C site for free. No smokes, no attempts at contesting, no hindrance, and the retakes were really tough for M80 to pull out. And maybe M80 were confident because of those two duelists and maybe the limited utility that 2G had, but 2G were frying them. And even on the post plants, like M80 weren't smoking C long, so then 2G had better angles to fire from. So yeah, retakes were tough for M80.
Which is crazy as well, because the C site on defense is usually where M80 thrive. I really respect how good they are at flood retaking, especially over at that site. But yeah, 2Game, they were just brute force up in their face, taking the fight to them. Like, your retake be damned, we are just going to kill you. They were getting so many aggressive kills on attack. And I mean, that is obviously the name of the game when you have this double duelist, and especially the ISO. That is what ISO does. Run in, shoot people, have the shield up. There were a lot of times as well where the double tap shield was actually just purely keeping Silence alive.
I mean, even at the end, just through that smoke and being able to have the shield and that double chance at life. And there is so much flashiness about these duelists. We didn't even really got to talk about anyone else on the team. He's a fantastic save for gameplay coming on out, and just the entire team really stepping up when needed. So huge congratulations to them to push it into this map 5. And when we were talking about this 2G squad and what we got to see on Haven, from the get-go, they kind of set a pace here, Jen, that was like, oh, okay, like they got these ideas. They've been banning it out, but this is good. I mean, even going back as early as round 3, a little duelist cheekiness when we're looking at sewers.
Yeah, I mean, the Yoru was faking them out, and you would think Koala Noob would know this page in the strat book. And there was one round in round 3 where Spike had just teleported out, got a kill on A, and it got all of M80 scrambling to get to A when the hit was actually happening at C, which again, the retakes are going to be even more difficult for M80 if they lack time to do it. So it was mind games. It was also great fragging from the 2G department using those duelists. But hey, mad respect to Spike. Big fan of his Yoru.
I mean, that kind of set the pace as well, because when we were looking at that attacking end here, Wyatt, we needed the duelists to kind of be stepping up. And it wasn't just Spike. We got to see some cheekiness there, but we got to talk about Silence and kind of what the impact was coming out from here, especially with all the rounds that 2G was able to string together.
Definitely. Silence was fully rejuvenated on that map. I mean, just on his attack side alone, he went 15 for 8. That's where he really got the huge majority of his kills. Again, just this brute force fighting forward. This was such a cool way to end the half off too. Just dodge that paranoia, 2 kills, sends Nismo to the gulag, beats him in a 1v1 to swap sides after that. It's because of him they got out to such a huge lead that despite M80 starting to string some rounds together, when they got on attack, it just didn't matter. They were already in position to win. He literally got more kills on attack on Haven than he got on either of the last 2 maps in their entirety. And what a time to heat up, because when we get to the next map, he's going to be on Raze. He's got to keep this form up if 2G want to get into the partnership league.
You're exactly right. What a time to be heating up. We have to start talking about this map 5 and what is ahead of us now. Looking at this bind, leaving it as the map 5 in the series, I think a better script could not have been written. When you're looking at 2Game and what they've gotten to show us on bind, this has been strong for them. And M80, completely unknown. One time in M80's history have they ever played this map. last year in the grand finals. They took an overtime loss to the Guard, and it was the beginning of the end for them, losing out on the 4th map shortly after, and the series, losing their shot in VCT Americas. They have an opportunity now to rewrite that script, but they've permabanned it all year long. Jen, we don't know what they have in store for us, but that's the same thing that we just said for 2G on Haven, and look what happened there.
Yeah, I got a small bit of cope because this is an amazing version of the M80 roster, a different one than when they face the Guard. Now you have BCJ, who if they go to the Gecko, which I assume they will, he's an incredible Gecko player when it comes to Ascension Challengers overall. Like, yeah, they don't have M80's raise is a big question mark, but have you ever really doubted what M80 can do when they don't have enough time on Jet? Koala Noob will go crazy. I think this is strong. You saw how Xander looked on Icebox, how they worked around his walls and tempo to crunch teams pushing past it. I have cope for M80, but yeah, this is not a map you wanted to get to.
I mean, a little more than cope. Going into this and remembering that match from last year, I think there is the possibility here. The thing is Silence was popping off and really starting to warm up that last map. Last year, when we saw this overtime loss for M80, it was a step up from Nismo to get them to that point in the first place. That trio from last year, Nismo, Koala Noob, and Xander, all big step ups. Koala Noob has been showing up on the day. Xander, there's so much to say. Nismo, when he plays lights out, it's so good for this team. And when we're looking for that firepower, Wyatt, that we need here for the bind, I'm looking at Nismo, and it needs to be now or never.
Yeah, if Nismo plays Raze for the last map of any competition M80 will be playing this year, and it's the map to decide whether or not their 2 years of hard work, this extra year of sticking together to try and make it into the partnership league, will all be worth it. He used to play Raze for this team so often and was fantastic on the Agent. Has pretty much been playing only Breach with a little bit of KO. If he can find his form, if he's on that Agent, M80 can win this game. They can win this upset map that is their permaban.
They're going up against a very lethal trio on the 2G side of, first you got Zap on the Sky, who's been lights out, going to be throwing out the lights too when it comes to this upcoming map bind. Then you got Spike on the Gecko, you know, a duelist that frags on it even when he's not playing duelist, and Silence on the Raze. This is, I think, going to be a solid map for 2G to try and convert against well, an M80 strat book that they got to dig deep for.
I gotta say, this, as the final map, it really doesn't get more poetic. This is the first map that 2G played, debuting in this Ascension tournament, crushing Rada and defying the expectations everyone had for them as the Brazilian second seed. And for M80, it's the map they always ban, that the last time they played it was a loss to the Guard when they failed to qualify last year. I mean, it doesn't get more storybook ending than this.
The script writers working overtime for this one, that is for sure. But the defined expectations from 2G and M80, the favorites, now coming down to this. The Blacklight Agent Select. We've talked about what we know from 2G. We talked about expectations for M80, but let's see where they decide to go. I mean, on out, it's going to be Koala at Raze, Nismo on the Sky. This first look here, Wyatt, at M80 and what they're about to offer in this map 5.
Yeah, earlier this year in NA Challengers, Koala Noob was picking up the Raze at time before they swapped up their Lotus comp, for instance, and he looked pretty good, but Nismo always looked a tad bit better. Koala Noob is in great form, though.
It all comes down to this one final map here in the grand finals. The whole season coming down to this. Will 2Game defy expectations one last time? Or can M80 close out what they couldn't last year? Time to head over to Bind, and for the final time today, to your casters, Vasily and Shift.
Of course, we have a mirror matchup, because why not? We have to see who's the better squad at the end of the day. It's going to be a tall obstacle to hurdle here for M80. There's pain points all around this map on stages that look like this. It's a map that should frame up for 2Game's favor, but shoulds, woulds, and coulds are all out the window here, Vance. We're in one final map worth of Valorant.
One more map to decide it all, and 2G gets to start on the attack. 2G are also shaky on this map. Yes, they defeated and dismantled Reta when they won like 13 rounds in a row before losing also in overtime against All Knights when they had a 9-3 lead. But all of this, all of the successes that they've been getting has been on the attack side where they get to kick things off right here.
Aggressive setup here for M80 over towards the octagon. Wall goes up to the defense, look to play recovery immediately. Paint shells are out, spam from both sides, but the ball comes through and it's this even trades back and forth. Pinstripe goes to kill feed, numbers in favor though of the offense. Molly at play. Louise and Xander trying to fight this one out. Not the greatest Molly you've ever seen, but Xander still tries to step up to take the fight. Doesn't work out. And now it's down to one of the big question points. Koala Noob, who's played a lot of Yoru and a lot of Omen, now finds himself on Raze. What can he do with this agent at hand? The answer in this round is nothing particularly captivating as 2G hold the numbers and win the pistol.
And now we get to talk about the storyline of M80 as well with this composition. Yes, Koala Noob has not played any Raze, I think, ever this year, ever since playing against the guard matchup. So this is a big question mark for him. And a lot of fans right now in North America seeing Nismo on this guy would scratch their heads being like, why don't we give this over to Nismo, who's always played it so well back in his Ghost Gaming days on top of that too. So this is going to be a huge test for M80 on the defensive side. They wanted to bring the fight in the first round. They do so in the second round, but they are getting denied by Silence once again. Being the spearhead, popping off on the previous map, and continuing to pop off now in map number 5.
Yeah, clean round here, just trying to do something crazy as I'm making the classics. Not going to work out. It only drops 1. And no weapon collection for prize, so we'll stick with what we've got for this bonus with just one repurchase leading to a ghost, it looks like. So pretty significant in terms of what this bonus will be, but now it's time to see what M80 really have to offer here on this defense.
And Shift, this is, again, 2 rounds where they tried to fight against 2G, where they didn't get the best success out of it. They wanted to have the cleanest trades as possible in the pistol round up towards the octagon. Yes, there was a few, but it was still 2G that was able to brute force their way through that line of defense and get that plant. And now not only there, a clean second round for 2G, the crowd, the Brazilian fans are screaming behind that. There is a lot of pressure right now for M80 having to play on this map. And this now gun round coming through is an extremity control on both showers and B main, where you're giving a lot of space now over to this walk up on short. Maintaining showers is great. They still have great delays possible with Koala Noob's paint shells and the mollies.
Man drops in, Molly tries to come through Xander, but the push out is dramatic from 2G, and they will win back showers, and with that, a couple of weapons. 2G looking good so far through the first 3. Follow-up attempt for M80 through Heaven. If they can find a couple of picks, maybe there's a chance to try to play recovery, but the post-plant setup is deep. Decent spam coming out, but Spikes just pushes out away from it. Turns that in for a 1-for-1 trade, and from that point on, M80 will just have to sit and save.
Caught off guard with utility in their hands as Xander was trying to get that molly out onto default. Almost looking at how things are being set up here by M80, where they never really wanted to go for a shower scrunch. I potentially would have probably just wanted to leave G2 go for the plant instead, so you guarantee for you to have a 5 versus 5 retake and not force them off a spike plant defusal and then go into a TP where you get caught off guard and you rotates. Yes, Silence dies here from the spike, but this is a bonus round converted by 2G.
Yeah. Tried to get greedy for that handle, doesn't get away with it. But still, like you mentioned, it was just a bonus, so no worries here to get the purchase up. And the problem for M80 fans is you're going to have to wait a little while longer before we see what this defense is made of. Because so far, it's paper thin. And, well, to this point, I mean, again, it's, you know, a pistol round that really is just a trade fest over through B. The showers crunch, like you kind of called, doesn't fully work out because 2G just take the fight to him on their bonus. And M80 still put together a pretty manageable purchase. The judge in play is, I think, the most considerable option, especially over towards this U-Haul position. Wingman at range, just getting his steps in, trying to get to work on the plan, and we'll be fine for it.
The good news is that the plant is there for the spam play, the lineups play, where M80 are going for a triple flank. Xander has to stay alive in U-Haul with his judge.
does well, does better than well. Finds essentially an elimination plus damage onto more. Tries, flash out of position, has to give up the angle. 3-man stack here for M80, but Luis turns and finds two, make it all 3. Last player left is Koala Noob, who just has to back away to salvage the Vandal.
That is so good from Pricey. Again, playing a great sentinel role in the previous round. This time around, gets contact on the play, nullifies the flash coming through from Nismo, and pulls up the wall so that everybody can just be focused on looking towards U-Haul while Luis had the lineup. Yes, there's some damage coming through from Koala Noob. This is a saving grace. Keeping the Vandal into the next round, and probably going to be the hero rifle going into the next round for M80. So you're almost going to throw away run number five right here and have the showstopper available for round number 6, where you could hopefully string things back in favor of M80. But once again, tempo dictated now by 2G, and also from map control, post plant, entries, all being won. Everything is checked on the side of the Brazilian squad.
Wow. Already the tack pause comes through for M80. Lots to discuss, I'm sure, especially considering the fact that 2G really haven't been pressured at all in terms of what their initial setups have looked like on the offense. Yeah, you can go back to the pistol and really cite that, but it's the pistol. Who really cares now that we're into guns? So, what do you discuss here, Vans? I mean, are you looking to play more retake than M80 have been stapled on? Or do you want to try to see something more creative and maybe a bit more trappy in terms of using the teleporters and trying to see what quality to create in this race?
Yeah, right now it really comes down to getting all those utility and ultimates available to have the best value out of these crunches. But so far, they have been trying to go for just this death ball of triple pushing into areas and kind of gambling where the hits would come from 2G at the very beginning. If not, again, once they realize that it was open and you go for a triple flank, that also gets denied. So I don't think they're going to go for these type of pushes, but more into just being more reactive and trying to get this op up as soon as possible here. Oh, wait, we're buying around that rifle save.
Yep, and we're looking to just get aggressive with potentially a crunch towards showers. Problem is, Thrash is at the ready. Mosh dropped. M80 trying to hold the line here at the long, and no one checks for Xander in the corner. He's able to teleport back if he needs to, but Silence, he's able to get over through Hookah, make a mess of this setup, and find 3 of his own. So, essentially, another exchange that looks decent for M80 to start, but 2G find a way to get the 2v1 post plant.
And it almost looked there for 2G that it was going to be a fumble there towards long B because of that Thrash not clearing out towards the left side. But pushing out towards Hookah was everything to pinch back against M80. Koala Noob wants to go for this, though.
Has to. Thrash has been recollected. Boombot out. Thrash doesn't care about the Boombot. And it's just a pause. Koala Noob. Oh, he gets detained. I mean, what? That fish leapt upstream about a mile. Gets the connection, and that's enough for now a major impacting round count early in favor of 2Game.
That is some Thrash tech right there. It almost looks like he's basically KZing, getting the best amount of units possible to dodge all of those bullets, to not give a chance to Koala Noob to spray it down, and even hit him on the edge of the radius. That now, right here, Shift, brings a big question mark because you're coming out of this timeout with a force buy and you still couldn't get around and you got diffed by a fish.
Sometimes it do be like that. Wow. Not a great start here for M80. 2Game, gotta be feeling saucy. Orbital strike at the ready. Outlaw in the hands of Silence, who is looking down B long to see if M80 are gonna try something crazy. Sheriffs and Stingers. Orbital strike and Thrash. That's the tools available for M80. One away from a showstopper. So if Koala Noob can connect on some sort of an entry towards A, maybe there's some extra kill potential there.
Just hoping for, that's gonna get cleared.
Scout destroyed.
Breaks that, and you don't even need a spray. That's unfortunate. You're just trying to go for desperate measures here on your lower buy and hoping to get one. And you're seeing this forcing a hand out of M80, trying to peek out, trying to figure out where the mid-rounding is, and they're just being met by everybody so far. 2G changing the tempo, understanding they're playing against a lower buy here for M80 that potentially here it could be just a trap play that you were mentioning before that M80 would be trying to do, but instead you play back towards the spawn, they walk into you, and now you have full control of A site and a wingman plant out in the area where Silence looks like he was going to be able to get some free kills, but it ends up being just a safer play for 2G to convert here this round. Yeah, definitely.
This is one of those moments where M80 may just want to try to play sacrifice to the spike here. I mean, you give away a couple of kills, you're looking at Seekers, you're closer to things like a Showstopper, you're closer to a Viper's Pit, but if they're going to make a walk-up happen, M80 finding a couple eliminations, okay, this is decent, but the problem is the post-plant. Spikes also avoids the mosh pit. Yeah. That's enough for him to step up, and of course, makes the defuse does not come through. So 2G survive with 3. M80 going to come into the next round with a couple of the key ultimates, and this is going to be called a must-win round, you would think, for the M80 defense.
I did. I thought I heard, "It's all you, little," and then he died. And that's just unfortunate. That was a thrash being used there. Another one of those moments where I get it. I understand it. It's very similar to what happened here towards Haven. You're getting these instant kills. You have some map control. You also mosh towards U-Haul, so you think here that nobody's going to push in that spot. So you have an opportunity to bring up the thrash to get the pick, but Spike just slipped through. He slipped through and got those kills. And that is a thorn on the side. Thankfully, there's still 3 other ults to work with and an operator out in the hands of Koala Noob.
Right. Poison Cloud gets sent down. The smoke integrity's down. Net can't get back into the Viper's Pit. 2G will successfully clear out the Viper's Pit at mid. Another ultimate off the table. So now you're looking at the Showstopper and the Orbital Strike remaining for M80 in a round where, again, this is a must-win, and Koala Noob is defaulting to playing contact with the operator to start.
Nismo is about to get tested here towards Long B. Everything's been broken so far, but this continues to be a default. TPs would be easy now for 2G to just pinch back on the A side. But again, you have the rocket available for Koala Noob here.
He's going to have to step up and try to hit something here. Dizzy will blind him. Hem still hits, though, and that actually gets one. Koala Noob stays safe. Up and over. No, Orbital Strike can be sent out first. Oh, and that's actually some good damage from the Showstopper. Doesn't connect for the kill, but at least put some damage over towards that bench position. Spike has been delayed. But once again, Xander caught with the molly off. Nismo tried to catch the corner off the truck, not going to work out. And now you're just down to what Koala Noob can snap on. BCJ trying to follow up. They know they got a player in the corner. Operator exchange for a rifle. 2v2, health pool advantage for M80. Post plant setup, advantage for 2G. Who sees who first? Corner for Pride. Gets caught by BCJ. Spikes is low. Bounce pass off the mosh. Has to try to contest as the wingman gets to work. Doesn't find anything, though, as it gets denied by the mosh pit. Koala Noob shuts down the corner. And plenty of time for BCJ to lock down the defuse. M80 are on the board.
And that is some saving grace right there, because it looked like it was going to be, once again, a little bit of miscommunication on how you're trying to retake the site here for the team. Feeling the pressure for M80. It almost looks like opposite day, where it's 2G looking like they played 1,000 BO5s at the most important stages of their career, and M80 looked like they were the rookies going in to this stage, to this moment for the first time, with how here Xander got caught once again with Molly in his hand and dying to the crossfire set up by 2G. But 2 players are now stepping up and also standing up. At least our M80 players after winning the round. So at least they still have that fight. They do not look defeated, and they still have a chance here to fight back.
BCJ taking shots over towards the Trailblazer. Denies it by the look of it. Silence taking the aggressive high ground angle. Seekers behind this offensive play. Responded to by the defenses of their own. Viper's Pit down. Plant not in yet, but on the way. Wingman in the cover of smoke. We'll get that down. 5v5. BCJ able to connect on Luis. Thrash now at the ready. That will detain at least a couple players over towards Showers. BCJ called upon to have to hold this. See if they can keep their teammates alive. Zap off the pinch. Does well to catch Xander. Flashing forward. Offense still holds the advantage. You got to go if you're at 80. You still got to find a way to clear out this Viper's Pit. 2G's making an absolute mess of the site. Flash comes through again. Silence able to connect. And now it's just down to Koala and Net. No chance for Net to do anything playing through Spices, and 2G will get their 7th.
That is so good from 2G to continue to add the pressure around the pit. Despite them playing around that to control U-Haul and towards the spawn, to get that spike plant down, to throw the thrash towards the Showers, to engage and initiate the pinch back from the Showers, it really nullified the timing that Net was trying to get. He can't run with his knife out to help out the team. He'd give away his position if there was somebody there towards the short A. So the consistent pressure that's coming out here from 2G, it's not giving a chance for M80 to have the cleanest retakes. So you went into these moments shift that we just mentioned before. We talked about it, where they tried to play a death ball and they're getting denied. Now they're playing more reactionary, trying to play spike defusal with the utility. It's getting denied as well. And now you can't go for the single flank. Now you have an opposite Brazil here in favor of 2G in the lead 7-1.
Oh, we're dealing with a force buy situation for M80's defense. Stacked up and you line them up, you knock them down. 3 straight elos for 2G, and this force buy has gone completely wrong. It's going to be 8-1.
2G are feeling it so far. Not only through these rounds that they're winning, but how they're winning them. You almost don't need too much util behind of how you're brute forcing against M80's line of defense. And this type of scoreline, look at how they're continuing to push forward. Fundamentals are there too. They're so composed in these fights that 2G are looking to be potentially the team to ascend in this BO5. Net about to get backstabbed. Won't realize here this pinch coming through. And that's no weapon save. More economy broken on the side of M80. 8-1 on the scoreline, where you're looking at the storyline here, Shift. Why the hell, looking at the map Vito, did we leave Bind as the last map available here to play on when you've never seen your opponents play on this map before? Usually you just want to bring it as the comfort of being like, technically this should be an easy win for us as a map 3. And they're gambling it on here. And yet, they're still showing a one-sided scoreline on the side of Brazil.
I mean, that's just the bonus of coming out of the upper bracket and getting both bans. It's a tough scene, man. But the advantage is coming through in full right now for 2G. Limited purchase here. Quality still affording into the Bulldog. Bold to say the least. As you drop this round, and you can't afford it in the next, this may be too far gone. But can M80 click heads? That's what this round is going to have to rely on, with a couple of sheriffs in the play. BCJ on a pretty aggressive corner. Not going to happen. Silence finds the opener. That's enough for a plant to start to come through.
That's exactly that. You need your shots to hit.
Man.
And they are not hitting.
Nothing's going right now, fans. Well, unless you're a 2G fan, in which case everything's going right.
But I mean, you've seen the votes before this matchup started. It was like a 90%, 93% for M80, and 7% for 2G. So anybody that's watching this stream so far in the North American stream, they are not liking the results so far.
Well, Nismo, do what you can here, brother. He does get one, but it's not even a footnote. You've got some fully maxed out bank accounts on 2G's side. They are going to be able to purchase for the next year and a half.
I could almost hear Sean Garris melting into his chair right now with the results that we're seeing so far. But if I could instill any type of hope into the playstyle of this last map, remember, it's been 13 rounds, 10 rounds won on the attack when they went for the full reversal against Reta. And then also 9 rounds on the attack against All Knights before they lost 10-13 against All Knights when they took the defensive side. So 2G needs also the cleanest defensive round as possible. If not, M80 also still has a chance to come back.
They still need to tally more than... They didn't get these last 2 rounds. I mean, just flat out, M80 have to have these. Trailblazer will clear up B-Long. Hookah still being pressured, though, by 2G. Lurk on the way from Prize over towards Showers. Nismo kind of caught between watching the front side of Hookah and also being responsible for B-Long. Defensive wall goes up. Spam in towards Hookah. Some of it does land. And that's enough for 2G to just heal their way back in towards mid-sands.
Here's the thing, though. They've already inserted Pricey inside. Showers almost caught Koala Noob there. Thankfully, Koala Noob even makes it out quite healthy, and that's going to nullify a little bit of the rotation that they were able to pull out. Still a stronghold that M80 has here, right by you all. Thrash to initiate things. It will get a hit.
Oh, yeah, but it does go right in towards a teleporter, which Koala Noob just dives into? Excuse me? That's a red dot chase if I've ever seen one. And now all of a sudden, you
30
don't know
seconds left.
that Prize has gotten deep in towards the A site. BCJ thought he had this locked down. We'll be able to at least pick back up the Thrash. But here comes Prize. 2G also connecting through long. And it's just no shots are landing right now for M80. It's going to be a spike plant. Nismo trying to deny it. He does at least catch one and stop the plant down to 5 seconds. Follow up from that is good. 2v2. Do they actually offer these gunfights? Nismo and Xander still trying to hang on, and the clock will expire on the round. M80 maybe just get a little bit bailed out right there.
Oh my god, what a hero play towards the end to deny the spike plant, because you want to say that M80 is hungry here to ascend, but they are definitely not hungry for the spaghetti that's being dropped so far. Yes, you've detained a person with the Thrash into the TP, but Koala Noob had pain shells. You had a Mosh available here for BCJ as well. Why not throw it in there to try to guarantee the kill and not throw your body away? So if it wasn't for that kill onto the wingman, this would have been definitely a 10-1 scoreline, and there's breathing chance now in round number 12.
And that trying to hold the same angle that Koala Noob had previously. Secrets are out early. Snake bite down. Showstopper. BCJ, he's still alive. If only barely. Orbital strike also sent down. Net BCJ, we're going to drop. Spike still keeping the pressure on as the spike will be planted. And we've got ourselves a 4v2. Thrash at the ready for spike. And it may come out immediately. Sure will. Right through the fire and the flames. Lands on the Koala Noob. They know they've got isolation. Shorty's out. Xander denies, but the mosh pit does finish off the kill. Koala Noob can't get the gun back out, and it's a 10-round half.
And what a perfect Thrash, too, to deny the showstopper for getting any value as well. There was so much chaos around the site, but 2G looked like they're skating around, just doing acid loops and getting perfect 10 scores on how they're executing around this chaos. Now we're switching sides, 10-2. 3 rounds away. The crowd here of Brazil behind 2G. 3 rounds away of ascending. What crazy of a story this is for a team that has made it without winning a single split this year in Brazil, and are about to topple the #1 seed of North America. A team that looked unstoppable ever since Xander and Net join into the responsibility to IGL and come in as a group and dominate the North American scene. Winning all 5 of their matches in the group stages. But now when it comes down to the playoffs, very similar story to last year against the Guard. Dominating throughout the whole season of Challengers, getting to this moment here in the Grand Finals and faltering to the Guard 1-3 in the Grand Final Series. They are getting a little bit of a glimpse and a return of what happened to them last year here for M80.
Have to have the composure. It's so tough going into a 5th map. You don't have any selection or choice of what it's going to look like, and it puts you on a map that we've already said a handful of times. It was their hard veto all year long. Legitimately more than just a thorn in the side. You have to win this pistol. You cannot afford to make any mistakes on a map that you have not been able to truly do much VOD review on really at all. A tall task, but for 2Game Esports, they have taken advantage of running through the upper bracket. And now they're just 3 rounds away.
And that's the thing. There's not too much tape to study upon for M80, and M80 had everything here to get ready to play against 2G. And you don't come out with anything that's out of the ordinary. This is a standard comp coming through. Coined a lot here in the Americas overall. You're trying to play the most basic composition, the most played composition to your side.
Yeah.
But you let it trail behind now by 8. This round can't stress it any more than this. The most important pistol round of M80's career for the 2nd time this Ascension.
Oh, look at this, though, Vans. The contact off the Trailblazer through Hookah has an aggressive push through Showers. Double stack.
2 players watching it, though.
Well, until they're not. And all of a sudden, now you've got the map completely in your control of your 2G.
Oh,
advantage definitely to the defense. Opportunity as well for Spike to rejoin around the back flank. Here comes the hit from the front. Paint Shell's trying to delay through main. Dizzy denied. Net still finds the opener. Zap inside the container can only get one, and that's a clean take. But will they expect Luis on the flank? Wingman with the plant. Spike, can he create any noise? Here comes Luis up the top. Good one tap. Koala Noob not gonna peek. Luis getting to work with another smoke to come in. Second shots are good. Avoids the flash. Shots in for damage. Now it's just down to one. Spike 1v2 and the up and over's good. Koala Noob wins the pistol.
And as soon as it was the smoke that dissipated, you see how they're playing not to lose here. Losing a bit of that confidence for M80. How slow they were on the attack and how they were trying to find a timing to flash through with the smoke dissipating on their side to flip the map on the defensive side. But the smoke on the attack also disappeared and allowed Luis to almost win this one against Koala Noob, who had to be on point. Stuck like a turret right in the right in the cubby of the B site to land those 2 kills and win the pistol for M80.
Quick action here for M80. Making a play up in towards main. Smithy can also spend here. A couple of spam shots. Not really fully going to land. The heal will get them back to full HP. Zap just hoping for another connection. Not going to happen, so B-Long will go the way of M80. Trailblazers follow up. No smokes placed as of yet, but the defense is already committed on the rotation.
Yeah, there's 5 players here. And it seems as though for 2G, they're just waiting for this wall to come back down to bait M80 to run back in. And there's still a Dizzy. There's still paint shells.
Oh,
it could hurt.
First contact goes 1 for 1. Dizzy back up and over. Silence decayed off the mouse pit. That'll be enough for Xander to put him out of commission. Defensive wall goes back up once again. Holds M80 back. Teleport will come through. It's a wide open A. It's going to be a post plant.
And you see here for 2G, they're not really trying to push here to see if there's any weapons left behind by Nismo. They're really wanting to try to catch the timings here off M80 after the pulse plan. A re-clear, but it becomes a solo re-clear on short. Huge for Zap.
Whoa. First shots are good. Post plant, though, is over towards Showers. Xander's holding at the U-Haul. Timing is going to be everything for him. If he can hold this position, these defenders at Showers don't have to peek. Okay, shots from Xander good. Xander follows up. Absolutely brilliant, just down to 1. Prizey trying to make his way over. Knows that he's probably going to have a crossfire setup in some regard, whether it be through U-Hauls or over towards Showers. Gets the first. Tries to slide through for more. Net doesn't even come close. Now it's a 1v1. Toggles onto the spike. There's the shoulder peek. Xander going to force him to hold it. Trying to get to halfway, and Xander just takes a snapshot and comes away with 3, and M80 will take it and get their 4th.
It almost got to a point where I was like, oh, I gotta criticize 2G a bit because it's your wingman player trying to run out of heaven. Spike that has the wingman that can help out on the defuse so that the other players can just focus on guns and try to fight. And we know how good 2G are on these shares, especially in this moment right there. A 2K into the Showers, almost winning that one against Xander. It has to be the clutch master of Xander once again, saving M80. But that is only 1 weapon saved into this round. Yep. So small shields across, and it's going to be at least a gun round for both of these teams, and a huge swing round that would break the econ of either side.
Big time. Absolutely big time. That's the only benefit for M80 funding the 2 straight plants, is they're able to afford this quote-unquote bonus round as their full gun round. 3-2 split for the defense of 2G. Looking to get something going on their defensive side. No peeks or pokes over towards B-Long yet for the defenders. Utility being held on to, a couple of pings are out, and M80 are going to test their luck. It's a touch as the defensive wall goes back up, and M80 will now rotate back over to see if they can join net at main.
You're happy with this. Lots of space given up here for 2G, so M80 could just move and freely pick up the orb. BCJ's 1 away here from the Thrash. Net still trying to create some sort of diversion here towards this A site, and it's a battle of wasting up the smokes with his versus the Brimstone, leaving less here for 2G inside the site, so they feel like they have to activate here towards Long B.
Here's the thing, though. They're trying to flash and dash over, but then do they expect that 2G or 3-man stack? Doesn't make a difference until Prizey! Oh my goodness, he may have saved the round! How is he allowed to get 3? 2v2, Plant's gonna come through. Spike and LZ on the rotation over.
Thank God Koala Noob is once again there with the backstab from Hookah. Getting the Plant down, putting it at 2 versus 2, but they are separated. Net will be the first contact. Great delay here with the snake bite.
Oh.
Great shot there onto Spike as well.
Yeah, the Dizzy doesn't even get up over the top of the wall, so doesn't even have a chance to get any effect in. Stim beacon for LZ. Does have a volley to play off if he wants to try to separate this post plant a touch. Problem is, he's running out of time. And maybe I'd be giving the call that he's just going to save this. Wow. Okay.
Makes sense.
And M80's going to get 5 here. But wow, did Pricey ever give themselves a chance to possibly pull that back?
Pricey so far has been a key part of 2G, making sure that that M80 cannot snowball the economy on their side. The amount of sheriff kills that he's got in that previous round, that 3K that he got right there, if it was for a less coordinated split there for M80 and Qualinoob wasn't there to save the day, that would have been a different story that we would talk about in this moment for this pause that is now being called out by 2G. Letting these rounds slip just in the last moment. Yes, you could still bring that confidence and say, hey, we've won these rounds, we've dominated our attack side, but now we've lost pistol, we've lost the second round, and we've lost our bonus as well, or our gun round against the bonus.
Yep. Well,
it doesn't bode well here for quote unquote bonus at this point. Yeah, you still had some good plans coming down here for M80 that allows for them to go for these half shield rifle rounds. But 2G definitely, they want to put a little bit of a break on this, on the momentum that M80 is currently building.
Well, timeout's going to expire here. 2G coming fresh off of it, trying to get things going here defensively. It is important to note, and again, this is almost ancient history in terms of Valorant schemes. M80 did put together a very significant offensive half when they did play the guard. So that's, again, a year old at this point, but more than that. But still, it's one of those things that you have to keep in mind that even though this may not necessarily be in the competitive rotation for them, of course they're scrimming, and if that leads us to believe anything, maybe there's a little bit of extra hope in the tank here for M80 as they're starting to put something together.
A strong offensive half for M80 against the guard versus a weak defensive half for 2G against all the teams they played so far in Ascension.
Yeah, good point.
So the script continues to be written. A low buy that you have for 2G. Hero rifle for Luis. As they're looking for early control for M80 with the Dizzy being thrown by BCJ. Thrash also engaging on the push. Playing all the way back on a default, waiting for the push forward, a dig to the wall though, and that's potentially going to even it up for a tad in the scenario of this post plant.
Oh, in silence, he thought for a moment he was going to have one of those magical moments again. Qualinoob, he does get the trigger pulled on the showstopper. Nearly gets booped out of midair, but it's only a 1-for-1, leaving it down to a Marshall and a Judge for the retake. And this post plant is all through A main. M80 very recognizable about the situation, knowing that this is not going to be any part of a full purchase. You've got the Thrash, you've got another post plant Molly.
In the lineup.
Do not leave anything to chance. There's the Thrash. Flash out behind that. BCJ gets pushed off the angle. Pricey gives himself an opportunity for the 1v2. Doesn't work out. So now it's on to Zap. There's the toggle. Plays for a counter flash. None's there, and time is going to expire on this play. Just comes down to how much more damage can Zap do, and the answer is no more than just 1. M80 now within 4.
Despite them winning that round for M80, I was just inhaling a little bit at this point because I looked at Net setting up this lineup. Yes, he grouped up with everybody else to get topped off by Nismo to give a fighting chance here in the post plant. That said, though, the lineup was perfect, but the plant wasn't. It was actually too far up towards the towels, where if it was a different scenario where somebody was sticking onto that spike, he could have potentially fully stuck it. At least, thankfully, though, it was a lower buy from 2G, so not too much of a surprise in terms of a result, although making it rather expensive. You pulled out a showstopper on the side of the attack.
Yep.
You also
and a Thrash.
Exactly, and you're working out the economy once again, trying to keep it as low as possible for M80, where at some point, that bank is going to break.
Little play over to the top of B long here. M80 have been surprised, if not befuddled, by these little corner peeks before. Shots a bit of miss for both sides, and Xander will at least keep it 1-for-1. Seekers just to keep the defense in place while they try to rotate in, and that's enough for M80 just to pause for a moment. They actually pulled the Viper's Pit early in the round, so now Intentions with an orbital strike can go back over towards A to break down the site.
Yeah, and that was just Seekers. As they get shot right away, they knew that M80 was going to get fairly close, or they are very close to the B site. So it gives a chance for 2G to kind of set up their defense on the A side, on that side. And then the dog was potentially going to initiate and engage here. The hold goes right from Xander. He's going to use it towards the back. At least allows for you to buy a little bit of space to try to get this plant down.
And not going to get it through. The Mosh on the other side stops it. Spike now picked up and immediately thrown through the teleporter. There is a player here, and wouldn't you know it, it's Prizey. Snake bite down initially. Whoa, they get concussed. They get stalled out. Touch here. And Prizey's in a prime position to get a read on this. The defense trying to run over as fast as they possibly can, but Prizey can only find one. Smoke covering. And now it's just down to the blast pack as BCJ will successfully plant 3v3. Spike and Zap trying to hang out over towards Zelba, but they're going to try to flood this through. Wingman into the corner. VALORANT not going to be able to get hit by it, but Spikes turns that into an entry for two. BCJ around the back. Can he pull a 1v3? No toggle on the Spike yet, but Zap through Hookah. Avin to the play, shuts it down, and 2G get 11.
All of that works so well for M80 to fight back against Prizey. Prizey does manage to get one, making it winnable here for 2G, but the post plant, Kolanu by himself in the corner, cleared out by a wingman, where it had to be him the first point of contact in a one and done, and you needed that trade to come through from the other side of container. But both of them got isolated because of the bad position that they had in the post plant. Afraid here to fight against the duels where maybe you go on the top of the container to watch a spawn and you're the first contact. And then Kolanu could maybe swing it out because he's been on point at least to try to keep this within reach for M80 to tie up the game. Instead, it's a round for 2G and still an opportunity to buy for M80 though.
Unbelievable scenes. Thrash at the ready for Spike. Turns on to Trailblazer. Gonna send that over to see what is happening over towards Shower side, and maybe just caught a little bit of information on towards Net, who now backs off, and M80 will resort to again just holding for a moment here with just a minute and 5 on the clock.
Everything got stalled out at the very beginning from an aggressive smoke thrown on the defensive side for Luis, but you're at the minute mark where there's not many smokes left, so again, they have to try to press forward and try to get map control, and Net, unfortunately, in this moment, cannot win. The push coming out from the Showers. To gamble now to move in towards short, but they will potentially get pinched into the backstab.
Yeah, this is a smart setup for 2G. They know that they can use the Thrash to clear out U-Hauls. So you just stack yourself up around the back through Spices and over through Shower. M80 also aware of this play. Paint shells are out. Blast back as well, denied. This free fire is good. M80 are gonna walk away with 2. Luis able to trade one back over to Strike. He's gonna throw it right on in towards Shower. That's gonna be enough for Spike to work on the defuse, but Kolanu, he finds the first. He's gotta go. Little bro still hanging on to it, and the defuse will come through. 2G are on Ascension point.
Match point. One more round needed for 2G to eliminate M80 in map number 5 on Bind. And now you're seeing pictures of yesterday where you needed BCJ calling out for his teammates to get loud, to hype things up, but it is quiet in that camp. The timeout's coming through, and it is going to be the most important timeout being called by Happy, the coach. Happy needs to bring his name over to the faces of this team of M80 to at least crack a smile, to at least do something here for them to be able to fight back, because now 2G has full control of the defensive side.
Yes. Man, and I think in your mind, you retrospectively look back at the last 2 rounds previous to this most recent one and say, did we use too much? I mean, we needed these ults, and we're calling timeouts here. We're not even calming. And you can see, I think that sigh right there says more than we can in terms of the situation that M80 currently find themselves in. 2 game around away. M80 have to try to pull something out of a playbook that is thin, having not played it much in the competitive season.
I don't even see players looking at fist bumps or anything before we get back here from the pause. They are in their own heads now for M80. And that they may continue to be in their own heads if this final round right here, potentially the final round of 2G, closes out the chances of M80. A broken buy that you have, but thankfully 2 ults to work with to try to gain some space.
They do see Prize in the back of the site. Paint shells are sent out. Prize able to get himself safely in the container. A little bit of pre-fire does land. Keep in mind, you still have Zap nearby, playing over towards the long side at B. It also throws a guiding light to make sure that there is no immediate threat. So it's all just early pressure, healing coming through. And now you got to be thinking, what's the go call? They still have not taken a peek in towards B main yet. Has M80.
This is good. At least a flash that was thrown here on the defensive side knows that there's somebody playing aggressively towards Octagon, so you could go for a late fish to try to pinch back at least into controlling that front side where there's no snake bite available from Pricey to slow down the hookah crunch.
That's gonna get flashed out. Does not deal with the fish. Pricey though inside the site. He's gonna step up. You also replace him with Spike now on the backside of the site. Showstopper will make its way into the site as well as Silence joins the party at B. No commitment yet for M80. This is an orb that gets Seekers in play. That'll immediately be called. Pricey has to deal with it, backs up into elbow. Shots from Net are good. The hit is on. Spike inside the site, able to catch one through the smoke. Now the wingman now. Spike for a second. How about more? Yes, sir, why not? It's down to just BCJ. It's a team that had never seen a grand finals. It's a team that came into this tournament doubted and discounted. They will not be denied. 2-game esport ascend to VCT Americas.
TwoG cannot believe their eyes. A team that has been doubted, a team going into the interviews saying that they almost didn't even qualify into the Brazilian scene, going into Challengers. And now are able to defeat here M80, a core around Spike, Pricey, and Zap that has been around here since 2023 in June, trying to chase the dream of making here into ascending into partnership for 2025. And they have done so under the banner of 2G.
What do you say? What a series of Valorant. And for 2-game esports, you don't write a story of path to pro better than that. Grit, determination, and just straight up perseverance. And it all starts with, by the way, Vansili, the fact that they come into a group stage and immediately just grab the spotlight and say, look at us. And when we start to do that, we say, well, what do we have to look at? Because the next 3 games don't really go all that well for them. Yep. But you meet this M80 squad in upper bracket round 1, you out-prep them, you out-plan them, you beat them in 2. You then take out All Knights, a team that came out with some fire, some aggression, and you take care of business there. And out of the upper bracket, you get the benefit of the double bans. You put M80 on a map that they do not play, and you find yourself a dominant win. Unbelievable space, unbelievable scenes. And well, in a moment, you're gonna see the lift of the trophy as 2-game esports give credit where credit is due. M80 falls short, but at the top of the tower, 2-game esports, your VCT Ascension Americas champion.
Couldn't write a better Cinderella story than this for 2-game. Taking the opportunity of what was gifted to them after waiting on the sidelines during the group stages to get to this moment. But man, does that have to sting for M80 for the second time, the second year in a row. We talk about cores between Spike, Pricey, and Zap. But the core, unfortunately, here on the side of Xander, Nismo, and Koala Nude, they fall just short. But at least to rejoice now on the side of 2-game, this means a lot for the Brazilian scene where you're looking at the Americas most of the times here, Shift, where most of the talents just get recycled between MIBR and Furia. But now you have a full team ascending from Challengers. That is going to instill a lot of hope, faith, and new talent breeding outside of Brazil.
The other story, and I know the desk is going to touch on this. This is a team of 2-game esport where, again, our favored storylines about them came by the name of Spike and Silence. And wouldn't you know it, the guy that's been the loudest from day one is the guy that pops off here today. Zap, undeniably the difference maker. Talk about the fact that Pricey, who also at different moments in time throughout this tournament was not called upon much, but how big was he in individual moments? Maybe not full-on 1v multiple clutches, but as an individual standing tall against multiple M80 members, and good for a couple. I mean, it's just the unsung heroes, so to speak, step up. And I think for what it's worth, that's what you look for out of a complete squad, not just relying on a couple of pop-off players, but you get it done in the end when it matters most through a grueling series where all 5 players really could be battling for that MVP.
Can you imagine how much this means here for 2G's potential going into the Americas? Because a lot of these moments where you're looking at Challengers teams, you have these conversations of like, hey, they're doing good in their region, they're doing good in Challengers, but can they actually play against the best of the best that now VCT Americas has to offer? And think back about this BO5 again here, Shift. This is a BO5, the first time that you have for 2G. They also played their permaban as the 4th map, when it was a lead here from M80 to close things out potentially on Haven, and then they leave the permaban of M80 as the last map to be played, and still showed grit and a dominant victory on that 5th map. It means so much now into the potential that 2G has.
Well, we've got a new team that's going to be joining the VCT Americas season, but for Vancilli and I, that will do it on the casting desk as we send things back over to our analyst in Sierra to give us our final reactions for the evening.
Thanks, Shift. Thanks, Van. What a match. What a series. What a way to be ending off Ascension Americas. Coming into this right away, 2G showed us that they were a team to not underestimate, and through it all, they have made their way through that upper bracket, through this playoffs, and now into VCT Americas. I mean, this was the number 2 seed from Brazil, guys. This was the team that almost didn't qualify, but the talent from this region so bright. They'll have the chance to prove that. Jen, across the board, stand-up performances all series long from this team.
Yeah, as if that they don't lose a single series in playoffs while going 2 and 3 in groups. Like, I can't believe how much 2G peaked in playoffs. Like, when all the stakes were on the line, it was incredible. I especially want to shout out Spike, because yeah, I was bummed to not see his Neon there on Haven before, but his Gecko, I was hyping up BCJ. I thought that was going to be a tough matchup, but Spike really showed us a masterclass on the Gecko. The thrash tags of just the wingmans flushing people out of these nooks and crannies on the B side, to the wingman diffuse clutches, the mollies, like Spike. I mean, Wyatt, we were going crazy how Spike was also just multi-killing everybody.
That last round was insane. You could just see he was beyond locked in, and he has such a cool story too. I mean, he's just what Ascension is all about, what the system is all about. A guy that in Brazil was a known Neon ranked demon, and then he joins up with this team, his first legit team, and is able to play at such a high level. And not just the Neon, but the other flex roles that they need him on too. And it's his ability to flex and Silent's ability to flex that has made this team so well-rounded that they can have a star duelist on every single map, that they have the pieces required to play all the comps they need on any map that they play. This team was just such a surprise, such a delight to watch. How many times have we said the 2nd seed from Brazil? A lot, but not enough. What an improvement from this team from last we saw them playing within their region, where they came in 3rd place, got here from points, and are now headed to the Partnership League. It is just madness, and they absolutely deserve it.
Yeah, number 2 from Brazil, but number 1 in Ascension, which is just all that matters. We speak to just the big advantage that the 2 bands gave 2G, the preparation that went into this, but also the clash of playstyles and how 2G had to play against the M80 playbook, where M80 give a lot of space, and 2G, the biggest criticism that we had but in their previous matchup against M80 is how to really profit from that space and to find the pressure points against M80. And M80 just decided to stop holding a short there on bind. 2G were allowed to walk into the site and set up really good post plans. They had 12 post plans on the previous map. Here we'll get to the stats, but 2G got to own and keep all the real estate, and they really had to fight hard for it at times. And it came up to some really clutch plays, but 2G learned a lot from their previous experiences against M80.
It was a team that constantly leveled up. They They had this opportunity. They went 2-3 in groups, almost didn't make it to playoffs, and then from there turned things around. They were not going to waste this opportunity. And we've talked about Silence, we've talked about Spike, but everybody on this team deserves their props. I mean, he's a multiple 3 kills in just that final map there. Louis is so consistent throughout so many different things, and Zap, someone we highlighted coming into this that needed to be the voice for the team, needed to have that composure, that mental to bring them through this 5-map series. And Wyatt, he delivered every course of the way.
You can't convince me that this team would be anywhere near as good as they are without Zap. Not only today was he, by the numbers, the best player in the server across all 5 maps on that initiator role, but it's what he's done for this team outside of the game. It's the energy that he brings this team. Without him, would they have that? I don't think so. He keeps everybody so confident and hyped up. The trash talk, the yelling across the stage, hyping up his teammates, and that is what a young team needs, a team of players that have never felt the pressure or the weight of a tournament like this. Having someone like him who is just fearless in the face of any adversity that they are facing is just paramount to being able to accomplish something like this. Like, to me, he is absolutely the MVP of 2Game today.
And there's just talent in every facet of 2Game. Like, we don't get to hype up as much as what Louise and Pricey did. Pricey got so many triple kills when M80 would just be barreling down B long. There was Pricey at least converting 2 kills if after his sacrifice. Louise, like the Omen on the previous map, making huge plays with his ult. Everyone on 2Game really shined today. And to do it in front of their crowd, I think Silence's girlfriend, we got family in the crowd, a lot of hype there, but also from their fellow team from their region. Galoris players were in the crowd with signs for 2Game. If that doesn't spell like just how awesome Valorant is and just Ascension in that region is overall incredible stuff.
They've definitely showed their region well, that is for sure. Wyatt, what they're able to show and accomplish here today cannot be understated.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what I was going to get at, and what Vans had said, just before they tossed it to us, kind of considering the Brazilian region as a whole and their place in Valorant. And it's been a tough year for Brazil. In the Partnership League and VCT Americas, it was a downtrend, but this is a great way to cap things off for the region when we head into 2025, and is just a testament to the amount of talent that has been bubbling under the surface in that region that we have not gotten the privilege of seeing until now. It's just crazy to think about. And when we consider, Galoris as well and how impressive their players looked, it is legitimately a region that is overflowing with talent that are ready to break out onto the top scene in the world.
And just a heartbreaking moment for M80 for the past to repeat itself. But we know the sky is the limit for the talent that is on this roster. They've dominated Challengers. Net has already qualified from Ascension in the past. I have no doubt that M80 can do this again next year, but even better. So big shout out to M80 for also fighting through the lower bracket, a reverse sweep yesterday, to forcing a game 5 today, to doing everything, pulling out everything from the strat book on their worst map of Bind and trusting Koala Noob on the Raze instead of Nismo and trying to put the pieces together. Shout out to M80 for giving us a good final, but congratulations at the end to 2G.
Yeah, for M80, I don't know what the future is going to be holding for them. I know they wanted to take this run this year as that core group, but regardless, such skilled players. 2G played out of their minds, and I know that for M80 fans, this is going to be heartbreaking. But again, bright futures ahead. Of course, we have to talk about the victorious 2G and talk to them. A quick break interview on the other end, so stay tuned.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Embarrassing gaming moment? I think just one that I was like scratching my nose from the other angle. It looked like I was scratching inside my nose, but it wasn't. So I think this one, and it was in the start of the first split, I think, in this year. It was kind of embarrassing, yeah.
I was in the first strike Brazil event, the first one, and we got like 13-0 in the match. Fate was with me in that moment. So I guess that's it.
Absurdo! Que seria difícil! Que será impossível!
I would probably say like every time I whiff on stream, it like a little bit of my soul crumbles. So I think every single time I whiff on stream, that kind of hurts my pride, you know.
Olha isso! Ele atira andando!
I mean, it's not embarrassing in a funny way. It's embarrassing because it was really embarrassing. It haunting me to this day. It's when I was still a player and we lost the final of the first master to Australs, and we were playing in Weigers with Kesnit and not my former my teammate Suter. We were playing for Weigers at that time. We lost 3-0, so it was pretty tough because we were the favorites in some way.
Probably my whiff against Paper X in Iceland. That was pretty embarrassing.
Force, they never make mistakes.
Jing just got 2 kills in mid, by the way. This kill, well, yes, might be impactful.
Kill them now!
He knew!
I don't know, it's not really like embarrassing, it was more sad, but like losing to the guard last year when like we got #1 seed both years, like we just couldn't keep up the form at like an international like fully. I mean, second's still good, but like we obviously really wanted to win. Like it was pretty like I guess embarrassing because like people were like thinking very highly of us when we were going into it, and we just didn't show up when it mattered fully. So this year will be different.
I think it was 13-0. We lost to Loud back in 2022 Challengers. We actually were playing our best map. I think we never lost a map before, apart from the problem we had in Champions with Breeze. And then we played Loud and they absolutely crushed us like 13-0. 13-0, 13-1 maybe? I'm not 13-1 I think it was. At least not 13-0. It always was like very embarrassing for us.
Ele contra 3, acerta o primeiro de Marshall, será que dá pra passar? Mas não!
Oh shoot, probably when I was like 7 years old or something, like that girl from Bakugan, whatever her name, the blue-haired girl from Bakugan. Like when I was really young, probably. That was like the first like cartoon that I like. That's what got me into anime too, so.
Oh my god. I don't know in English the name, but it's o nome da personagem do Phantom. Phantom, do you know Danny Phantom? Yeah, his girlfriend, I guess. Yeah, Samantha.
Wow, cartoon crush. It's kind of a crazy question.
I would have to say, like, back in the day when I was like 10 years old, I'd be watching Inuyasha, an anime. It'd have to be like Kagome or something, the girl that he was always falling for, Inuyasha.
Oh, that's a weird question, man. That's a weird question. Okay. Like crush, like, I think Didi from Dexter's Lab, I think it's called in English. Yeah, it has to be Didi, yeah.
Não faço ideia, mano. Carly. iCarly.
Bro, I have no idea. Let me think. Give me a second. I never had a big crush. Maybe you know Misty from Pokemon? That's a good one, right? Yeah, that's a good one.
Cartoon crush? I don't know. I don't think I've had one. I'm not gonna lie. I'll probably have to go with Peter Griffin.
Cartoon crush. That's a good one. I think there was a cartoon in Brazil that was like I don't know the name in English, but it was like Três Espiões Demais. There's something like that. Maybe someone from there, but I don't really remember too much. So.
Cartoon crush? Maybe like Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
Hi guys, how you doing? I'm here with the winners, the guys who classified for VCT Americas. Guys, I'm sorry, I'm like really in shock right now. The first thing that I want to ask them, of course, is how are they feeling right now? Como que vocês estão se sentindo, cara?
Cara, a sensação todo mundo fala isso, mas só quando você sente, sabe? É indescritível. A ficha ainda não caiu pra gente, mas o sentimento, se eu fosse falar em uma palavra, seria realização. Eu acho que tudo que a gente fez nos levou a isso. E, mano, a gente tava com as pessoas certas, na hora certa, e é isso que acontece.
I really have no words to describe, but one word would be realization. Like we were just in the right time with the right people and we just made it. Silence, o que você tá sentindo agora?
Cara, eu posso falar a mesma coisa que ele, porque é o que eu falo sempre, então é uma sensação indescritível realmente, mano. E é um sentimento de gratidão até o final, que não tem comparação com nada na vida, velho. Não tem comparação com nada. Você se dedicar 100%, 110% naquilo e realmente dar certo e mostrar para as pessoas que deu certo. Então é isso, muito feliz.
I really have no words to describe too. I'm really happy. I'm really grateful for everything that has happened to us. We need to be on our 110% if we want to continue like this. The second question that I want to ask them both is what can we expect from 2G in VCT? O que a gente pode esperar de vocês no próximo ano no VCT?
Cara, a gente sempre foi underdog desde que a gente começou, então não seria diferente agora a gente chegando lá. Mas eu acho que tem que começar a respeitar um pouco mais a gente, o nosso trabalho. Então é uma sensação a mais de que eles também têm que nos respeitar, assim como a gente respeita toda a equipe que a gente joga contra.
We were the underdogs, and yeah, definitely other teams need to respect us, need to respect our region, and yeah, basically that.
Cara, eu acho que, mano, pode esperar muito da gente, porque eu acho que nossa dedicação, a de todo mundo do time, é uma coisa muito sinistra, muito grande. Então, é isso. Eu acho que as pessoas têm que ter medo e conhecer um pouco a 2Game de verdade, que agora quem está no nosso alto nível, ninguém segura a gente.
We are on our best level. You can expect a lot from us next year. And yeah, that's it. Muito obrigada, guys. It's all for now. It's all for the event too. Thank you very much just keeping here with us. And yeah, here are the champs. Bye, guys.
I mean, hey, if 2G levels up anywhere near from groups to this grand finals, they have that sort of glow up next year heading into VCT Americas. This team, the sky is the limit. This was absolutely phenomenal, Wyatt. There is some bright talent here. Huge congratulations. So well deserved.
And they can believe that they can do just that, because literally saw them do that over just the past couple months. How much better this team has looked today, yesterday, this whole tournament versus how they looked when they were trying to qualify in the regional challengers to get here. The improvement is just insane. And with even more time, and then also, you know, relocating, going to Los Angeles to compete in Americas, they'll be consistently scrimming against all of the best teams in the region, which is something that, you know, Brazil and Latin don't have the opportunity to do compared to the North American teams. So listen, just having all of that Access can only imagine how good these guys will be in the future. They really do have a bright future, and I'm just excited to see more of them next year in 2025.
Yeah, and for 2Game, a lot of their players, 2Game was their first like big team. It's the first time on the stage, and I'm seeing kind of like posts from the community come out of just what 2Game were like as scrim partners and how much they were dedicated to the game, how hard they worked. And I also just love the interviews that came out like when they were facing M80 of just, we don't make mistakes, we just run out of ideas. We are a great team and we're gonna show it. And they really did. Like, they turned their group stage all around to be #1 without dropping a series in playoffs. Like, this Ascension was incredible.
Hey, they better get some more ideas going in the future, because there is a hell of a lot of Valorant in store for them, let me tell you. But this Ascension has been a ride throughout. From the get-go, it has been absolutely a roller coaster up till the very end. And again, the biggest of congratulations to 2G. Welcome to VCT Americas. As for us, it's sad to say, but that is it for Ascension. Wyatt, Jen, like everyone that worked along production, thank you all so much for crushing it. Thank you all so much at home for cheering on the players. And thank you so much to the players for putting on a heck of a show. We'll see you soon for our next event. But until then, enjoy. Have a great night, everyone.
Thank you.
Peace.